Chapter 101. It's really explosive. Thanks to the information about super evolution given by the boss, I did several more experiments to get the data, so I got this paper. Bio showed off his paper with a proud look. He knew that as long as this paper was published, it would definitely shock the entire academic community. Bio would also become famous as the second author of the paper. It's something I didn't dare to think about before. When he was on the rockets, all his research results were occupied by Dr. Fuji, but under Maki shared such precious knowledge with him and asked him to write a paper. It's your credit, it's good, it's well written. Let's publish it now. Let the media promote it vigorously. It just so happens that our battle simulator will be launched. In this way, the east wind of this paper, our products, it will definitely sell out, Maki said. Masaki was very excited when he looked at the content of the paper. Bio's scientific research strength and Masaki's unique understanding of super evolution. This paper completely explained the principle of super evolution. By the way, our battle simulator must also add the super evolution system. Of course, this requires Krypton gold to obtain the corresponding keystones and evolution fossils. It can be slowly put on various super evolution types and continue to maintain heat. Maki thought about it for a while and talked about a long list of marketing strategies. After being poisoned by many game manufacturers in his previous life, he was a little clear about these things. Perfect strategy. Sometimes I really want to know how the boss's brain looks. I can easily tell these strategies that we could not think of at all. I really want to study the boss's brain well and then clone it. Bio said something terrifyingly, making people unable to tell whether it was a joke or a truth. Hey, let's talk less of this kind of cold joke. Bio is really not funny. If you do this, you won't be able to find a partner in the future, Maki complained. Bio often jokes with him, but these jokes make it difficult for him to break it. Boss, you know I don't care about those things at all. For me, biological form continuation is only secondary. Spiritual pursuit is real, and the development of Evergreen Company is everything, Bio said calmly. He had already completed the final edit of the paper and controlled the mouse to press the publish button. This cross-age paper was published on the most authoritative paper website in the Pokemon world. This website almost brings together most cutting-edge scientific papers and is being paid attention to by most scientific researchers. Now Masaki and Bio's papers will also be here to stir up the storm. The first person to see this paper is naturally the website's reviewer. The auditor who can be an auditor of such a top website was also from a scientific research background. On super evolution discussion on new evolutionary forms, the reviewer saw the title of the paper and looked at the introduction of the paper and suddenly felt a sensation in his heart. After the final evolutionary form, can you actually undergo a more advanced evolution? I'll go. The auditor had some doubts in his mind, thinking that it was another imaginary paper written by a bastard. He had seen all kinds of jerks for so many years as an auditor, but after clicking in his e-press, Zion changed suddenly because this paper has real experimental pictures and the various data listed seem to be fine. It is a paper with a very rigorous structure. From the wording of the paper, we can see that the person who writes the paper is definitely a big shot with rich scientific research experience. So that's the case. A specific Pokemon is the key to unlocking the energy of the fossil. As long as you have these props and have deep feelings for Pokemon, you can complete super evolution. After reading the paper, the reviewer suddenly understood what super. He immediately looked at the author of the paper and couldn't wait to know who the writer was. However, the essay writer is not any doctor he is familiar with, but writes the Evergreen Tree Group. The BU is the Evergreen Group. It's really incredible. The auditors have also heard of the name of this company recently. They heard that their VR glasses are very popular and are a company with strong technical skills. Unpectedly, in scientific research, Evergreens actually have such strength. It seems that they will pay more attention to their subsequent products in the future. The reviewer immediately passed the paper and then contacted his colleague and placed the paper on the most conspicuous section of the entire website. In this way, this paper suddenly detonated the entire network and all large media were discussing events related to super evolution. Some authoritative scientific research institutions conducted replica experiments as soon as possible to prove the feasibility of the thesis. For a moment, with the media's unrelenting publicity, everyone knew about the super evolution. Posts about keystones and super evolution fossils are filled with major forums, and tycoons often show off their super evolution Pokemon, which aroused the admiration of all netizens. As the author of this epoch-making paper, Evergreen's company suddenly reached the forefront and was recognized by many people. After Evergreen officially announced that it will release a battle simulator game equipped with a super evolution system on its own VR glasses platform, VR glasses suddenly became popular and the entire company was busy. They worked overtime to expand several production lines but still couldn't fill the gap in demand. Everyone probably has the same idea. Since you can't experience the cool super evolution in reality, reality than just experience it in the game. Besides, VR glasses are originally a cross-age electronic device and buying them directly is not a loss. In this way, with the impact of multiple hotspots, the market has become a situation where it is difficult to find. Evergreen Company also successfully e-ported VR glasses to various other regions and became a large company with popularity all over the world. Masaka Mr. Zifyuki from Duan Company has just sent a message to communicate with us and want to reach a cooperative relationship with us. Many doctors have also sent you personal invitations saying that they want to talk to you about it. For Evolution invite you to participate in their scientific research project. In Maki's office, Natsu was holding a piece of paper full of words and reporting quickly. Maki is no longer as leisurely as before. He looked like a boss. Chapter 102. The competition officially begins. Bio will discuss the cooperation with Duan Company. Please refuse the invitation from other doctors first. Maki knocked on the table and said helplessly. The super evolving papers fermented too quickly. Not long after, it made him famous in the entire academic circle, and Evergreen also became a highly known company. Okay Maki, I will let my men contact you. Natsu put down the documents in her hand and said, now she is becoming more and more skilled. She is reporting on her work here and stamping her superpowers there, which is very efficient. Don't worry, clean up and be ready to leave, Maki suddenly said. Natsu looked very confused. After Maki said that, she remembered that they still had to participate in the Gymnasium Master Challenge. I heard that this challenge will be broadcast live on TV throughout the entire process, and it is not as simple as a simple entertainment competition. Taiyuan has reached a cooperation with Evergreen Company on behalf of Zijin City. This event will also be sponsored by Evergreen Company throughout the tournament, and the exposure will be very high. After packing up, Maki and Natsu rushed to the scene separately. What we were going to do today is a lottery ceremony, and then the tense first round of the competition will begin soon. Masaki, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I'm almost bored. In Zijin City Gymnasium, Masaki rushed to the place. He agreed with Zulan. In this competition, Zulan will not participate in the competition but will participate in the competition in the form of special commentary guest. Zulan, as the league champion, will conduct sharp comments and commentaries, and this commentary will also be more impressive. I'll praise me more when playing my game. Zulan, my reputation is in your hands. If I'm sharply criticized by the world champion in public, my career as a trainer will be. It was dark, Maki said. When he learned that Zulan was going to plane, he began to worry about this. Don't worry, I'm absolutely professional and objective. My purpose is to say whatever you want and not talk nonsense, Zulan said, patting her chest. She didn't have time to praise Genshu, so how could she take this opportunity to criticize him, unless he really made a particularly serious mistake. But with Zulan's understanding of Genshu, he is the rare kind of fighting people who can stay calm and not make mistakes at the same time. Then I'm relieved. Let's enjoy my wonderful game now. It will definitely make your blood boil. Maki waved his hand and said, the lottery is about to begin and Maki has to rush to the lottery venue. Due to the temporary expansion of the scale of the Gymnasium Master Challenge, it has now been changed to a single attribute challenge, and the participants are no longer limited to the road. The owner of the museum and some elite trainers also participated in the competition. The rule of the game is that you can only use Pokemon with determined attributes, and the team can have up to 3 Pokemons and play singles. The total number of participants reached 32, which is considered a relatively high-quality competition. Moreover, due to Maki's participation, this competition has received a lot of publicity from the media. Everyone wants to know whether the first author of the Super Evolution paper will make a Super Evolution on the field. You should know that although all trainers have probably realized the concept of Super Evolution, they have not really seen Super Evolution on the field. After all the contestants arrived at the lottery venue, the staff made some preparation. The lottery ceremony officially began. The host also spoke the opening remark with the microphone. Hello everyone, welcome to the first ever Green Cup Single Attribute Challenge. I am the host Ilu, and I am very honored to be the host of the event and accompany you the entire schedule. This time our Single Attribute Challenge has gathered many popular contestants such as the well-known model in Hezhong area and the owner of Lei Wen Gymnasium Xiao Zhuer, the beautiful girl from Guangdu, and the owner of Hualan Gymnasium Xiao Ia, and Natsi, the owner of the Golden Gymnasium from Guangdu area, and Yasha, the owner of the beautiful girl from Bayan Town. Our special commentator is the champion from Shenao, Miss Zulan. If you want to hear the champion's unique insights on the battle, please lock in our event. Of course, there is also the boss of Evergreen Company who sponsored this competition and the first author of the paper on Super Evolution, a discussion on new evolution forms. Masaki, I heard that the player Maki played instead of the owner of the Iron Rotary Hall. He used a steel attribute Pokemon. He will also truly show Super Evolution in this competition. competition and unveil the mystery of super evolution for everyone. Please stay tuned. After the host's long opening remarks ended, the lottery ceremony officially began live. Maki was the first to draw. He put on a competition uniform with the evergreen logo and went on stage drawing out his number. Coincidentally, he happened to draw number 1 and was assigned to the upper half of the area. Other contestants also started drawing lots one after another and completed the draw ceremony. After the draw, the first round of the game will soon begin. Maki's opponent is the player who draws the second number. He is not the owner of the museum but an elite trainer with long blue hair. I heard that the fighting attribute he used have a certain advantage over the steel attributes of Masaki. Moreover, since the true tree only has 2 giant mantis and Lucario which are steel attributes and the competition can use up to 3 Pokemons with the same attribute, he will always face 2 during this competition. The situation of playing 3. The 2 players quickly took their seats on the court waiting for the referee's order. All Maki's competitions were set as the focus competition, so various cameras have been placed net to the venue striving to present the audience with the best viewing experience. At this time on the commentator stage, several commentators were also chatting. In addition to Zulan, there were 2 other people. One was Zyla, who had just been the host, and the other was a commentator who had been planning the competition for decades. I heard that he was also a powerful trainer in the top 5 national competitions before, so this time the commentator lineup is Lu Urias. 2 teachers, what do you think about the match between the Maki player? It seems that it is very unfavorable for Pokemon with steel attributes to encounter Pokemon with fighting attribute. As the host, Zyla took the lead in starting the topic. With this kind of attribute disadvantage, it will test the player's command level even more. I hope that players of Maki can find the correct strategy to deal with it. He said. Chapter 103. My power is above you. Zulan, what do you think? As the league champion, I believe I have a lot of experience in combating the counter-attack. I wonder if I can share it with the Zyla continued to ask. Zulan always felt a little restless. Faced with the problem of Zyla, she fell into thinking and didn't know what to say. In my opinion, the reverse attribute is indeed a bit of a disadvantage, but as long as I play my own, I can win the game. After thinking for a long time, Zulan said, you are right. Don't pay too much attention to your opponent's situation. As long as you show your best self, you can improve your chances of winning. It is worthy of being the champion's opinion. I wonder if you trainers have learned it. Zyla said smoothly. The commentator was having a lot of talk, and at this time Maki's competition officially began on the field. At the referee's order, both of them released their Pokemon. The one used by the Masaki is naturally the giant pintail mantis. In this single attribute challenge, it will play as the absolute main force of the Masaki. The opponent uses a fighting attribute monster. I heard that with 4 arms it can shoot 1,000 punches in 2 seconds. It is a very powerful fighting attribute Pokemon. Strange Force Male. Qualification level green. Attribute fighting. Characteristics perseverance. Strength level 36. Senior level 30-40. Introduction. The strange Pokemon uses a 1,000,000-ton Boeing to knock the blocking enemy to the other end of the horizon. Without thinking that the player Maki used the giant clamp mantis, which is a very rare Pokemon. It has a combination of insect attributes and steel attributes, so he is not afraid of fighting attribute. But if you face strange power, you should pay attention to the Boeing attack of strange power. Zylu and Lai on the commentary stage have already started chatting and analyzed the possible situations of the game. The giant mantis of the true tree are very strong, so this game should be very easy to win. Zulan said amazingly. It's actually a giant mantis that can be recognized by the league champion. It seems that we can wait and see this time. And don't forget that in the paper of the Maki player, the giant pliers mantis can use the super evolution Pokemon. Will super evolution appear? It's really exciting. On the battlefield, the game has officially begun. The strange force quickly rushed towards the giant clamp mantis as soon as the game started, bringing the distance between it and the giant clamp mantis. Strange power is a Pokemon that is good at close attacks, while the giant clamp mantis is a gorilla Pokemon, so if you pull the giant clamp mantis into close combat, you can gain a great advantage. The opponent's elite trainer has a very clear fighting style and looks very experienced. Giant pliers mantis dodge. Faced with the slightly bulky monster, the giant clamp mantis lightly dodged and avoided the attack of the monster. It moved quickly and divided several clones into one go. As the clones flickered, it had already hit several clones at the monster. The giant clamp mantis has a very tricky attack position, and he always takes the monster's head to hit him. When the monster was about to counter-attack, the giant clamp mantis dodged and appeared in another position, avoiding the monster's attack. It is worthy of being the giant pliers mantis that the champion is optimistic about. It is completely easy to face the attack of strange forces. Yes, if I were a trainer of strange power, I wouldn't know what to do now. The speed gap is too big. If the attack is not hit at all, I can't win at all. Seeing the wonderful performance of of the giant clamp mantis. Zilu and Lai He shouted out loud and cheered for the giant clamp mantis. However, Zulan still maintained the calmness of the championship. She said the giant pliers mantis didn't show much strength at all. It seems that the trainer with strange power needs to practice more. I believe that he will definitely find himself and his strange power lacking after this battle, and he will train harder in the future. Zilu was really scared by Zulan's sharp comments and immediately smoothed it out. The more nervous the situation is, the less panicked the strange power will be. You have to calm down and guess the location of the giant clamp mantis. If you attack blindly like this, it will be difficult to cause an effective attack. Li Hee plained, give your own insight. On the battlefield, the strange power finally found an opportunity and punched a heavy punch facing the giant pliers of the mantis. The strange power had just shown an E-sided look, and his E-pression changed immediately, because the moment it faced the giant pliers mantis, it felt a huge force coming and was beaten backwards for several meters, landing on the edge of the field. The strange power's eyes were full of horror. It was actually crushed in the power it was best at. That giant mantis is so scary. The look of the strange force looking at the giant clamp mantis was filled with fear. Oh my god, the strange power actually lost this power showdown. Is the giant clamp mantis so strong? It seems we still underestimate it. Little Deer and Lai Hee claimed. Actually, Gensha's playing style is still a little too cautious. If it were me, I would just let the giant clamp mantis rush up and punch and knock down the monster power at the beginning. Zulan also gave her insight. I am worthy of being the champion. My tactics are simple but very effective. Masaka's approach is actually very good. If you don't know the opponent's strength, it's better to test it first. This is also a relatively stable approach. Lai He gave a different view. He became more and more pleasing to Maki. He thought he would be very good at establishing Evergreen Company at such a young age, but he didn't expect that he had achieved the ultimate in all aspects. He is the author of the sensational papers all over the world. He even has the style of a master in the Pokemon battle and is even very handsome. Giant clamp mantis use bullet fist. Maki was commanding as if giving an ultimatum to the monster. The giant clamp mantis appeared in front of the strange force as if passing through space, and a bright light appeared on the red right clamp. A punch was shot, causing a wave of air, making a sharp sonic boom. Strange power, stop it, said the long-haired elite trainer uneasily. But the strange power seemed to have not heard it, just staring blankly at the fist that was rapidly growing bigger. The direct defeat in the power showdown just now made the monster completely lose its self-confidence. Its eyes are full of despair and cannot develop fighting spirit. Bang! A muffled sound was made and the giant clamp mantis's bullet fist hit the target accurately, and the strange power fell into a coma. The giant clamp mantis successfully defeated the opponent's first Pokemon and got a good start. Chapter 104. You strengthen, I strengthen too. This is the oppression of the giant clamp mantis. The strange power actually lost its fighting spirit. Actually, this is quite normal. If you lose in the field you are best at, no matter who you are, you will suffer a setback. Actual life monster power has been done well, but the giant mantis of the Maki player are too strong. Zilu and Lai He on the commentary stage discussed again. Zulan didn't say anything this time because she thought it was natural for the giant pliers to win and there was no need to describe it too much. In the venue, the long-haired trainer also sent his second Pokemon. It is a dog-shaped Pokemon. It is short, has strong limbs, a cute face, and has a cone on its head which look harmless. As soon as it got on the stage, it began to sway left and right as if it was dancing some kind of dance. Zhan Wulang male. Qualification level green. Attribute fighting. Features intimidation. Strength level 38. Introduction. If you are intoxicated by its gorgeous and smooth kicking moves like a dance, you will be greeted with a powerful blow. The second Pokemon of the number 2 player is actually Zhan Wulang. This is a very rare Pokemon. Yes, they are all evolutionary types of fearless boys. Zhan Wulang's evolutionary conditions are a little more complicated than Felulang and Quaquanlang, so the corresponding number is much smaller. Seeing Zhan Wulang, the two commentators started discussing again. I wonder what kind of surprise this Zhan Wulang will bring to us. Zulan champion, what do you think of this game? Zilu asked. I feel it quite boring because the giant mantis will win easily. Zulan yawned and said she felt like she was in jail here, so she might as well go shopping with Maki. I decided, and after the competition of Maki is over I will go shopping with him. A few days ago when I was shopping with Xiao Ia and the others, I found several good shops that I could go and have a look with Mashu. Hearing Zulan's answer, Zilu twitched the corner of her mouth, paused and said, it seems that Zulan champion is still very confident in the giant pliers of the Maki player. Indeed, the strength that the giant pliers just earned has given people admire it. Let's see how the number 2 player will deal with it. On the battlefield, Zhan Wulang emitted a terrifying momentum as soon as he came on the field, which affected the giant clamp mantis to a certain E10. This is Zhan Wulang's intimidation feature. It can intimidate the opponent by plotting momentum and causing the opponent opponent's attack to decrease. However, because the giant pliers mantis itself is too powerful, the intimidation effect is also very effective. Zhan Wulang Beautify. The number 2 player learned his lesson this time and no longer took the initiative to attack but chose to strengthen first and respond to changes in the same way. A red light emerged from Zhan Wulang's body. His muscles continued to bulge, becoming strong and powerful, and his attack and defense were also constantly improving. Have you chosen to strengthen? Then let's strengthen 2 giant pliers mantis, Maki said softly. The keystone on his body burst into dazzling colorful light, and at the same time the evolution fossil on the giant lamp mantis also echoed the keystone. The surging evolutionary energy was surging, turning into a purple cocoon and wrapped the giant mantis firmly. The entire battlefield suddenly became radiant, making it difficult to see what was happening. Is it finally coming? The legendary super evolution. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the super evolution that Maki used in the first game was really exciting. Looking at the light on the venue, the 2 commentators suddenly became excited. Even Zulan sat upright and stared at the real tree. Super evolution too strong. Mom, I want to learn this too. Masaki, it's so gratifying. At this time many people in Fengyuan jumped up in front of the TV, their faces full of excitement. This will be the first time super evolution has appeared in a live game, and it is a major event that can be recorded in history. Maki raised the keystone in his hand with one hand and said, the gathered power will become an iron fist that runs through the world and a path for shining light. Mega evolve. Appear super giant pliers mantis. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple cocoon wrapped in the giant mantis plotted. The giant pliers mantis also appeared in front of everyone in a new posture. The steel skin with a shiny metallic luster is now covered with many black armor, and the iron pliers like faucet contain the power to shock the world. This is the super giant mantis. As soon as the super giant mantis appeared on the stage, a terrifying momentum spread, causing the dancing pace of Zhan Wulang on the opposite side to slow down. What a terrifying momentum! This is what the giant clamp mantis looks like after the evolution. Super evolution, an evolutionary method that breaks the limits of Pokemon, has recently been an authoritative paper that explains super evolution well, and the first author of this paper is Maki. Spectators, please remember this game today, which will be remembered by everyone. The 2 commentators explained enthusiastically. The audience in front of the TV actually didn't need the host to remind him. As early as the keystone of the Maki shone, they spontaneously turned on the TV's recording function to prepare to record this memorable competition. Zulan also looked at the super giant mantis of the tree, and a fiery expression appeared on her face. Last time I heard from Maki that the shark can also evolve. Super evolved. It seems that Maki must get a set of keystones and evolution fossils for himself in the future. Fierce bite of the shark. Now it has almost reached its limit and its strength has become very slow. With this super evolution its strength should be soaring. Is it actually super evolution? But I won't admit defeat. Zhan Wulang used close combat. Although the number 2 player looked shocked, he still commanded calmly. No matter how powerful the super evolution is, you still have to fight to know your true strength. If he successfully break through super evolution, will he be able to leave his name in history? Thinking of this, the number 2 player became a little excited. Zhan Wulang also made a backflip, pressed the cone on his head to the ground and continued to rotate like a gyro. It rotated forward with a very fast speed. It came to the super giant mantis and jumped high, leaping high with the powerful inertia brought by the rotation. He kicked the mantis at the super giant pliers. Faced with Zhan Wulang's fierce attack, the super giant mantis had no intention of dodging and simply swung out one plier. Boom! Zhan Wulang flew out like a cannonball, hit the wall of the gymnasium and embedded it deeply. Chapter 105. If it is a real tree, then it's okay. Is this the power of super evolution? He actually defeated the opponent with just one blow, Xylui claimed, and the super giant mantis seems to have enough energy. It's really amazing. Li, he also echoed. On the field, the number 2 player silently tended his hand to the referee and signaled to admit defeat. Although he had the last Pokemon left, there was no need to send it up and be beaten up now. The other party's super giant mantis is so terrifying that he has no way to deal with it. He can only become a background board that sets off the super evolutionary power. Player number 1-1. The referee waved the flag and announced, because the opponent made a direct shot, Maki successfully won the game. The contestant number 2 went to take back the Zhan Wulang who was embedded in the wall, and Xilu also got off the commentary stage as soon as possible and prepared to start an interview with Maki. Xilu came to Maki's side and many cameras were aimed at them all at once, and the interview session officially began. So the first question, Maki player, we have seen the super evolution you just used. Can you introduce this evolution to our audience? There should be many viewers who are still using this new combat mode. I don't understand it a little. Today Maki happened to be here to answer it. He is the first author of the super evolution paper. He is the most authoritative figure in this field now. Maki took the microphone handed over by Xiaolu and said super evolution is a brand new way of evolution. Some Pokemon with super evolution potential can use this to break through its limits and evolve into a more advanced form. This is the keystone, this is the evolution fossil. As long as you have these two props at the same time plus a little bit of bonding power, you can start to evolve super. Maki briefly introduced it and immediately gave everyone a general concept. Of course, since super evolution has just been proposed, the prices of keystones and evolutionary fossils will inevitably increase. I hope everyone can stay rational and not pursue it too much now. It will be a better choice to buy it when the price is stable. Of course, if you really want to experience super evolution, you can also pay attention to the battle simulator game that our Evergreen company will be released soon, which will also be equipped with a super evolution system. You can use a virtual reality environment that is the same as reality. Experience the most exciting battle. If you want it, be sure to buy it. Also, after the battle simulator is released, the ladder battle mode will be opened. In the first place of each season you can get a keystone given by Evergreen company, and there are also large-scale alliance coins bonuses, so everyone, let's start the battle quickly. After the game finished a bunch of pre-prepared advertising slogans, he stopped. I believe that with the advertisements for this interview, the sales of the game sold should increase a lot in the future. Xiaolu continued, okay, thank you very much for our Maki player for explaining super evolution to us in very concise language. You can pay attention to the upcoming game of Evergreen company. So the second question is, player Maki, do you have any prospect for this single attribute challenge? Xiaolu asked with the microphone. Since you've participated, then just win the championship. Let's say sorry to other players first. They'll just be able to compete for the runner-up. I'm a very domineering speech. I'm worthy of being a player of Maki. Only with such a positive and enterprising heart can players achieve such achievements at such an age. Xiaolu added, net the last question is, it is also a very concerning issue for our audience. Will you bring other surprises to the audience in the net game? This is a good question. I do have something not shown. I think everyone can wait and see. Maki smiled slightly, leaving everyone with enough mystery. Okay, thank you very much for accepting our interview with Maki. Please continue to pay attention to our single attribute challenge. There will be more exciting competitions to meet you in the net round, so our post-match interview ends here. It's over. Please continue to pay attention to our competition. The deer bowed after completing the ending speech. Maki's post-match interview officially ended. It's finally over, Masaka, let's go quickly. As soon as the interview ended, Zulan, who was just waiting in the audience, rushed to the side of the tree and said, let's go. Where are you going? Don't you still want to continue to e-plane? Genshu asked in confusion. He always felt that Zulan had just slipped away like this, which was a bit bad. What are you afraid of? You are the exclusive sponsor of this competition. I'll go with you. Does anyone dare to say a word? Zulan said, majestic and with the champion's unique domineering aura, it really makes her feel a bit domineering. Now, yes, you're right. There's no game for me net time. We can go directly. Maki has not adapted to his identity as a big boss. This whole competition was sponsored by our own company, and there is no problem with such a small matter. You are really hiding it. Real Tree has just started to build a company and it can reach its current scale. Moreover, your products are all high-tech across the ages, and Shen-Ao can't find the same something. You even published a paper which made everyone know. What else do you don't know? Sure enough, you are so amazing, Maki. Zulan held Maki and said, since the first meeting with Masha, before Zulan thought Masha was a very magical person, she could suddenly burst out with such powerful strength and deal with the rocket's cotters, just like the strength that Masaka showed at that time. Even if Zulan has become the champion now, she is not sure to defeat him at that time. This is just a lucky draw. Maki scratched her head and smiled. You can't tell Zulan that you have an incredible system to achieve this kind of thing. Even if Zulan talks about this kind of science fiction, you won't believe it. By the way, Zulan, can you do me a favor? Maki suddenly remembered something and said, yeah. Zulan said without thinking, don't you have to ask what I asked you to do? I agreed so readily. What if it's an excessive request? Maki said softly. If it's a real tree, even if it's an excessive request, it's okay. Zulan waved her hand and said seriously. Chapter 106. This is obviously a reward. Actually, it's nothing. I just want you to make an advertisement for the game we're about to release. Maki said silently. So that's the case. I'm happy to help you. It's just an advertisement. Zulan agreed casually, and she smiled again and said, but you have to agree to my request. Maki took out the navigator and said, okay, then let's go quickly. I'll ask the people in the company to arrange it. Masaki really feels like a big boss now, Zulan teased. After a while, a black business car drove over and brought the Maki and Zulan to the shooting location. The rooms shot are all green screens, which makes it easier to add special effects in the later stage. Under the guidance of the staff, Zulan changed into a trainer suit and looked heroic. The main content of the advertisement is brainwashing. In the shooting scene, Zulan directed the Libalasha to super evolution in the game, defeating many powerful opponents in a casual manner, and finally recited another advertising slogan: "To play games I only play Pokemon Battle Simulator." The advertising slogan is designed by Realtree and the main focus is a concise question. Zulan is also very talented in being an actor. First of all, she is very photogenic. She can shoot beautifully no matter which angle she is. Moreover, she has a confident and invincible aura which makes people know that this is not an ordinary person at a glance. Of course, the most important thing is Zulan's acting skills, which are also excellent. After trying it a few times, she completely performed the invincible feeling in her happy presence after victory, which was also very well performed. Maki thinks this may be the reason why Zulan is the true character. She is an invincible trainer in reality. It is naturally no problem to play a game master. You can grasp all kinds of presence tightly. How is it? Is it okay? I'm quite nervous when I first filmed this kind of thing. After coming out of the shooting scene, Zulan asked nervously. She was a little afraid that the quality of the advertisement was not high due to her own reasons, which would disappoint Maki's trust in her. Very good. Great, not right. It should be said to be perfect. Zulan, if you develop in film and television, you will definitely be a superstar. I am impressed by your acting skills, Genshu said. Zulan's performance this time really amazed him. Masaki originally thought that as long as he had Zulan, it didn't matter how he acted. Unexpectedly, Zulan was born to make a living. Is it really that good? Genshu, you might be saying something nice to comfort me, but I actually didn't take a good photo, right? Zulan said suspiciously. I can swear to the sky and I absolutely didn't lie. Maki pointed at Tien and said, I even have a better idea now, Zulan. Otherwise we'll make a movie. I'll be the male lead. You, how about being a heroine? With our strength and appearance we can definitely perform the best movie in the world. Masaki is serious. He has to be honest, the film and television industry in the world is quite backward to let evergreens develop into the film and television industry, and Genshu just happens to have many excellent ideas in his mind. If some classic movies I have watched in my previous life are remade in this world, I cannot guarantee that they will be very popular. At least they will not fail. Besides, film and television can be combined with various other industries to exert greater brand effect. For example, the popularity of Pokemon IP in previous life was the popularity of Pokemon's animation, and many people first saw Pokemon's animation before buying the game. If you enter the film and television industry, Evergreen Company can make animation for its games, and this kind of user stickiness will continue to improve. Masaki, can you still make movies? Is that amazing? I can definitely play it. If you can be the heroine of Masaki, I will play it no matter what you say, Zulan said sweetly, slowly approaching Masaki in the arms of the tree. That's good. I will definitely make the best movie. Just as the first shot to start the film and television industry of Evergreen Company, Maki said confidently. Well, I believe in you. I will become your best heroine, Maki. Zulan hugged Masaru a little tighter. He just liked Masaru's confidence-filled look very much. After all, the passion of a boy is the most touching thing. A young man like Maki, who is full of miracles, can also shine in the film and television industry, and Zulan always believes in this. After deciding on this matter, Maki began to contact Kitatsu. If he wanted to make a movie, he could write the script himself. As for shooting, he had to find a professional shooting team. Now Evergreen Company is rich, and as the current momentum continues, Evergreen Company will only develop faster and faster. As such a large company that is rising like the rising sun, it is naturally no problem to find a top-level team. After discussing some details with Bio, Mashu was pulled away by Zulan, saying that she had done Mashu a favor and Mashu had to do her a favor. Zulan has helped the Realtree so much unconditionally, so the Realtree naturally cannot refuse. Then Zulan took the Maki and walked around the streets of Zijin City and came to an alley where a wooden sign was hung here and the 5 words "Big Tongue Hot Pot" on it had a little paint loss. Suthies, is this what you want me to help you? Come and eat hot pot with you? Mashu thought Zulan had something to do with him. She took him away for so long, but she didn't expect that she wanted him to eat hot pot with her. This was clearly a reward, so it was not considered a help. What Zulan said earlier, the Realtree would not be so ready, but then she thought about it. As the champion of the Divine AO region, if she had something she could not handle, it would be useless to change it to the Realtree. Just eat hot pot with her like this. Zulan smiled and said, I'm not afraid that you will have too high expectations. After all, the environment here is really bad. I'm afraid that our boss of Realtrees will not be used to such a small restaurant, but I guarantee it with my reputation. The hot pot here is really awesome. I met this restaurant by chance before and I was really lucky. Zulan, have you misunderstood something? I like hot pot very much. The environment of the store is nothing to do. Maki said he was a heavy hot pot lover in his previous life. Chapter 107. No one knows marketing better than me. me. Game and Zulin walked into the hot pot restaurant. The store seemed to have a bit of Iraqi style and the environment looked really simple. How many? As soon as he entered the store, an old man in an apron came up and asked, "To Dasha, do you have any pot bottom to eat?" Zulin turned around and asked, "Tomato pot, I don't like spicy food very much," Maki said. Since his previous life he developed the good habit of eating hot pot, only tomato pot. He never eats spicy food, so he stayed away from various anorectal diseases. "Oh my god, Genshu, if you don't eat spicy food then your life will be less fun," Zulin said with an expression of sighing. "So that's the case, boss. Let's have a double pot, butter pot and tomato pot." Zulin skillfully completed the order. "Okay, please sit down, please too," the boss responded and went to work hard. Mashu and Zulin also found a place to sit down and prepared to eat. After a while the bottom of the pot was served. "I boiled a piece of mutton in the game and it felt very delicious. However, there are not many people coming to eat such a delicious place. There are no other customers in the entire store, so I can only see 2 people, Mashu and Zulin. It seems that the wine is indeed fragrant and I am afraid that the alley is deep. Such a good store is not popular because it is too remote. Boss, are you considering redecorating it? If you do another advertisement it will definitely become popular." Maki asked the boss net to him. "Sorry, the environment in our store is too simple and we plan to close the store net month. Because the turnover is too low we have to close the store." The boss sighed and said, "The sales of the store have been falling again and again, but the rent is getting higher and higher, which makes the boss unable to support it at all, so he can only change the industry. After the board is ready you may make more money than opening a store now. It's a pity to close the store like this. Otherwise I'll do it like this. Boss, we can invest in your store. Maybe we can help your store become popular." Maki raised her mouth. Evergreens is now at a time of rapid expansion, so it is okay to go to the catering industry. Masahi is planning to buy the boss's store and change his name to operate it. Then when do you intentionally or unintentionally say that the food here is delicious? Then can this store be revitalized? Now the Shizu is just a living billboard. Not to mention it in Zijin City, it is just a well-known figure in the entire Fengyuan area. Right, he is the boss of Evergreen Company and he can help you. Zulin also said that if the store is closed she will definitely be very sad. "What? You're the one who was playing on TV yesterday." The boss finally recognized Masaki. He was thinking just now that this handsome guy seemed very familiar. After being reminded by Zulin he remembered that Masaki was the handsome guy on TV yesterday. He is so amazing. He founded the company at a young age and reached the level of Fengyuan. "Okay, thank you so much." The boss shook Maki's hand excitedly and said he believes in Masha's strength very much. With his help his hot pot restaurant will definitely become popular. "Okay, someone will come to you to discuss the details of the cooperation and then we will change to another store. This store is still too remote. I think there is a good store in the city center, so we will buy it there later." Maki thought about it and said a few plans. "If you want to open a store the location is still very important. For example, the current location of this store is probably not even if someone wants to find it, which is too embarrassing." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The owner of the hot pot restaurant looked very excited. As soon as Maki opened his mouth he could change the store to run it in the city center. It was something he didn't dare to think about before. "Also, the name of your store is not very good now. It is not catchy enough and it is easy for diners to remember it easily. You have to change your name. I think it called Hello Lao. In the future our chain hot pot restaurant will be unified. Only by calling this name can you remember the store name to have greater brand benefits," Masaka said again. "Okay, this name is very good. I remembered it all at once. I am worthy of being the boss of a big company." The way to look at problems is thorough. Although the owner of the hot pot restaurant doesn't know what brand benefits are, he knows that Genshu is his noble person, so he just can only praise him hard. "I didn't expect that Masha knew so much. Sometimes I really doubt how your brain grew. It's a little too evil." Zulin looked at Masha, her eyes full of different spirit. "Also, the elements in the store can also be improved and you can link them with various products from our Evergreen Company, such as giving figures and souvenirs when eating hot pot or putting on bowls in the hot pot restaurant. Print our company's game characters and so on, so that it will naturally attract a group of gamers." The more Maki thought about it the more excited he became. He discovered that he had learned the routines about restaurant marketing in his previous life. Now his inspiration comes one after another. "Well, this is indeed a very good promotion method." The owner of the hot pot restaurant silently took out a small notebook and was listening attentively to Dasha's words, recording all these inspirations. From now on Masha will be his boss. The owner of the hot pot restaurant is still very eye-catching. Now he is treating Masha with the attitude towards his immediate boss. "Genshu, are there any other strategies? I'll learn it too." Zulin also took out a small notebook and looked at Zongshu with anticipation. She felt that Masaka's business talent was simply too terrifying. It seemed that his success was not accidental. It can be seen from these powerful strategies. Of course there is one. We can label our store with some good labels such as good service or delicious or something else. For service, try to train the newly recruited waiters and consider the customer's feelings. In addition, we can launch some activities such as if a customer is about to celebrate his birthday, we can organize the waiters to celebrate their birthday. This will become the exclusive feature of our store. If you have a good reputation, you can find some kind of support in the early stage of the store and write more articles praising our store online. In this way, under the promotion of public opinion, even if our store is not that delicious, everyone I would also think it's okay. Maki talked endlessly as soon as she opened her mouth. In the Pokemon world, he could confidently say that no one knows hot pot restaurants better than me. Chapter 108, Meeting Parents. So that's how it is. Zulan and the hot pot restaurant managers are actively taking note. Although they don't understand what Masaki is saying, they just feel very good. That's all, let's keep the rest open and open the store. After thinking about it, these ideas should be enough. Although marketing is very important, what is more important is the taste of the hot pot restaurant. Based on the current taste level in the store, Masaki believes that there will definitely be a show. It will be overall can be done. Then we'll leave. Just wait and connect with the people coming from the company. After chatting with the boss for a while, Mashu and Zulan said goodbye to the boss and left the store. I originally wanted to chat for a while, but a call that surprised Mashu suddenly came over. The person who called was actually Dr. Odamasa, who had never contacted since the beginning. The doctor asked him to go back, but I don't know what happened. Zulan, I have to go back to Wayabai town. Dr. Odajuku has something to come to me. Maki and Zulan said, I want to go sit on my fiery road shark, it will be faster. Zulan said, I was very happy with Mashu. I finally had a date with Mashu. Now she doesn't want to be separated from Mashu, just want to stick to him all the time. Okay, the doctor would be surprised if he saw you. Maki smiled. He could have imagined that the doctor would see Zulan's Pres Zion. The champion of Shenao actually went home with his children. Anyone would be shocked if it were. Masaka, do you think we are meeting the parents? Zulan suddenly shuddered and said, a little excited. She remembered that Dr. Odazumaki was Maki's adoptive father, so wouldn't this be meeting the parent? Yes, how about it? Are you scared? Mashu hooked Zulan's chin and said with a smile, no, I'm not afraid at all. Don't forget I'm a real champion. Zulan raised her chest and said proudly. A champion momentum spread on her body and it really had an invincible smell. Okay, then let's go now and set off right away. Maki said, that's not possible. It's a big deal to see parent. You have to dress better. Zulan said solemnly. She returned to the hotel where she stayed, changed into a beautiful long dress and put on a little light makeup which was like a fairy walking out of the painting. How is it? Is it okay? Zulan came out of her room, turned around gently and said proudly. Seeing Maki's fascinated look, Zulan was very satisfied and nodded. This is a little too much, it's just a normal meeting. Maki swallowed and said, just say if your sister looks good or not, it's over. Little real tree. The bamboo orchid lotus steps moved lightly, approached the real tree and teased softly. It's very nice. It's like a fairy descending to earth. I want to kiss you so beautifully. Mashu said seriously as he looked at Zulan's eyes full of colorful eyes. What are you waiting for, little fool? Zulan pressed her index finger against Mashu's chest and gently turned around. Then I'm not polite. Faced with Zulan's intentional provocation, Mashu couldn't bear it and hugged Zulan's waist directly and kissed her passionately. In Wayabai town, in front of Odajuku Research Institute, a terrifying fierce-bit road shark slowly landed in front of the gate from the sky. Maki and Zulan came down from Liju and saw the door suddenly open. It was Maki's adoptive father, Dr. Odazu. Masaki finally back. Dr. Odamaru was very excited when he saw Maki and came up and gave Maki a hug. You kid, I told you to contact me less. It's not that I didn't contact me. I've been traveling for so long and I didn't even make a phone call. It seems that my relationship has faded. Dachu. Dr. Odamasa teased. It's not true, I'm just afraid to disturb your work. Also, Doctor, who do you think this is? Maki responded casually, pointed to the bamboo orchid net to her and said, okay you kid, how long has it been gone? You can actually find a girlfriend to come back. I'm going. Isn't this the champion Zulan of the God of God? Only then did Odajuku notice that there was a girl net to Maki and laughed happily, but when he saw Zulan's practice clearly, he suddenly changed his face and looked disbelief. His own boy actually brought back Mu Zilan's granddaughter and the champion of the God Ao Li. Although he has been very famous recently, this is a bit outrageous. Hello doctor, I am Zulan. I'm very happy to know you. Zulan showed a sweet smile which was so beautiful that she bowed gently to Dr. Odazumaki and said, you are so nice, very welcome. Speaking of which, I met you at a doctor's tea session when I was a child. I didn't expect you to grow up so old now, and time passes so quickly. Dr. Odazumaki laughed, opened the door and continued, Maki, Zulan, come in quickly. Yeah, Dashi, let go. Zulan skillfully held Maki's hand and walked into the institute with Maki. Mao Shu, take Zulan to sit for a while. I'll go make a pot of tea. As soon as he entered the inside, the doctor left. He came to the kitchen alone and celebrated with his fist. Looking at the intimate look of Zhenshu Zulan just now, my kid really got the league championship. Unexpectedly, Maki was so hidden and would not be e-posed. If he didn't go home, he would make a big deal for him as soon as he got home and brought his girlfriend to the league champion home. Masaki, what did I do wrong just now? The doctor has been here for so long. At this time, Zulan was uneasily asking Mashu on the sofa in the living room of the institute with a little more panic on her face. She is really afraid it won't work if you leave a bad impression on the doctor. It's okay, I know him. It's a sign of satisfaction with you after going there for a long time. The doctor should be celebrating now, celebrating that I found such a powerful girlfriend, Maki said, revealing the doctor's past without mercy. All aspects of Zulan can be said to be perfect. She has a very powerful family background, is beautiful, and is also a league champion in the same region. With such conditions, I guess there will be no second in the entire Pokemon world, so the doctor should be too happy. So why would he be dissatisfied? Zulan's worries are completely redundant. Zhenshu, then I'm relieved. Zulan smiled happily. Chapter 109, The Doctor's Meeting Ceremony. Masaki, come here to help. The doctor's voice came from the kitchen and Mashu immediately ejected from the sofa and rushed over. Dr. Otazumaki had already brewed tea and put a whole tray of desserts on it. It seemed that he valued the customers this time. Doctor, that's too much. Maki picked up the tray full of desserts on the table and said, I always feel a little flattered. Before, the doctor would not have taken so many things out to entertain guests. It seems that the real tree was covered with bamboo orchids this time. What do you know? The league champion finally came to our institute. How can you not entertain well? You kid is now the boss of a big company. Why do you still ask me such a low-level question? Dr. Otazusa said angrily. But before, in the memory of Maki's predecessor, he clearly remembered that when Feng Yuan champion Mikali came to the institute, the doctor only brought a few cups of boiled water. But the doctor is the elder of the Shinshu after all, so let's just talk back or something. After putting the dessert and tea on the tea table in the living room, Dr. Otazumaki and Zulan were silent, all of a sudden not knowing what to say. I said, take, you are really amazing now. You have achieved amazing achievements after just a short period of time. Even if I read your paper, I can't find any problem. I feel that your talent in research has completely surpassed mine. Dr. Otamasaki remembered something, took a sip of tea and said, no doctor, I just provided some ideas. The rest of the main parts of the paper were written by the second author Bu. If you want to compare with the doctor, it should be far behind. Maki waved his hand quickly and said, no, the most important thing about a paper is the theoretical essence. In the past, we all needed to prove our views through repeated e-periment. I didn't expect you to do the opposite. You have a view first and then an e-periment. Dr. Otaku, I continued to drink a sip of tea and continued, and I think the various products of your company are also very good, just like that VR glasses. I really want to buy one, but the institute funding has been a bit tight recently. Doctor, what are you talking about? Isn't mine yours? I'll bring back all the products in the company tomorrow for you to choose from, Masaki said in panic. Yes doctor, I recently shot an advertisement for the battle simulator for Maki Shin. You can try it after. The doctor Zulan also echoed and smiled. Okay, I will definitely support the product taken by Zulan. Also Maki, please ask you for the funds for the subsequent research institute. You also know that when I go on a business trip, I always have insufficient funds. The doctor laughed. Also Zhenshu, how did you and Zulan meet? I have to listen carefully to this. Dr. Otazuka finally got the point this time. Well doctor, do you still remember the incident that happened in Orange Hua Forest a few months ago? Maki and Zulan looked at each other and spoke slowly. What, did you meet at that time? I remember that the rockets were involved in that incident, but the specific process of the incident has not been determined yet. You met at that time. Dr. Otazumaki looked excited when he had eaten a big melon. He sat upright looking at listening carefully. Yes, this may be fate. When I was young, I met Rabbi Shi in the forest. Rabbi Shi was going to take me through time and space to play, but I didn't expect to meet the rocket. Thanks to meeting the true tree save us. Zulan took the talk and told the story in a casual manner. She is also an eyewitness of the incident and remembers various details more clearly than Maki. You know, unlike the real tree, for Zulan many years have passed. After so many years, she still told all the details without missing a single word. When the rabbi was rescued, when he talked, the doctor couldn't help but shed tears and smiled again. It's really hard for you Maki. I'm about to encounter such an incident just now when I first started my cottage. Fortunately, you solved it perfectly. Otazumaki laughed. After listening to Zulan's story, he was even more proud of Zhenshu. He was able to do the rabbi's feat when he was a newcomer trainer. This kid is really extraordinary. No wonder he was able to achieve such a big result later. Then I'm going to get to the topic too Maki. Actually, I'm asking you back this time just for super evolution. In fact, fact, after reading your paper I realized that there are a lot of evolutionary fossils and keys in our research institute stone. I discovered it when I was young when I was doing an inspection, but I didn't know the purpose at that time. Dr. Odamasa took out a keystone from his pocket and another evolution fossil, handed it to Zulan and said, Bamal, welcome to our research institute for the first time. This keystone and evolution fossil will be given to you. I looked at it according to the judgment criteria in the True Tree paper. This should be an evolutionary fossil of the fierce bird land shark and it should be useful to you. Well, that's right, this is indeed a fossil of Ligilo shark. Zulan, you can accept it. Maki opened the eye of data analysis, nodded and said, unpectedly the doctor still has a lot of keystones and evolutionary fossils in stock. You know, super evolution is a real trend now and all keystones and evolutionary fossils have risen to sky-high prices. The pair of keystones and evolutionary fossils given to Zulan by Dr. Oda Masaki are very precious gift and they are still priceless. Doctor, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Zulan refused embarrassedly. Zulan, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. With your relationship with Mashu, you are completely our family. What are you, polite among the family? So just accept it. If you don't, I'm going to get angry. Dr. Odazumaki took a sip of tea and said angrily and put 2 stones directly on Zulan's hand. Okay, then I'll accept it, thank you, uncle. Hearing Dr. Odazusaki's words, Zulan blushed suddenly and the curve of the corners of her mouth could not be concealed. Her uncle brought her relationship with the doctor a lot closer. She took the keystone and the evolution fossil and couldn't wait to release the fiercely bitten land shark. In the white light of the elf ball, the majestic fierce road shark appeared. It also looked very happy to take the evolution fossil handed over by Zulan. Inside this stone it felt a strange energy which could allow it to break through its existing limit. Chapter 110,000 miles. Maki, and all of these are for you. See if it's useful. Dr. Odamasa continued. He took out a transparent bag full of various evolutionary fossils. Doctor, you have so much inventory, Maki claimed. He looked and took out one from the bag which was Lucario's evolution fossil. I'll take this one first, doctor. I can just super evolve Lucario. Masaki originally wanted Bio to help him acquire the evolutionary fossils on the market, but he didn't expect that there were so many doctors here, but Masaki couldn't use so many for the time being. The Pokemon he now has that can be super evolved are only the giant mantis and Lucario. Okay, it's useless to put these things here. You can come back and get them anytime if you need them. Dr. Odamasa took back the bag in his hand, took out another map, pointed to a small island on the map and said, Masaki, there is actually one more thing to ask you to come back this time. This is my previous investigation. A island I passed by recently. The instrument I stayed there to investigate suddenly discovered strange fluctuations. It should have been sent by some special Pokemon. Can you help me see it and record the data of unknown Pokemon? Come back down. No problem, uncle, let's leave it to us. I'll go with Mashu and I will definitely be able to complete the task. Before Mashu could speak, Zulan took the lead and showed great enthusiasm. He just accepted Dr. Odazumaki's gift and Zulan also wanted to help him a little. What's more, going on a business trip with the Mashu on an isolated island just in line with Zulan's wishes. Okay, but I have to wait until I finish this competition, Maki said. Okay, if Zulan is with you I will be relieved. There is no hurry to explore the island. You can go whenever you have time. Also, the owner of Kinli Pavilion at Chinjua Gymnasium has always wanted to see him. As for you, if you have time, go find him. He has been looking for me several times. Is the owner of Kinli Pavilion? He just happened to be the owner of the 5th gym and I can challenge him on the way. I wonder what he has to do with me. Masaki recited silently. Genshu, then I'll do the experiment first. There is still a paper to be published recently, so I won't be with you anymore. You and Zulan should get along well. After explaining the matter, Dr. Odazusaki got up, tidied up his white coat and said, blinking at Maki, revealing a meaningful look. Okay Zulan, let's go out too and find Kinli to Chinjua City. Mashu also stood up and said, it takes a lot of time to explore the island. Now it can only be temporarily delayed and we will continue the single attribute challenge tomorrow. But Chinjua City is very close to you. You can go there immediately. Chinjua City is a small city with a good environment because it is backed by Chinjua Forest. There are often many wild Pokemon here and the air environment is also very good. There is also a small beach to the west of the city where people often play there, which is also where the elderly hatch live. Masaki and Zulan have already taken the Ligilo shark to the boundary of Chinjua City, walking slowly on the street while admiring this familiar and unfamiliar city. Although Chinjua City is not far from Wayabai town, Genshu has never seen it well. Last time I came here I went to find Mr. Hatch and I met him on the way. I got a boy named Manchong and I don't know how he is now. This is a very beautiful city. Look at the real trees, they are all flowers. Walking on the path of Chinjua City, flowers fall from time to time on the trees beside the road, making the whole city look romantic and gorgeous. Zulan caught a petal with her hands and held it in front of the real tree as if showing off. The real tree looked up at the tree where the flowers fell and could see several green caterpillars passing through the big trees with spinning silk, and a few iron-armored pupae were still moving on the tree, waiting quietly for the time to break through the cocoon. Yes, it's great. I'll go to the Orange Hua Forest to take a look later. It's also a revisiting place. Looking at the scene in front of me, Maki felt that she felt Rella Ed suddenly. It's just a good time to go to the Chinjua Forest to take a look. It's where he and Zulan met for the first time. Good. Zulan held Maki's arm and nodded excitedly. She had long wanted to go back with Maki, but she had no chance before. According to the map, the Chinjua Gymnasium owner of Qinli Pavilion is located in the northeast of Chinjua City. When Mashu and Zulan arrived at the gym, they happened to see a handsome uncle with thick eyebrows and big eyes running to the front of the gym. He covered his knees, panting, and calmed down his excited heartbeat. It seems that I've caught up. Sorry, I'm at the entrance of the forest just now and I rushed over after receiving a call from the doctor. Hello Shinshu, I'm Qinli. Speaking of which, we are obviously neighbors, but this is the first time. It's a meeting one. Qinli stood up and smiled heartily. Although you may not be familiar with me, Xiaoao often mentions you to me. I have heard of your story of winning the magnificent competition many times. Oh, so is Zhenshu still a coordination trainer? Zulan's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Yes, my daughter often shows me the game videos at that time. Maki's talent in coordinating the trainer is rare in the world. Qinli laughed. Uncle Qinli, thank you. You have been too rewarded. I wonder what's wrong with me this time? Maki said, touching her head. He is still a little embarrassed to be praised by his elders like this. By the way, I almost forgot the matter. Come with me, let's come in and talk. Qinli slapped his head and said. He brought Masaru and Zulan into the gym and came to his office. Actually, Mashu, you know that our Chinjua City has a public welfare trainer study class. It was founded by me. The purpose is to help some children with talented trainers learn some of the knowledge of trainers. Qinli poured a cup of tea for Mashu and Zulan and said, well, I've heard of it. Maki nodded. The trainer at that time seemed to have mentioned that he had learned some knowledge in the public welfare study class in Chinjua City. That's right. Recently I tried your company's battle simulator and it feels very suitable for those kids to train. I want to buy a batch of equipment and games to train them, but recently your products are all sold. I'm empty. I don't know if there is any internal channel to sell me some. Qinli said seriously. Chapter 111 Overtime King. It's absolutely fine, uncle. I donated 30 sets of glasses and games to your study class, which can be regarded as a small contribution to the education in Chinjua City. Maki waved his hand and said, if you want to buy it, the owner of Qinli Pavilion will have to spend money. Masaki is now a wealthy person, so it is absolutely fine to donate some equipment to the school. Then thank you, Mashu. On behalf of all the students in our study class, I would like to thank you. Qinli didn't hesitate, so he accepted it directly. By the way, Master Qinli Pavilion, I have to challenge you one. This time I happened to come to you to play a card in one game. Maki said, touching her head. Okay, it's not too late, let's go quickly. Qinli is also in a hurry now, so he led the Mashu and Zulan to the battlefield in the gym. Logically speaking, the challenger should have to pass several levels in the front, but the relative of Maki was directly pulled to the venue by Qinli to start the battle between the owner. Masaki, the rules of the battle are one-on-one and one game determines the outcome. I know your strength very well. You can get the Libra badge. The battle is not just a battle between Pokemon but also between the will of the trainer. Collision, so I hope you can give your all in this battle and you will definitely gain something. As soon as he stood on the battlefield, Qinli said with awesomeness as if he had changed. Okay, Master Qinli, I will do my best. Looking at Qinli's appearance, Maki also burst out with a strong momentum not inferior to Qinli, who has many years of experience in the museum owner. It's great. Young people should be so enterprising. I admire you more and more, Dachu. Qinli laughed and threw out the elf ball in his hand. Go. Take the Leaf King. The King of Leaves is an ape-shaped Pokemon. It has powerful racial talents and all attribute and at the top of ordinary Pokemon, but it also has a great disadvantage, which is its lazy nature, which makes the Leaf King distracted in the battle and often fails to do all his strength. People often use the Leaf King. In the early stage they suppress the opponent and then fight. The Leaf King falls asleep directly on the battlefield, ruining the good situation. So the Pokemon like the King of Leaves, despite its racial talent, few people still train it. However, Qinli's Leaf King seems to be different from other Leaf Kings. When he first came out of the elf ball, it still yawned and looked like he wanted to sleep, but after Qinli told it that the battle would begin soon, the King of Offlaw's eyes suddenly became sharp. It stood upright and pounded its chest hard. The eyes of Maki were filled with surging fighting spirit. What a strong momentum! Maki sighed secretly and at the same time opened the eye of data analysis. Leave a King male. Qualification level purple. Attribute general. Features lazy, trained to temporarily overcome the desire to be lazy during combat. Strength Strength level 41, Elite level 40-50. Master Qinli Pavilion. Your Leaf King seems a bit special. Maki sighed. Qinli is worthy of being a master in training the King of Leaves. Under his training, the King of Leaves actually overcomes his nature and can already be renamed the King of Overtime. Although it was only a brief overcoming in the battle that was completely enough. You should know that the destructive power of the Leaf King, who can eat all his strength, is immeasurable. Real tree. This is the first point I want to convey to you. Pokemon are incredible creatures with great potential. Never underestimate their possibilities. As long as you cultivate them carefully, they will definitely respond to you. Qinli laughed. Go Lucario. Maki also threw out his elf ball and released Lucario. After careful consideration, Maki decided to use it to fight. The Leaf King is a Pokemon with general attributes, and it will be more beneficial to fight with Pokemon with combat attribute. Moreover, Lucario has just obtained new power and it is now eager to try it out. Yes, the Pokemon is very powerful. Let me try your best. I won't let you down. At the beginning of the battle, the keystone in Maki's hand shone with a strong light, and at the same time a light flashed on Lucario's body. At the same time, the purple cocoon wrapped Lucario, and the tree used all its strength from the beginning. Did you use super evolution as soon as you come up? Maki, I see your determination. Qinli nodded and smiled. Come on Maki. Lucario. Zulan also silently cheered Maki, net to her, feeling even more nervous than he fought. Boom. The purple cocoon plotted, and Lucario also made his debut in a new posture. It has become much taller, and the hair on its hands and feet has turned into a blazing red color with sharp spires growing on it. The continuous wave guide power circled around Super Lucario, and even the ground on the battlefield had many cracks. This is Super Lucario. It doesn't seem to have much change in appearance, but has the efficiency of using wave guide power increased exponentially. Zulan thought silently. She also has a Lucario, the super evolution of Lucario of the true tree, which can give her a lot of inspiration. Please Leaf King arm pound. As soon as Qinli finished speaking, the body of the Leaf King suddenly disappeared from the spot, showing agility that was inconsistent with his figure. It appeared behind Super Lucario, and his strong arms were surging energy and smashed them down with all their strength. Boom. Super Lucario avoided the attack the moment the arm hammer fell. The King of Leaves' full-strength arm hammer smashed the air, smashing a big hole in the battlefield. You can imagine how powerful this blow is. Super Lucario's durability is not high. It is a type with high attack and low defense. Even if the super evolution has soared its strength, it should not be able to take the Leaf King's punches. However, the good news is that the wave guide of the King of Leaves, which is completely locked by the King of Leaves, all the actions of the King of Leaves are clearly read through the wave guide, so just now the King of Leaves can only do it like a foreseeable thing. Future-like reaction. Wave missile. After dodging the attack, Super Lucario waved his arms handsomely, and several blue wave missiles immediately took shape and attacked the King of Offlaw. Although the Leaf King wanted to hide the movement trajectory of each wave missile was very strange. He directly predicted its landing point and hit it together. The King of Leaf was hit by several wave missiles and was covered in bruises and was shaking. The wave missile doubled to restrain it and cause great damage to it. Chapter 112 Libra Batch. Please Leaf King use Earthquake. Qinli commanded. The skill pool of Leaf Kings is very deep. Although it is a Pokemon of ordinary attributes, you can also learn powerful skills from other departments. It jumped up high and then hit the field violently, and the entire battlefield shocked. Earthquakes are ground attribute skills, and they also restrain Super Lucario. Qinli is worthy of being the owner of the museum with rich combat experience. Facing Lucario's almost mind-reading wave guide power, he used this large-scale attack. At the moment when the earthquake began, Super Lucario suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed into the air, avoiding the attack of the earthquake. It bounces very strongly, almost as if it is floating in the air. Please Leaf King use it while you are lazy. Qinli wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of Super Lucario hanging in the air. The King of Leaves used lazy to recover his strength. Laziness is a recovery skill that allows Pokemon to be lazy and thus restore half of his physical strength. This is what the King of Leaves is very good at. It closes its eyes and rests. A healing energy flows out of it, resting and recovers the King of Leaves' strength and injuries. Super Lucario fly knee kick. The time for the King of Leaves to use laziness is a good opportunity to attack. Super Lucario pushed his right knee forward and dived to the ground at high speed. During the dive, its knees seemed to ignite a flame. With violent energy, he directly hit the King of Leaves. Can you change your body posture in the air? Maki's Lucario is very flexible. Zulan sighed. Although her Lucario is much stronger than Maki's in terms of strength, this kind of delicate operation cannot be done. This should be the innate talent of Lucario of the true tree. Not only is it extremely sensitive to wave guides and birth, it is also highly flexible in body, far exceeding the general fighting attribute Pokemon. Please Leaf King bear with it. Control Lucario. Qinli shouted. Ask for a leave. On the venue, the King of Offlaw grabbed Super Lucario with a painful E-press Zion. Although he had received a powerful flying knee kick and was injured by restraint, the King of Leaves still insisted on it. Good Ample, please leave King use the destruction death light. The King of Leaves held Super Lucario tightly and violent and terrifying energy began to condense in his mouth. Hug control plus the powerful destruction light. This is the strength of the King of Leaves. After a few seconds of accumulation of power, the destructive light of the bucket was shot out suddenly and hit the barrier in front of Super Lucario. Super Lucario predicted the attack of the Leaf King through the wave guide and used the defending move to block the Leaf King's final move. It's still not possible, Masha. Your strength is indeed very strong. I've been taught this time. Qinli smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to teach Gensha something through this battle, but he didn't expect that he was the one who was completely disadvantaged. No, Uncle Qinli, I have indeed learned a lot through your battle. Thank you very much for your guidance, but I will accept the victory of this battle first, Maki said in a deep state. Qinli's uninvited Leaf King is indeed very strong. If Lucario hadn't been able to evolve Super, it would have been difficult for him to be his opponent. Super Lucario win this victory. Super Lucario is still holding the state of being hugged by the Leaf King, and the Leaf King has entered a stagnant state for a certain period of time because of the destructive light he just used. A blue wave missile quickly formed in front of it and hit the King of Leaf. The King of Leaf fell directly to the ground and fell into a coma. The kick that just now was supposed to end the battle directly, but the King of Leaf was desperately trying to hold on with his willpower. For the victory of Qinli, the King of Leaf has also made a sacrifice. However, even if he held on, he was still in a state of exhaustion. The King of Leaf in this state can knock it down with just a simple attack. The King of Leaves fell to the ground, which means that Super Lucario successfully won the victory. This is its first time in a super evolutionary form, perfectly demonstrating the power of the wave guide. I lost completely, Maki. Thank you for letting me understand the power of super evolution, and I may also pursue this power in the future. Qinli took back the Leaf King and said to Maki. Qinli didn't have much feeling about super evolution before. After facing this new system, Qinli truly understood the horror of this new evolutionary system. Uncle Qinli, I think you can try to find the evolutionary fossils of purses. I feel that the super evolved purses are very suitable for you. As a senior user of general attributes, the super evolution of the purist is undoubtedly very suitable for Qinli to use. The super purgatory after super evolution has very perverted parent-child love characteristic and can fight with the purgatory, greatly enhancing the power of the move. Brattlebones, I'll pay attention. Qinli's eyes lit up and he said, as a master of general attribute, he has really trained purses. Although his understanding of purses is not as good as asking for leave from the Wang family, he is also very Iparian. Okay Dashi, this is the Libra badge of our Orange Hua Gymnasium, representing the power of balanced offense and defense. But today you have shown me a new way of power. Perhaps offense is the best defense. Thinking of the battle with Maki just now, Qinli couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maki completely suppressed him with attack from the beginning, almost making the tactic that Qinli had conceived were unable to be used at all. This is the charm of strong offensiveness. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained a Libra badge and receives a reward. Ultimate skill cultivation space electric Z pure crystal full Pokemon upgrade level 2. After taking the badge handed over by Qinli, the sound of the system appeared in Gensha's ears again and received a reward. Marvelous! Maki shouted silently in her heart. The reward this time was too generous. First of all, the ultimate skill cultivation space can be entered with a Pokemon to let it learn one of the 3 ultimate skills: water, fire and grass. Ultimate skills, as the name suggests, are super skills with the highest power. How many? It can almost destroy the power of the world. Among them, the ultimate skill with fire attribute is called Explosion Flames, the super skill with water attribute is called Cannon Water Cannon, and the super skill with grass attribute is called Crazy Plant. The real tree naturally chose the ultimate skill with grass attributes, a crazy plant. Chapter 113, The Ultimate. The system prompt appeared again. Maki nodded directly and silently recited in her heart, confirm. After a trance of consciousness, Masha felt the scene in front of him change rapidly, and then it gradually became clear. At this moment he seemed to be on a pavilion with a beautiful environment. Net to the true tree was the same confused monarch snake, also looking around with a confused look on its face. It was originally resting in the elf ball, but suddenly it went to an unknown place with the true tree. Masaki, what's going on? The voice of the monarch snake sounded in the heart of the tree. This is a system reward which is similar to the last secret realm. We came to this secret realm to learn the ultimate skill. The real tree explained to the monarch snake. The system took the my tree and the monarch snake to this island, and there was no sound. The two of them slowly explored around, exploring this unknown territory. At this moment a sound suddenly came from not far away, and an angry shout sounded. An old lady in a witch suit jumped to the front of the Maki and the monarch snake. She held a long zen stick in her hand and kept making making jingling sounds. The old lady's hoarse voice sounded, "You are the little guys who are here to learn the ultimate skills. I am the ultimate and I am here to teach you the ultimate skills. Hello ultimate mother-in-law, my name is Masaru. It is a monarch snake. I want to learn the ultimate skill and crazy plant." Masaru bowed and said. The monarch snake also bowed to the ultimate mother-in-law as a real tree. The ultimate mother-in-law in front of her looks very mysterious, and she is the teacher who teaches them, so it is better to respect her. Well, the monarch snake, it seems to be well trained. Although the strength is not strong enough, the talent to learn ultimate skills is completely enough. The ultimate mother-in-law came to the monarch snake and touched the monarch snake a few times. A hint of admiration appeared in her turbid eyes and she said, "That's great ultimate mother-in-law, when can we start practicing?" Maki can't wait to learn the ultimate skills. Don't worry young man, before learning the ultimate skills I still have a few questions to ask you. Ultimate mother-in-law lightly tapped the ground with a fusen stick and said, "Well ultimate mother-in-law, please ask." Maki nodded. "The first question is, what do you think is the ultimate?" asked the ultimate mother-in-law in a low voice. "I think the ultimate means reaching the limit, which is the strongest skill that Pokemon can obtain." Maki thought for a moment and said what he thought. Ultimate mother-in-law nodded and said, "I understand it quite well. Ultimate is not just the ultimate in power but the ultimate in all aspect. Let you see the ultimate power." Ultimate mother-in-law threw out an elf ball. In the white light, a Pokemon that looked like a green dinosaur and had beautiful flowers at the bottom of her neck appeared. "This is the final form of geranium, the Chrysanthium chrysanthemum leaves in Chengdu. The geraniums in front of us brought unprecedented pressure to the real tree, and even the bamboo orchid fierce road shark was not as strong as that." Genshu immediately opened the eye of data analysis. Geranium female, qualification level golden, attribute grass, features mouse hung, strength level 90, champion level 80-90. Introduction: the smell emitted from the petals contains ingredients that can soothe combative emotions. Ultimate mother-in-law, it's really unusual. Maki sighed secretly. The strength of this geranium has reached the top level of the championship level, and it is only a little short of reaching the mythic level. Although its strength is not as ultimate, it is still a preliminary step to the ultimate threshold. Let it demonstrate to you. Ultimate mother-in-law gently touched the head of geranium and said, "Mother-in-law is joking. The strength of geraniums is already completely enough." Maki secretly complained to himself that if the strength of level 90 is not enough, he really doesn't know how strong he must be to be called ultimate by the ultimate mother-in-law. Could it be that such a super beast is really qualified? There are probably not many Pokemons in the whole world that can be seen by the super mother-in-law. Child, you have to know that the path to cultivation of Pokemon has no end. When you reach the level of mythology, the ultimate path has just begun. You have a strong potential, and then you have the opportunity to reach the ultimate in the field, so you might as well raise your horizons a little, work hard towards the ultimate and become the ultimate trainer at the top. The mother-in-law said the most amazing things in a plain manner. In his eyes, Maki and the monarch snake had the opportunity to reach the ultimate, so he said so much to him. "So that's how it is. Only when I reach the championship level, is mythical level, can I be considered an ultimate entry, and will I and the monarch snake have the chance to touch the realm of the divine beast." Maki recited silently, feeling that the new door was opened by the ultimate mother-in-law. Before, he thought that as long as he reached the championship level, he would become a champion. Military should be the pinnacle of trainers. Now the ultimate mother-in-law told him that the championship is far from the limit, and even the mythical level above the championship is just the beginning of the ultimate. "Mother-in-law, I will work hard and strive to become the ultimate trainer above myth." Maki felt that his fighting spirit was ignited like never before and said excitedly, "Well, that's right. Young people like you should be energetic, enterprising, and constantly move towards the highest ideal in their heart. The ultimate trainer is the ultimate goal that every trainer should pursue." Ultimate mother-in-law smiled, and she nodded at Maki and said with a smile, "It has been a long time since I have seen such a young man who has such potential and can maintain a sincere heart and a dream of Pokemon. Only such a person has the hope of entering the ultimate. The ultimate is the ultimate in all aspects, not just the ultimate in power. Those who only pursue power and ignore Pokemon's feelings will never step into the threshold of the ultimate. Net let you experience the power of the ultimate skill." The ultimate mother-in-law's voice became very loud and she directed geranium crazy plant rumble. The terrifying energy burst out from the geranium, and in an instant the world seemed to have changed color. The surrounding ground vibrated violently. The ground began to collapse and the lowest below were turned out. Then it seemed as if the wooden strips that came from the prehistoric world grew wildly from the ground and kept dancing. This crazy plant of geranium actually changed the landforms of several kilometers around it. This was the result of its intentional control of its power. Is this the power of the ultimate skill? Maki and the monarch snake looked at each other and a hint of excitement appeared in their eyes. Chapter 114: The Power of Faith. have you experienced it? This is the ultimate move. Ultimate mother-in-law turned around and said, Mother-in-law, we probably understand a little. Maki nodded. The momentum that ruined the world just now should be the essence of the ultimate move, but it is too early to let his monarch snake launch such an attack. Come on, come on. Ultimate mother-in-law called the true tree and the monarch snake onto her body and then knocked the monarch snake on the head with the Zen stick in her hand. A mysterious energy began to be transmitted and violent energy fluctuations appeared on the monarch snake. Mao Chu now tried to resonate with the mind frequency of the monarch snake. Ultimate mother-in-law continued to convey energy to the monarch snake and said, Good. Masaki also calmed down and used his ability to communicate with the monarch snake. Finally, the master tree felt that critical point as if it had built a bridge with the monarch snake. Now the monarch snake felt it, he could feel it. Through this bridge the tree clearly felt that the monarch snake was baptized by a magnificent energy, and some insights about the ultimate moves were constantly coming into its mind. Ultimate mother-in-law is passing on the mystery of the ultimate moves to Maki and the monarch snake in this way. Listen to the real tree. If you want to learn the ultimate moves, you need to do the best in jumping, picking up the way and fighting the way. That is to say, every time you use the ultimate moves you have to enter the current one. The state is in harmony with the monarch snake's heart, beliefs and actions. Only in this state can you exert the true power of the ultimate move. Have you realized it? Said the ultimate mother-in-law softly. Well, I seem to feel it. Maki responded that he now had a completely different feeling with the monarch snake. He could feel that as energy was continuously transmitted into the monarch snake's body, a mysterious wave began to spread on the monarch snake's body, slowly approaching its limit. At the same time, Maki and the monarch snake felt that when the energy was completely gathered they could use their ultimate skill. Drop. Just as the last drop of water completely filled a bottle, the monarch snake was filled with a strong green light. The light shines brightly, setting off the monarch snake like a real king. Release monarch snake. Crazy plant. The movements of Maki and the monarch snake were almost the same, and they shouted at the same time that they drove out all the ultimate energy transmitted by the ultimate grandma according to the ultimate move. Rumble. The ground in front of the monarch snake began to shake violently like a dragon turning over below, and the lowest underground was constantly being turned out, covering up the original ground. Then the huge rattan suddenly grew out of the ground, dancing wildly and attacking a large area of terrain indiscriminately. This is the power of the ultimate move. Maki sighed silently. He could feel that the brutal power contained in this move was really worthy of the ultimate title. This move was like a god changing the world. Yes, okay. Remember this feeling. The ultimate energy produced by the communication between the trainer and Pokemon's beliefs and attribute energy is the foundation of the ultimate move. The power of belief is everything. You must remember this. You're just getting started for the time being. Ultimate mother-in-law looked at the ground in front of her that was remade by the monarch snake's ultimate move and nodded with satisfaction. She could get this scale when she was first used. Maki and the monarch snake is worthy of being a combination of top talent. Okay, mother-in-law, I seem to feel the power of this belief too. Just now when he was fully connected with the monarch snake he did feel an invisible mysterious force breathing invisibly. According to the ultimate mother-in-law, as long as he mobilizes that power and attribute energy it can form the ultimate move. With E-Dream energy the ultimate move can be used only if the ultimate energy accumulates to a certain E10. In this way the ultimate move is worthy of being the ultimate. Even the difficulty of using it is the ultimate difficulty. Even when using the Z move the real tree does not feel so complicated. The most important thing is the determination to trust Pokemon and the tacit understanding you have developed when you are together day and night. If both of these conditions are met you can speed up the use. Ultimate mother-in-law performed with geranium several times and taught the key points to Maki. Okay, you can practice slowly. On this island it has rich attribute energy and recovers very quickly. You can practice the ultimate moves until you can accumulate energy in a few seconds. Even if you are almost getting started then defeat it even if the cultivation is completed. As the ultimate mother-in-law said, she threw out another elf ball and released a fire beast. She is also one of the 3 imperial families in Chengdu, but it seems that her strength is not as aggregated as geranium and she is about level 50. Only by using the ultimate move to defeat the fire beast can the Maki and the monarch snake officially complete this trial. This is a difficult thing. After all, the fire beast is a Pokemon with fire attribute. It is a skill that naturally resists grass attribute. If you want to defeat it with one move you must thoroughly master the ultimate moves and exert the greatest power. However, even after leaving you must always maintain a resonance with the monarch snake. Even if you don't use the ultimate moves the long-term resonance state will double your tacit understanding. The ultimate grandma left her last command and left with a Zen staff. In the NET time she gave it to Maki and the monarch snake to practice together. Sir, let's start. Maki looked at the monarch snake with confidence, showing a passionate look full of fighting spirit. He has been doing everything smoothly recently recently and has not encountered such a challenge for a long time. The ultimate move is a trial for him and the monarch snake, which is the first level to enter the path of the ultimate trainer. Well, a real tree. The monarch snake nodded slightly, his eyes also hot. In an instant it entered a state of resonance with the true tree, and the invisible energy of belief is constantly generated. Driven by the monarch snake, it is me-ed with the attribute energy and becomes a magical ultimate energy. The learning ability of both Maki and monarch snake is amazingly strong. After being guided by the ultimate mother-in-law, she has fully understood the use of this ultimate move. In such a strong resonance state, the energy quickly climbed to the E-Tream and the terrifying crazy plant moves were used again, changing all the surrounding land form. The monarch snake is doing very well, but the energy gathering speed can be faster, Maki said, pointing out the shortcomings that just E is. Well, Genshu, I understand. The monarch snake also discovered the flaws and further communicated with Genshu. In this way there were constant violent E-plosions on the island, and Maki and the monarch snake kept E-perimenting with their ultimate moves, completely forgetting the passage of time. Chapter 115. The Forest Move. A year later, Ultimate Training Island. Maki and the monarch snake are facing the fire beast left by the ultimate mother-in-law together. During the training, Maki did not feel the passage of time at all. After reading the system prompts, she realized that it had been a year. During this year, he and the monarch snake have been constantly improving their use of ultimate skills and have reached a state of harmony and wish. It should take less than 2 seconds from entering resonance to using. Although its power is far less than that of the ultimate mother-in-law and geranium, it is quite sufficient. Sir, resonate. The true tree was filled with fighting spirit and said hi. His consciousness and the monarch snake instantly reached the same frequency, and the ultimate energy rose rapidly and quickly reached the critical point. Rare out ultimate crazy plant. Under the command of the true tree, the ultimate energy on the monarch snake completely E-plotted and in an instant time seemed to pause for a moment. The fire beast also noticed something was wrong and quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from the monarch snake, but the monarch snake's move had already taken action. The ground quickly collapsed, trapping the fire beast inside. A large number of thick vines grew out from the ground, constantly whipping the bound fire beast. Under such a fierce ultimate move, even the fire-attributed fire beast could not withstand the fierce attack and fainted. This also shows that according to the standards of ultimate mother-in-law, Maki and the monarch snake officially completed the trial, completed the training of ultimate move, and took the first step to becoming ultimate trainers. Great monarch snake. Maki and the monarch snake hugged excitedly, their joyful expressions beyond word. There is nothing more joyful than this. Working with your partner to finally achieve your goal, the joy at that moment is indescribable. Congratulations to you, true tree. Monarch snake, you are better than I thought. I'll give this thing to you, true tree. Ultimate mother-in-law suddenly appeared and took out a strange style elf ball from somewhere and threw it to the Maki. This is the ultimate ball which can be used to capture the ultimate bee, so I will give it to you. Our Maki, remember to always resonate in the future. As the ultimate mother-in-law said before Masha could thank her, her hunched figure disappeared from the spot. Thank you, mother-in-law. Maki wanted to thank him but found that the scene in front of him had changed a lot. Kinli and Zulan were net to him, looking at him with complicated eyes. What's wrong, Genshu? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zulan touched Genshu's forehead with her hand and said, just now Maki was still holding the Libra badge and was in a daze. For some reason she suddenly shouted, thank you, mother-in-law, but there were no mother-in-law here. Only she, Kinli and Masaki are in a state that is very worrying. Oh Zulan, I'm fine. Only then did Maki realize that she had returned to reality and the ultimate mother-in-law had disappeared, but the ultimate ball she gave herself was still lying quietly in her backpack. The ultimate ball is a special elf's ball specially used to capture a creature called the ultimate beast. The ultimate strange beasts do not live in their world but in alien creatures called the ultimate space. In simple terms, they are alien creatures. They have different shape and both have strong combat power. If an ordinary person encounters the ultimate beast, he may be at risk of losing his life. Okay, I saw you suddenly shouting about something that doesn't exist, but I was shocked. Or do you think I am that mother-in-law? Zulan suddenly thought of this and said, no, but I suddenly saw an old lady's scene. He also taught me a lot of things. Before she could thank her, she disappeared. What a pity, Maki said. Ultimate mother-in-law can be regarded as his teacher. I don't know if there will be a chance to meet in the future, otherwise it would be a pity. It's true. The feeling of wanting to see but not seeing is very tormenting. Listening to Masaka's words, Zulan remembered the time when she couldn't see Masaka before and empathized with her. Kinli, who was standing beside him, also said, so you have to grasp the people in front of you. By the way, Maki, let me give this to you too. Kinli took out another skill machine and handed it to Genshu. This is a skill machine with ordinary attribute move hard supported skills. After using it, you can let some Pokemon learn to hold on. If you cultivate ordinary Pokemon in the future, if you dream, you should be able to use it. Thank you, uncle, but I heard from from the doctor that you often work in Orange City and don't go home very much. Aunt Mizuko has a lot of opinions about you, just like you said cherish the person in front of you, said Maki. Ooh, I'll pay attention. After being said by Maki, Kunli looked a little embarrassed. He touched his head and said, then I'll go to work first. Maki, you can play here for a while. If you want to drink tea you will pour it yourself. Okay Uncle Kunli, go busy, we're just leaving. Mashu and Zulan also stood up and said, I also finished talking about the matter and took the batch. Now it's time to leave. After a few more greetings, Mashu and Zulan left the Chinjua Gymnasium and headed towards the Chinjua Forest to the west. When I walked to the entrance of the Orange Hua Forest, I found that there were many people surrounding me, not knowing what was going on. Line up and come one by one. Please prepare a certificate to prove your strength in advance, whether you are showing the elf or badge directly. Thank you for your cooperation. A staff member in a uniform was directing the crowd, checking one by one where everyone's Pokemon or badge. Only those with 3 badges or those with Pokemon who are more than proficient will be released. It is said that the Pokemon which is said to be Orange Forest has recently begun to become extremely active again. If you do not have enough strength you will be injured by the manic and uneasy wild Pokemon attack. In order to protect everyone's safety, the official of the Chinjua City Alliance sent people here to check and increased the pass threshold. Yunli was here just now and then hurried back to the gym. It seems that some changes have occurred in the forest if the Alliance can launch such a large formation. Mashu and Zulan looked at each other and both showed a hint of excitement. The Pokemon that can make the entire forest move is likely to be that the guy is back. Chapter 116,000 Years of Sleep. Hello, please show your badge or Pokemon. After queuing for a while, it was finally time for the turn of Shishu and Zulan. Maki was about to take out the Libra badge, but he heard the staff say excitedly, you are Maki, the contestant on TV last time. My family likes you very much. Maki didn't expect that he was so famous now. It seems that Super Evolution's debut in the competition was indeed very popular. At least in Fengyuan many people have known Maki. Thank you, this is my Libra badge, it should be possible to pass. Maki took out the badge and asked, of course it's okay. With your strength you don't need to check at all, but you still have to be careful when entering the forest. Recently the Orange Hua Forest is not very peaceful. If you encounter danger you can call our emergency contact number in time. We will organize personnel to carry out rescue. The staff member said and took out his navigator and said, he said, can you take a photo with you? My brother likes you so much. He has been learning your super evolutionary lines all day long. Maki smiled and finished taking a photo with the staff but was finally released. I'm such a big star now, Dashu, anyone knows you wherever you go. Zulan teased with a smile. Maki said helplessly, a league champion like you is a big star. If it weren't for the god of God, the person who asked you for your signature would probably have to line up for a few kilometers. Miss Zulan. Amid the joking of the two, the front was gradually surrounded by green, and Pokemon's screams came from time to time which had already entered the territory of the Orange Hua Forest. The surrounding wood covered the sky and the sun were growing vigorously, and they didn't look like they had been destroyed at all. In just a few months the Orange Hua Forest had emerged from the desolation at that time and became more prosperous. Do you feel it, the real tree? As soon as you entered the forest, Zulan turned around and looked at the real tree with an excited look in her eyes. Maki nodded and said, yes, it's indeed here. No wonder the forest grows so fast and Pokemon look very active. As soon as they entered the Orange Hua Forest, the power of Orange Hua on their bodies became active at the same time. At the same time they could feel a familiar aura approaching them at a very fast speed. That's right, it's the good friend of the true tree and Zulan who can travel through time, the fantasy Pokemon Shirabi. Maki, I feel a strange energy. Bettini's voice sounded in Maki's mind. It also flew out of the backpack of the tree and curiously looked into the direction east of the forest. Bettini, that's our friend and a fantasy Pokemon like you whose name is Rabbi Shi. Maki plain. Finally a strong vitality came and beautiful flowers suddenly bloomed on the surrounding road surface. Pokemon, the image of a little fairy with green light flapping its wings as thin as cicadas towards the real tree, and Zulan flew over in the direction and rushed directly into Zulan's arms. Bamboo orchid, real tree, long time no see. She Rabbi's familiar voice sounded in the ears of real tree and bamboo orchid again. It danced happily beside the two of them, and the trees around it were much higher because of its joy. Lobby Shi, long time no see, this is our partner Bettini. Maki pointed to Bikotini Net to her and introduced. It was also looking at Rabbi Shi with curious eyes, feeling that he didn't dare to get close. Bettini felt that he and Rabbi Shi had a lot in common, but he didn't know where to start. Hello Bettini, I'm Shirabi. However, Rabbi looked familiar and took Bettini to communicate with her. It can be seen that they quickly became familiar with each other, holding hands and dancing around the real tree and bamboo orchid. Why did Rabbi Shi go back to Orange Hua Forest to play again this time? Maki asked. asked. Logically speaking, the rabbi should play in various time and space now and will not stay in a certain time and space. The orange Hua forest of this time and space only came a few months ago, so it shouldn't have come. I want to come back to see the Shizu. I'll go back here first. Rabbi stopped in the air, touched his chin with his hand and said, I originally wanted to find the real tree, but I didn't expect the real tree to come by himself. This is fate, of course. More the important thing is that I have a friend who is about to wake up and I promised it to come to see it last time. So Rabbi Shi, let's go and play with it together, Bettini said excitedly. After making the Pokemon friend Shirabi, it also hopes to make more friends. Shirabi's friends are a very good partner. Of course there is no problem. My friend also likes to make friends. If you can play with everyone, it will definitely be very happy, but I can't find it now. After all, I met it last time thousands of years ago. Rabbi spread his hands and said, although it still look very young, it has actually experienced thousands of years. This is the daily life of Pokemon. Only 1,000 years. Rabbi, who is your partner sacred? It takes 1,000 years to sleep for so long, Zulan said in surprise. 1,000 years is indeed a long time for mankind. For some Pokemon it takes 1,000 years to sleep just once. Rabbit Shi's friend should be Kiriki. Like Rabbit Shi, he is a Pokemon of fantasy. I have read records about it. It is said that it will only wake up for 7 days after sleeping for 1,000 years. The tree touched his chin and pondered through the description of Rabbi Shi. The first thing he thought of was Kiriki. He could sleep for 1,000 years and the entire Pokemon world should be it. It is often said that the 17 years of cicadas will take 17 years underground to change for a summer singing, but Kiriki is even more amazing. It will take 1,000 years of sleep to change for a 7-day awakening. Oh my god, it's too pitiful to sleep for 1,000 years to wake up for 7 days. Bettini sighed, tears gradually pouring into his eyes. It can't imagine that kind of scene at all. After 1,000 years the world will change drastically and the people and things can only be found in history book. In this case it would be a little too lonely. Yes, that's why we have to cherish these 7 days more. Rabbi, think about it quickly. Let's go to Kiriki together and give it the happiest 7 days together, Zulan said, her eyes full of seriousness. Chapter 117. Bow-shaped Island. Rabbi, where was Kiriki when he was sleeping? Recall whether there is any iconic terrain around him? Maki asked. Although I really want to see Kiriki, I still have to find its location first. I think about Itis, the iconic terrain. Rabbi touched his head and fell into deep thought. Then it waved his hand suddenly and said excitedly, by the way, I remember it was on an island which looked like a bow, so I still had a little bit of it. I remember that. I don't know the specific location. Rabbi was very happy at first, but when he talked about not remembering his position he suddenly fell down. It's okay Shirabi, that's enough information. Maki comforted him, took out his navigator and started searching, enlarging Fengyuan's map and then slowly searching in the sea. In this way he really found a large bow shape in the southwest waters of Fengyuan Island. It should be here. In short, let's look at this island first, Zulan said in surprise. It's so amazing. Can such a machine actually find the specific location with a little information? Rabbi Shi said in surprise as he played with the navigator of the true tree. You don't understand this, Rabbi Shi. This is a mysterious machine called a navigator, but it is the crystallization of human technology and has many magical effects. Bettini skillfully operated the navigator and released a funny video for Rabbi Shi to watch. It's really, alas, the power of science is really great, Rabbi sighed. Actually this is fine. I feel that the navigator is still a little behind. It is actually a button type. After that I will develop a brand new communication product called a mobile phone. It will definitely surprise you at that time, Maki said. At present, with the technological level of Evergreen Company, even high-tech VR glasses can be made, so it should not be a problem to create a fully touchscreen mobile phone. Many times the Pokemon world does not lack technology accumulation. After all, even Pokemon and Pokemon long-distance transmission devices can be created. However, the researchers here probably focus on Pokemon care about product like this kind of mobile phone. This just gave Maki a chance. He was already full of slutty operations and a company that could achieve his slutty operations so that all the product he imagined could be reproduced in this world. Regarding the concept draft of mobile phones, Masaki has given Bio a gift. I heard that Bio has arranged personnel to start developing the system. I believe that in a while the Evergreen generation will be able to meet customers. It's not too late, let's go quickly. Zulan has released its own fierce road shark and is preparing to rush to the bow-shaped island. After flying with all his might he passed through the vast ocean. After about an hour he discovered the strangely shaped island in the sea southeast of Fengyuan. The island has dense vegetation, a vast green area and many high and low mountains. Please note that there is a speedboat around the island and there may be other people on the island. Zulan found a speedboat that was staying on the edge of the island with sharp eyes. Everyone Zulun landed on the edge of the speedboat and Zulun and Genshu observed the speedboat. There was no sign on the speedboat, only a little empty oil barrel was seen and nothing else was there. On the shore net to the speedboat you could see some footprints left by humans. It seems that someone is already exploring this island. Zulun's face looked ugly. Logically speaking, this is an isolated island far away from the Fengyuan main continent and it is impossible for anyone to come here. However, on this deserted island a speedboat was docked for the first time and it was still the time when the Pokemon might appear on this island. In this case Zulun was very suspicious that the owner of the speedboat was some criminal. It should be the one who came to find Kiriki. I don't know where they got the news. Maki pondered and said, Kiriki is a magical fantasy Pokemon with an incredible ability to realize his wish. It is said that as long as he writes his wish on the wish note on his head when he wakes up, Kiriki can realize that wish. I believe no one will be moved by such ability. However, if this ability to realize one's wishes is exploited by criminals, the world will be in chaos. Moki, you have to find out the others on this island and confirm their motivation to come to the island. Zulun said seriously. Her presence became sharp and the momentum of the champion was naturally permeated. Maki responded softly, and Lucario had been released. When it comes to finding people, there should be nothing better than it. Wave guides are like sonars which can complete precise positioning and tracking. Lucario, find out the others on this island and take us to find him, Maki instructed. Zulun also released her Lucario and made the same order. Both Lucario closed their eyes at the same time and explored the wave guides on the entire Bow Island. Under their search nothing will be hidden in that direction. After a while the two Lucarios opened their eyes at the same time, pointing to the west forest. Their eyes were flashing with azure blue light, which was the concreteness of the wave guide. Under the detection of the wave guide they all discovered that in the forest to the west there was an adult man who should be the owner of the speedboat that Genshu and Zulun were looking for. Okay, go. Maki and Zulun looked at each other, followed Lucario and others who led the way, rushed into the forest quickly. On this bow-shaped island the Pokemon in the forest were originally very wild. Logically speaking, it will attack all other creatures that broke into their territory, but after the real trees and bamboo orchids entered the forest, the rabbi showed extreme friendship when they saw it. They pointed the way for the real trees and bamboo orchids, tracking the man in the forest. In fact, they had attacked that man just now, but they were all defeated by him. Now these wild Pokemons have held their breath and want to take revenge. Is that man using Banguilas? It's a quasi-god. It seems that he is not a good person. Maki got this information from the wild Pokemon. Banguilas is a late-stage quasi-Pokemon with powerful destructive power. It takes a long time to accumulate just by evolving to the final form. However, Maki was not afraid at all. He was a person who learned the ultimate moves. If you can't beat it, there are still bamboo orchids net to you who can take action. Her fierce Gaither Road Shark is also a quasi-god and she is also a real champion. Chapter 118. Take fewer detours for decade. Lucario issued an early warning and the man was right in front. Zulun put her fingers in front of her lip and signaled Maki to move in a low voice. The two of them hid their bodies with the help of a big tree and moved forward slowly. There was a blonde man in front of him and there was a terrifying Banguilas beside him which looked very intimidating. Banguilas male. Qualification level blue. Attributes rock evil. Characteristics 10. Strength level 60. Garden level 50-60. Maki looked at Banguilas data and felt it was acceptable. The blonde man held a compass pointer like thing and stayed in place as if looking for directions and muttered, where is it? Kirikai, why did the magnetic field be disturbed when it got here? Hearing the blonde man's words, Maki and Zulun looked at each other and nodded. Sure enough, this person came for Kirikai. The blonde man stood there and looked around for a moment. He always felt that there seemed to be a few obscure gazes around him, but his reason felt that there was no other person in such an isolated island. Hey, stop hiding, come out, I've found you. After thinking about it, the blonde man still thought it would be better to test it first. At this time a rustling sound suddenly came from the wood behind me. The long-awaited Genshu and bamboo orchid jumped out of it. There is also a monarch snake net to Masaki. At this moment Masaki has entered a state of resonance and the ultimate energy is rising rapidly. Banjira's attack. The blonde man was shocked by the sudden jump of the Maki and the others, but he still quickly made a command. His face was gloomy and a cold light flashed in his eyes, hoping to completely clear the true tree and bamboo orchid. It's really a waste of life to dare to hinder him at such a note. Crazy plant. But Maki doesn't want to give him a chance to the phone and the ultimate kill has already been prepared to complete. The violent ultimate energy burst out from the monarch snake and the ground around Banguilas and the blonde man suddenly collapsed. The ground was shaking and the lowest underground continued to rise. This made it difficult for Banguilas and the yellow-haired man to stand firm. They could only stabilize their bodies and strive to maintain their focus. What kind of skill is this? It's so terrifying, the yellow-haired man murmured. He tried his best to keep himself from falling, but the tremor on the ground was still intensifying just like a real natural disaster. However, only Maki's enemies were threatened. Maki and Zulan could stand in place and admire the tragic situation of the yellow-haired man and Banguilas. Masaki, is this the ultimate skill you mentioned? It's so amazing, Zulan said in surprise. Although she is the champion, she has never seen such a powerful skill. It seems that from the time I saw the real tree could always take out some new things, and I have never seen these things that are well informed and knowledgeable. The ultimate skill in front of you is an ample. Is this a ground attribute skill that can actually cause such a major earthquake? Bettini asked. It felt the intensity of the earthquake. If the Pokemon could not fly, it would have suffered a lot. Rabbi shook his head. As the god of the forest, it was particularly sensitive to grass-attributed energy. No, this is indeed a grass-attributed skill, and even the energy intensity is incredibly high. This is what Genshu said about the ultimate energy. It is made up of a meteor of grass energy and belief energy. After listening to everyone's discussion, Maki smiled and said, this is where I go. There will be more exciting later. As soon as the words of the man from the yellow hair and the ground around Banguilas, the ground tremors became even more. It became stronger and it kept making loud crackling sounds. Then many thick rattans stretched out from the ground, tied the Bangiras and the yellow-haired man tightly. Damn it, Bangiras, can you break free? The yellow-haired man used all his strength, but he could not move at all. I could only keep roaring and venting my depression. But no matter how much he yelled, he and Banguilas still couldn't break free from the shackles of the rattan. Bangilas was really powerful this time. He obviously had very strong destructive power, but he must have become a prisoner of others without earning it. Damn it, it's abominable. Although the yellow-haired man was hanging in the air like a mummy, he still had to shake his body and try to break free, which looked very funny. He has never suffered such grievances. He has always swept the world with the power of Banguilas. Unexpectedly today I met a ruthless man who used a move that he had never seen before, completely defeating him without leaving any room for nothing. Plain. The purpose of coming to this island. Zulan brought her Libra shark to the yellow-haired man and said coldly, I can't say a word. You guys who only know how to attack sneak attacks the lackeys of the Alliance. The yellow-haired man shouted excitedly. You guys. Zulan was aroused of anger and wanted to take action. It's okay, Zulan, I will let him say everything we want to know, but I just hope he won't regret it then. Maki stopped Zulan and took out the injection from his body. He held the injection and showed a slight smile on his face, looking more like a dangerous villain. It appears Maki's bad guy becomes a good agent. When you meet a disobedient bad guy, just give it an injection and you can make the bad guy better. Bettini excitedly gave Shirabi, and Zulan introduces the injection of Genshu. Every time when the real tree gets an injection, Bettini is very excited and even wants to do it himself. Master, that's great, so this person can finally turn his back on his evil spirit. Zulan nodded and said, when she interrogated some bad guys before, she thought about whether there were similar instruments. She didn't need to talk too much nonsense and directly changed the bad guy's thought. Unexpectedly, Genshu really has such a thing, which makes Zulan want to see the effect of this injection. If it is easy to use, let Genshu divide it into several of its own. After all, as the league champion, Zulan often has to deal with all kinds of criminals. Their evil is deeply rooted, and if this injection can be used, the whole world should be much more stable. What do you want to do, you? The yellow-haired man looked at the man who was getting closer with the injection, and the pressure in his heart became greater and greater. He kept shaking his body and trying to retreat, but he couldn't do it at all. Finally, when the Maki was less than 30 centimeters away from him, the yellow-haired man finally couldn't bear the pressure. He collapsed and said, I've called it. I'm from the Hunter Guild. I got the news of Kiriki. I'm here to capture Kiriki. Chapter 119, Wishing Star. I've asked all of you, please let me go and send me back to jail. The yellow-haired man shouted excitedly. It's like this, but it's a pity that it's too late to pull it. Maki continued to move forward as if she hadn't heard it, adjusting the injection in her hand. You are about to welcome a brand new life. The yellow-haired man shook his body desperately, but he was directly held down by Maki, skillfully plucking the rattan to reveal a piece of skin, and completed the injection. The input setting is the link, and the yellow-haired man also successfully transformed from a member of the Hunter Guild at large to a security officer loyal to Evergreen Company. In the future we can protect our safety, and we will avoid detours for decades and successfully turn back from the wrong path. Masaka named the man with yellow hair Xiao Huang. After Xiao Huang regained consciousness, he began to tell Masaki about his experience on coming to this island. It turned out that he was stealing in an ancient village and found an ancient book and a compass at a villager's home. The ancient books record the time and place of Kirikai's last leap. After reading the ancient books, Xiao Huang was surprised to find that the time for Kirikai to wake up was coming soon, so he immediately set off to the bow-shaped island. And this compass is said to be a prop where you can find the position of Kirikai. But Xiao Huang felt that the compass might have been broken, so he took him around the island for a long time but couldn't find it. Okay, you can leave this island by yourself and report to the security department of Evergreen Company in Zaijian City. Speaking of which, Xiao Huang, the two leaders of the security department are still your old colleague and they are also hunters from a guild, Maki said. His team of Evergreens seems to be given by the Rockets and the Hunter Guild. Without these two organizations, the company of Masashi would not be created at all. Masashi thought that one day he would definitely come to the door and thank him. The boss of the Rockets and the Hunter Guild is now. By the way, find out if there are any new talents to absorb. After all, large organizations like the Rockets and the Hunter Guild may still contain many unsuccessful talents. Since they cannot show their ambitions in those organizations, it is better to come to the Evergreen Company of the True Tree. Just talking about Bo, you are still doing well now. Okay, boss. Xiao Huang looked at the Shizu and Zulan. He bowed, put away Banguilas who had been released, and left back to his speedboat. Zhenshu, your injection is really effective. I'll give me a few at that time and I'll be of great use, Zulan said excitedly. Zulan wanted such a powerful thing very much when she saw it. No problem, but let's find Kiriki first. The tree is a little tired. Now that everyone has been driven away, let's get back on track and find Kiriki. Well, Lucario, please give me. Zulan nodded and said to Lucario, the compass I got from Xiao Huang looked like a fake and Lucario was better at finding things. Lucario activated the power of the waveguide and thoroughly searched the entire Bao Island and found a very special one among the many Pokemon waveguide. That kind of waveguide is always stable in one position and the waveguide is very strong. It should be Kiriki, that's right. This is very consistent with the sleeping Kiriki's waveguide. Lucario, take us there. After hearing Lucario's description, Maki affirmed. Then Lucario took them to a small hill on the Bao Island. As soon as Rabbi arrived near the mountain, he immediately danced with excitement. Master trees and bamboo orchids, I feel the breath of Kiriki. It should be sleeping here. When he heard the words of Rabbi, Mashu and Zulan also showed an excited presence. They came here from the Orange Hua Forest, crossed most of the Fengyuan and searched on this island for so long and finally found Kiriki. Now, it should be here. Two Lucarios carefully sensed the exact location of the waveguide and stopped halfway up the hill. This is the closest location to the Kiriki waveguide. Open here, Lucario. Maki believed Lucario's judgment very much. Boom! A roar sounded and Lucario successfully penetrated the rock indicated by the hill, revealing the cave hidden in it. Rabbi was the first to rush in and it already felt the strong power of wishes. Kiriki just sleeping here. Maki and Zulan looked at each other and followed them in. The cave is not as dark as I imagined. The unknown ore on the rock wall is emitting bright light, illuminating the entire cave. In the deepest heart of the cave, Zulan and the Shizu finally saw the sleeping Kiriki. Kiriki looked small with a golden star on his head and two yellow streamers behind him, which looked very cute. At this moment, because he was sleeping, Kiriki's whole body was wrapped in diamond crystal substances. His two little hands were placed in front of him and he looked very peaceful. This is Kiriki, the legendary wishing star, Maki sighed. With Kiriki and Jirawa, there are now 4 phantom beasts around him, which is really a gathering place for the Pokemon of fantasy. Rabbi, there are these hard rocks net to it. How can we wake it up? Bettini curiously knocked on the transparent diamond crystal beside Kiriki and shouted attemptly, hey Kiriki, Shirabi has brought us to play with you, wake up. But Kiriki still maintained a cute sleeping position, motionless as if she was about to sleep until the end of the world. This is useless. Bettini, if you want to wake up Kiriki, you need a clear singing. Rabbi flew to Bettini and introduced Kiriki. Told me at that time that he liked to listen to good song. As long as we sing together we can wake it up. So that's the case, Rabbi. Let's wake it up. Although Bettini had never sang a song, she couldn't wait to play with Kiriki. After sleeping for 1,000 years, he could only wake up for 7 days. Bettini sympathized with Kiriki's experience and wanted to give Kiriki the best 7 days. Don't worry, real tree bamboo orchid. I remembered that when Kiriki woke up he could realize a wish. If you have any wishes you want to realize, you can think about it now. Rabbi turned his head and said, Kiriki is a fantasy Pokemon with the power of wishes. He has the ability to realize his wishes, which is something that countless people yearn for. Bamboo, I have a wish that must be realized, so can I give this opportunity to me? Maki suddenly said. Of course, there is no problem. Mashu, why are you doing so polite to me? Zulan smiled lightly and held Mashu's hand. What wish do you want to realize? Chapter 120 Special Wishes. Masaki, if you think about it, let's start. The rabbi's voice sounded. Well, let's start. Maki and Zulan nodded and said. Rabbi slowly flew above Kiriki and a soft green light emitted from her body. Bettini also learned what it was and flew to Rabbi. Rabbi closed his eyes and sang a light ballad. Everyone also learned to sing it together and the melodious melody echoed throughout the cave, adding some vitality to the entire cave. Slowly the diamond crystals wrapped around Kiriki also burst out with a shining light disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely revealing the sleeping Kirikai's body. Finally, after 1,000 years of sleep later, the diamond crystals around Kirikai finally disappeared. After the diamond crystal completely dissipated, Kirikai suddenly opened its big lively eyes, flew into the air, stretched out his short hand and stretched his waist. Kirikai, you finally woke up. Rabbi stopped singing and threw Kirikai into his arms and said excitedly, "Ah, it's Rabbi, why I always feel a little tired." Kirikai touched his head and made a childish voice like a little girl. "Idiot, you have been sleeping for 1,000 years, why are you still tired? Now is the time to get excited." Rabbi complained, and he took Kirikai's hand and flew to the side of the real tree and the bamboo orchid, introducing, "This is the real tree, this is the bamboo orchid, and Bigtanai, they are all me good friend. You might still be sleeping without their help." Kirikai felt a little dull. After the introduction of Rabbi, it was stunned for a while, and then he responded consciously, "Thank you for your help." It slapped its head as if it had remembered something and said, "By the way, I can realize one of your wishes." "What wishes do you want to realize? Just tell me. Is it okay to have any wish?" Maki suddenly asked. Theoretically, but I don't recommend that you make some wishes to destroy the world. If that's the case, I'll be sad." After hearing Maki's question, Kirikai fell into deep thought and then said slowly, "So if I want you to sleep for 1,000 years without having to sleep and move normally like other Pokemon, instead of only being able to move for 7 days for 1,000 years, is this kind of wish?" Maki continued. "Yes, Maki is right. As long as you make this wish, you can get Kirikai out of your current life." Zulin also said happily. She thought Gensha was going to make a wish, but she took the initiative to ask her for the opportunity to make a wish. Only then did she realize that Gensha had such a heart. "I want Kiriki to live freely like other Pokemon. Is this a task? I'll give it a try." Kirikai responded. "This is the first time it has encountered such a wish, and I don't know whether it can be done or not." If Maki said that he would make a lot of money, then Kirikai would be very good at it. After all, practice makes perfect. Maki's wish is more like a wish for Kira than for him. Kirikai closed her eyes and the power of magical wish gathered on it, but not long after Kirikai opened her eyes and waved her hand. "How is it, Kiriki, can you make this wish?" Bettini asked uneasily. "No, sleeping is the law of my body. There is no way to change it with a wish. If I force it, I might disappear into this world." "Masaka, thank you for your wish for me, but you should change your wish that can help you." Kirikai spread his hands helplessly. "When I was trying it just now, it also raised the idea of how to do it." Kirikai also hates such a physical routine. The 7 days are still too short, so short that it will pass in the blink of an eye. But there is no way it can only continue like this. "What a pity," Zulin sighed and said. Everyone was sad for Kiriki, but Maki continued, "This is how I have considered this wish, so we can try other solutions. Sleeping is the law of your body, so how about we temporarily abandon your body, use the power of wishing to create a new body, and then transfer your consciousness to a new body. In this way, even if your original body needs to sleep, your consciousness will also be you can move around with your new body." "How is this method? Does it work?" Kiriki. Maki's idea is very simple. Since the rules cannot be broken, just find a way to get around. If he follows his idea, Kirikai can completely get rid of the trick of sleeping for 1,000 years and waking up for 7 days. After hearing the new method of Maki, Shirabi and Bettini were both excited and hurriedly said, "It's worthy of being Maki. This method is absolutely okay. Kirikai, try it quickly." "Good." Kirikai also raised a little motivation and began to drive the power of his wishes. Under the influence of the magical power of wishes, another same Kirikai slowly appeared beside Kirikai. It was a new body built by Kirikai according to the words of the true tree with the power of wishes. "There's a chance." Everyone looked excited and stared at Kiriki's new body. Finally, the new body was completely created, no different from Kirikai's original body. Then Kirikai began to proceed to the NET step, and he closed his eyes and changed his body with the power of making wishes. Finally, under everyone's nervous eyes, Kirikai's original body fell from the air and was steadily caught by the Maki. Kirikai's new body also opened its eyes and flew around excitedly, hugging Shirabi and Bettini. "It's successful. It's really okay." From the voice you can hear Kirikai's excitement. "Although I am still a little uncomfortable for the time being, and my strength is much smaller than my previous body, but most importantly it gains freedom. Thank you, Maki, thank you very much." Kirikai rushed into Maki's arms and squeezed with its original body. It raised its head and stared at Maki with its big lively eyes, trying to remember his appearance. Before, Kiriki didn't dare to make friends because every time he didn't know each other for a long time, he would fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, his friend would have passed away long ago. This has also led to so many years, and it has only one friend, Shirabi. But now Kirikai finally dared to make friends with confidence. Chapter 121. Going on the field. "I'll treat you to apples." As soon as Kirikai thought, several apples were added to everyone immediately. After changing to a new body, it felt very excited and became became active, completely different from the state when it just woke up. Thank you, Kirikai. Where are your original body? Maki was still holding Kirikai's unconscious original body. This is simple. As Kirikai said, put his hand on his original body and the original body disappeared immediately. While gnawing on the apple, Kirikai said proudly, I have moved my original body to a mysterious place. No one can find it. I can play around in the future. That's great, Kiriki. Rabbi took Kiriki's little hand and flew happily. I still remember that you said you wanted to take me through time and space to play around before I went to bed last time. Kirikai slapped his head and suddenly said, after losing the troubles of sleeping, it felt that its brain was much better. Really? I'm going to. Bettini looked very excited, holding Rabbi's hand and staring at it with his eyes. Oh, have I said this? It's been too long and I can't remember it at all. Let's go NET time if I have the chance. Although Bettini looked cute when acting cute, Rabbi Shi said that he would not eat this trick. The three cute fantasy Pokemons were very good at chatting and I don't know what to talk about NET to me. Maki and Zulan were preparing to leave. They came to the island of Bao and successfully awakened Kirikai and also helped Kirikai get rid of the trouble of being able to fall asleep after only 7 days of activity. This trip was also complete. Maki and Zulan sat on the fiery road shark and returned to Zijin City. Shirabi, Bettini and Kirikai also followed Maki and Zulan. They think it's better to follow the real tree. The NET Day Zijin City Stadium, the scene of the single attribute challenge. As a contestant, Maki came to the scene and there were 3 small people wearing Pikachu puppets behind him. Since all 3 of them exist in the legendary Pokemon, if they are seen they will cause a stir. So Kirikai used the power of wish to create several Pikachu puppet suits and put them on them. Become a mysterious Myankyus so that you can appear openly NET to the tree. At this time the mysterious Chu, played by Kirikai, was constantly looking around, looking at all things they had never seen before and asking questions. My tree, what is that? That's a big screen where all kinds of pictures can be played. When we compete, the scene of our battle will be played on the screen. Oh, so that's it then. What is the game? What is the screen? Kirikai kept asking questions. It was originally only active for 7 days for thousands of years and knew nothing about the modern world, but now it is like a newborn child constantly absorbing various knowledge. Maki kept answering and helping Kirikai slowly understand the world. The competition is to train the household Pokemon to fight and compare who is better. Maki plain. Oh, it turns out that the game is just a fight. Then will Maki be on the game later? Can I come on the court to help you? Kirikai, wearing a doll suit, nodded and suddenly said. Kirikai was afraid that the tree would not allow it to participate in the competition, so she jumped around on the spot for a few times and tried hard to say in a low voice, don't look at me like this, in fact I'm very strong in fighting. Yes, it's okay, but you're easily injured when participating in the competition. You're okay. Maki thought for a while and said he can only use the steel attribute Pokemon in the single attribute challenge. Just like that, Kirikai is really the steel attribute and can play. It's absolutely fine. When I was fighting before, only others were injured. Kirikai raised his head and said proudly, okay, just wait until you come on stage and make a wish to pretend to be yourself. Maki nodded and said Kirikai is very convenient in this regard and can directly use the power of wishes to realize some small wishes for yourself. I want to eat when I'm greedy, but I just waved my hand and I'll have it. Wherever you want to go, just think about it and open your eyes and you will arrive. It is naturally no problem to add a layer of illusion to yourself. No, Maki, I want to participate in the competition too, Bettini said suddenly. Seeing that Kirikai could successfully participate in the competition, it was also a little ready to move. Okay, you're participating in the competition too, but in the NET game let Kiriki come first in this game, Maki said. As the biggest sponsor of the event, some privileges are completely fine. Then temporarily change the attributes of the real tree to fire. Okay, Rabbi Shi, you can participate in the competition, see who wins faster. The fanatic Chu, played by Bettini, jumped up happily. I can't do it, I'll just look at it. Shi Rabbi refused. It didn't like fighting very much. The competition began soon. Maki had already entered the top 16 of the single attribute challenge through the last game. He could enter the top 8 by winning another game. The Maki was already in place on the field and a dragon-headed gopher was followed behind him. This is naturally disguised by Kirikai. After making a wish from the perspective of the audience, it is a very powerful dragon-headed gopher. At this time on the commentary stage, the 3 commentators gathered together again, and they were still professional commentators brought by the trio of Xylolihi and Zulan. According to convention, the first one to speak is still the deer. Okay, audience friends, thank you for continuing to pay attention to our first single attribute challenge. What will be held now is the 16-8 competition. You will see the Maki player against the Yasha player. The second time both players won the game with their outstanding strength, and this time it will be a battle. Teacher Lihi, what do you think? Staff Yasha uses a Pokemon with fire attribute which is very unfavorable favorable for the steel attribute player. I wonder what kind of coping strategies the steel attribute player will come up with this time. I am really looking forward to it. He said. Yes, the player Maki also said in the last interview that he would come up with more things. Maybe we will see a new super evolution in this game maybe. Zylu continued to say. Hey Zylu, have you seen it? The Pokemon behind the player Maki is a Pokemon that has not been used before. The audience should be unfamiliar with this Pokemon. It is in the Hezhong area. The more common dragon-headed gophers are ground-based with steel attributes, so it is normal for everyone to not recognize them. He suddenly saw Kirikai, who turned into a dragon-headed gopher behind the tree, and said. As he said, it seems that the player Maki will send this dragon-leading gopher to the field this time. I am really looking forward to it. He has brought out a brand new Pokemon. Zylu echoed. Chapter 122 Tactics of Flinching. Zulan Yasha and Masaki are both acquaintances. Do you have any opinions on this game? He suddenly asked about the Bamboo Orchid Net to him. As the champion of the Shenan League, Zulan's views are very valuable. In my opinion, even if you face a disadvantage in attributes, Maki can still win through tactics. Zulan, who was suddenly asked, said casually. She also planned to take the time today, and she didn't take the initiative to chat anyway. If someone asked her, she would implement one principle and blow the real tree. Sure enough, Zulan is still optimistic about the Master Shoe player. After all, the Master Shoe player is indeed quite strong and is also the favorite to win the championship in this competition. The game will begin soon. Let's pay attention to this game together. The picture turns back to the battlefield. Opposite to Maki is his acquaintance, the owner of the Fuyan Gym, Yasha, who uses the fire attribute Pokemon. Masaki, I didn't expect we met again. It seems that I can be eliminated earlier and go back to Bayan Town to rest. Yasha said, yawning. Hey, this is a competition. Let's show some fighting spirit. Yasha, I'm using a steel attribute Pokemon this time, which is very beneficial to you. Maki held his forehead helplessly, trying to awaken Yasha's enthusiasm. It's over. Will the Shiki beat me with the reverse attribute this time? Or on the live TV broadcast with high attention? Oh no, I'm going to lose my master. It's better to go back early and let my grandpa change his successor. I'll do it in the future. I won't be the owner. After hearing Maki's words, Yasha said with her head in her arms. It's not that serious. Maki looked at Yasha helplessly. It seems that Yasha's focus is completely different from that of the real tree. Please take your seat. 2 players, you can release Pokemon. The referee Net to him commanded. The Maki naturally sent Kirikai, who was disguised as a dragon-headed gopher, and Yasha directly released her ace Pokemon, the duck-billed flame beast. After releasing Pokemon, Yasha's E-Press Zion suddenly became serious, completely different from her just now. He said pessimistic word, but he would still do his best in actual combat. It's the dragon-headed gopher against the duck-billed flame beast. It seems that both sides actually have a chance. The dragon-headed gopher can seriously attack the duck-billed flame beast through its own ground attribute attack. Of course, it may not be able to withstand the duck-billed flame beast flame attack, so this will be a battle to compete for attack. It seems that the audience has a blessing. Zylu and He analyzed the game. Duck-billed flame beast, big words, explode. Yasha chose to start the game directly and launch a fierce attack. The high-temperature flames gathered in the mouth of the duck-billed flame beast, turning into large-shaped flames and quickly attack Kirikai. Kirikai's pace was light, as if he had jumped on the field with an elegant waltz, easily avoiding this terrifying big word attack. Good Kiriki, it's so cool. Behind Maki, Shirabi and Bettini were also shouting for Kiriki. What a wonderful body technique. It seems that I have completely seen through the position of the flame of the duck-billed flame beast. It is worthy of being a player of the Maki. Every step is just right. It's just an artistic step. The 2 commentators are also correct. Kiriki's dodging pace was praised. Get close to it, Maki commanded, and asked Kirikai to take the initiative. Kira prayed as if she was flying against the ground. Before the duck-billed flame beast could react, Kirikai had already appeared in front of it. Iron Head. Maki's command time is just right. A silver metallic light appeared on the head of the dragon-headed gopher played by Kirikai, which directly hit the duck-billed flame beast. The duck-billed flame beast had no time to dodge and was directly hit. I didn't expect that the player Maki actually chose to use Iron Heads to attack. It's really confusing. Logically speaking, you should choose the ground attribute moves against the duck-billed flame beast, right? On the commentary stage, Zylu asked in confusion. I don't know much about this. Maybe it's because the real tree's dragon-leading gopher is better at steel attribute moves. He said. Even though he has a lot of combat experience, he can't figure out what the purpose of this step of Shizu is. However, the answer is immediately revealed. Bang! On the field, the dragon-headed gopher played by Kirikai directly hit the duck-billed flame beast with his iron head, making a muffled sound. Duck-billed flame beast used spray flame. Since the iron head was not effective against the fire-attributed duck-billed flame beast, the damage caused was not great. Yasha seized the opportunity and wanted the duck-billed flame beast to take the opportunity to launch an attack, and it was decided. However, the duck-billed flame beast could not move at all now. It stared blankly ahead with a strong look of fear in its eyes. I know the intention of the player Maki. It turns out that it is to trigger the additional effect of the iron head and let the duck-billed flame beast fall into a state of shrinkage so that the player Maki can attack the duck-billed flame beast many times to establish an advantage. Lee Hee-on, the commentator, reacted suddenly and said excitedly, "But I remember that the probability of iron head shrinking should be only 30%. Player Maki really believes in his Pokemon and takes a dangerous move." Xiaolu also sighed. This is the power of trust. Player Maki firmly believes in his Pokemon, so the goddess of luck also stood on his side. It's such a wonderful tactic. Lee Hee sighed, impressed by Maki's bold tactic. If this kind of dance tactic is successfully used, it is really pleasing to the eye. However, in fact, the true tree only inherits the nature characteristics of Kiriki. Kiriki is a Pokemon favored by God and he is full of luck. The iron head it uses is different from other people's iron head and it can almost certainly shrink. In other words, as long as it is hit by its iron head, it will be kept in place and unable to move. Retreat, retreat, or retreat. This is the charm of heaven. God is standing by my side. What are you playing with me? So such a funny scene appeared on the battlefield. The duck-billed flame beast stood still and the dragon-headed gopher played by Kiriki hit the duck-billed flame beast with an iron head every few seconds. One time, the duck-billed flame beast was like this and was hit by the steel-attributed iron-headed attack and lost its combat ability. It was unable to move throughout the whole process, which was extremely frustrating. I didn't expect that the iron head of the dragon-headed gopher of Maki player can trigger the shrinkage every time. This is simply incredible. This tactic is a little too terrifying. My Pokemon can't move at all. If I were to fight against the player Maki, I would definitely cry. Xiaolu put it in and found that she could not accept it at all. Even Zulin, who hadn't spoken for a long time, agreed and said Zhen Shu is really not a human being. This tactic is too vulgar. It shouldn't be called a shrinking tactic, it should be called a vulgar tactic. Chapter 123 Kiriki's new hobby. On the battlefield, the battle between Maki and Yasha has reached the last round. The dragon-headed gopher played by Kiriki on Maki once again used his iron head to defeat Yasha's last Pokemon, the coal turtle. The battle ended completely. Maki won again and advanced to the quarterfinals. Let's congratulations to the player Maki. This time player Maki let me know the power of the iron head move. When we consider the combination of moves, we should also pay more attention to the additional effects of the move. Lee Hee sighed with emotion. Maki won the game by using one skill from Tita throughout the whole process. He played the Pokemon battle for so many years and has never seen such a game. Yes, but if you want to use this iron-headed tactic, you still need this kind of great luck. Of course, you have to pay attention to exercise more when using it, otherwise it is likely to be performed by others. Real person PK. Xiaolu discussed the disadvantages of this tactic with a serious face. This tactic that makes people unable to move will definitely make the opponent full of anger and bring a look. However, they were quite harmonious with Yasha and Maki on the battlefield. After losing, Yasha put away the coal turtle that was knocked dizzy by countless iron head. Because the coal turtle has a high defense and is born with iron heads, it fell down after being hit by more iron head. Hey, if you lose like this, my grandfather in front of the TV will definitely be very angry. Then he will remove me from the position of director of the gym and come out again so that I can be freed, Yasha said with a relieved expression on her face. As soon as the battle ended, she recovered from that. Looks motivated. No, your grandfather must be very angry now and then prepares you for more rigorous training, Yasha. Let's face it, Maki said silently. He is too clear about the psychology of some elders who want their children to become successful. If they cannot achieve the goal they want, just wait and practice more. No, Maki, otherwise I won't go back for the time being. Please hide in Zijin City for a while so that you can avoid his hell training, Yasha said with her head in her arms. He also felt that his reasoning just now was a bit too fantasy, while Maki's reasoning was more in line with the character of the old man who was once the king of heaven. No, I have to escape first now. Grandpa might come to Zijin City to find me directly. After figuring this out, Yasha's face turned paler. She rushed out of the venue first, leaving behind a confused True Tree. Congratulations to the Maki player for successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. How do you consider the tactics of this battle? Xiaolu had already arrived at Maki and started post-match interviews and took the lead in asking the audience's most concerned questions. This is a very normal iron-headed flinch tactic. I think everyone has seen it. Of course, this is a tactic that requires great luck. I tried it out this time by luck. A trainer who is confident in his own luck is a trainer who is confident in his luck. You can try it out. Maki thought for a while and said, yes, it's a little outrageous that every time you trigger this kind of chance of shrinking, it's better not try it easily, otherwise it's likely to lead to the failure of of the game. Xylo smiled and continued to ask the NET question, how does the player Maki maintain his competitiveness? He can use such a dazzling thing in every battle. I think I am a person who needs inspiration, whether it is a battle or in life. Sometimes inspiration will come out from time to time thinking about doing this, so what you said is eye-catching. There is something bright. I think everyone should pay attention to these things in life and seize fleeting inspiration. Maki said, then gave an E-ample for E-ample. If you get some new ideas from my competition now, you can write them in your notebook and take them out and practice them NET time. Maki player is right. In our lives it is difficult for us to be spiritual without inspiration. So how does Maki player keep his inspiration flowing continuously? Xylo handed the microphone to Shinto. At the tree's mouth he signaled to answer. There are many ways to get inspiration. For me, eating and playing is the easiest to inspire inspiration. For E-ample, recently I often go to the newly opened Readaloud Hotpot in Zijin City for dinner, and I often draw battle simulators. You might as well try the internal beta version so that you can be as inspiration as me, Maki said with a smile, and the picture was revealed. So that's the case. I've already wanted to try it. I'll take my friend to Readaloud for a meal after work. I heard that it's still the stage of opening a big reward and there are many discounts. You have to make an appointment as soon as possible. Xylo echoed and ended the post-match interview. That's right, this post-match interview is a special part of advertising. In such a popular single attribute challenge, the advertising effect is one of the best. I believe that the newly opened Readaloud will be full now and maybe a few more branches can be opened in the future. Masaka, the owner of the Hot Pot restaurant, sent me the pictures in the store and it is now completely full. After your interview was broadcast, many people are still calling to make appointments. Zulan rushed over excitedly and showed the pictures on the navigator to Maki. This is quite normal. With the boss's Hot Pot skills and the promotion of Evergreen's company, the success of this new brand is inevitable. Masaka said. What is Hot Pot? Are real trees and bamboo orchid? Are they burning pot? Kirikai net to him asked curiously. It knows both the fire and the pot, but when it is combined it doesn't know what the real tree and the bamboo orchid are talking about. It's a form of eating. It's very delicious. Zulan introduced the hot pot to Kirikai and then thought of something and said in annoyance, Masaru, the hot pot restaurant is now full of people. Wouldn't it be very troublesome to eat it? This is okay. We are the boss. It's not easy to want a location. At my request, every store in Readaloud has a VIP seat which is not enabled normally, so we can use it when we go. Maki introduced it. Soon in the newly opened Readaloud in the center of Zijin City, Mashu and Zulan entered the private room and the hot pot was boiling on the table. The table was very big and all the Pokemons of Maki and Zulan were wearing cute little aprons and eating hot pot which looked very harmonious. How is it? Is the hot pot delicious? Kirikai. Maki turned around and asked. Kirikai was eating and his mouth was full of oil and he responded in a speechless manner, good times, good time. Chapter 124. Entering the film and television industry. Walking out of Readaloud, Ji and Zulan came to a building in Zijin City. Masaki, where are we going? Zulan asked expectantly because Masaka said she would give her a surprise. Do you remember what I said last time to shoot a movie with you? Now it's fully prepared. The company has arranged the shooting schedule. We just need to go and shoot. Just do it, said Maki. This time he will take Zulan to the studio in the building. That's great. Can you start so soon? Zulan said with an excited look. She originally thought it would take several months, but she didn't expect that the efficiency of Evergreen Company was unexpectedly high. Maki, what is a movie? Kiriki asked curiously after Maki. It is now in a state of curiosity about everything and needs to ask about everything. Kirikai, do you still remember the TV in the hot pot restaurant just now? The movie is on it. Bettini immediately explained to Kirikai. After following Maki for so long, Bettini is already very familiar with all kinds of things in the human world. So that's the case. So if the movie is made, we can see the real tree on TV, right? Kirikai said excitedly. Yes, I'll see it and we can also act together. It will be very interesting. Bettini continued, his eyes flashing with excitement. It has always liked to challenge this novelty. Let the real tree add a motionless big tree to me. I like trees. Rabbi Shi also participated in the discussion. Idiot, wouldn't there be no presence in this way? If you are a tree you shouldn't have any line. Bettini looked like she was so angry that she couldn't make her feel strong. It really wants to have more scene. Yes, I'd better play myself. I can't play anything else, Kirikai said, touching her chin. After all, it has spent almost all the years sleeping, so I'm afraid it won't be able to act like anything else. If you want to act you can, and you can act in your true colors. Maki nodded and said, there is a film industry in this world and some magical beasts often appear in movies, all of which are played by other Pokemon first and then made with post-production special effect. Therefore the audience's legendary Pokemon appears in the movie. It's no wonder that it's commonplace, but it should be the first one who took the real Pokemon like Masaka to shoot. We want to participate too. Maki's elf balls suddenly suddenly opened and all the Pokemon jumped out and they were communicating with Maki at the same time. Of course you will participate and everyone is the protagonist, Maki said. As the male lead Pokemon companion there must be no shortage of scene. In this case Maki suddenly felt that the original script was not very good and she had to speed up the script to modify it, otherwise she would not be able to add so many Pokemon. He even thought that the length of the movie can be shot is limited, so he might as well just shoot it into a TV series. Based on Maki's own experience he filmed the real adventure stories he had experience. In this case it might be quite a market. After all, Masaka's own experience is indeed quite fantastic. Okay, that's it. Make a long TV series that includes everyone so that our evergreen company will take the first step in the film and television industry. Maki, who came up with the plan, said excitedly. As the heroine of Maki I will definitely perform perfectly and make this drama popular all over the world. Zulin also clenched her fist and said. Soon Maki and the others arrived at the studio. Maki hired a very famous photography team in Maizumi City. She has filmed many successful documentaries and this is the first time she has challenged the filming of a TV series. However, Maki has watched the films they made and trusts their professionalism very much. Hello Mr. Maki, I have always admired you very much. Now we finally meet. As soon as Maki entered the studio, a middle-aged man with a long beard, glasses and a baseball cap immediately came up. It was this time he was here. The filming director is here. When Evergreen invited him to film for a group of people who had never filmed the show, the director refused immediately, but Evergreen Company gave a price that he could not refuse, which made him strong. The director couldn't help but feel really good. Seeing that the boss of Evergreen Company seemed to be younger than the rumors and compared himself again, the director couldn't help but sigh. I like the film you shot before. I'm very relieved to leave this film to you. I hope we can work together happily. Maki nodded and said. Then when can we start? The director asked. No hurry, I think the script needs to be modified. Maki pulled Zulin down and started discussing and writing the script. This boss is really strange. This is the first time the director has seen such a temporary script change, and according to Maki's meaning it seems that he wants to rewrite one directly, but he didn't dare to have any objection. After all, there were too many things given to the other side. Okay, that's about it. A few hours later Maki said with the plot outline that she had just finished. Well, the perfect script. Zulin also nodded and said. This script also adds a lot of her ideas and Zulin is also looking forward to the effect of the whole film. Director, how do you see? Maki handed the script to the director, who seemed bored. Net to him. He was dozing off and almost fell asleep. The director, who was shocked by Maki's voice, was shocked and suddenly became energetic and began to read the script. This script is great. The more you watch the director the more excited you become and you can't help but use it. Fizz lapped the table. Mr. Maki, have you learned editing related courses before? This script is the best script I have ever seen. If we succeed in filming we will definitely leave our reputation in film history. The director looked excited and excited. He thought he was just here to help the boss make some bad movies and make some money, and it doesn't matter how bad the script is. Unexpectedly the young boss in front of him gave him a perfect answer, and he can only be worthy of being the boss of Evergreen Company. There is a reason why he was able to succeed so young. The director couldn't help but get excited. If he had told him that he wanted to shoot this kind of script, it wouldn't matter if he didn't have money to shoot it. It's not bad after all. Zulin and I came up with it. The script was recognized by the director and Maki was also very happy. Chapter 125. The director laughs so hard that he can't stop talking. However, the fantasy Pokemon that appears in this script may take a long time to have special effect. The director looked at the script and said, there are many fantasy Pokemons written by Maki that are only recorded in legends. This requires special effects engineers to make it through long-term polishing, and the shooting requirements of Evergreen's company are to be used. The fastest speed is produced into films. It doesn't matter, I have ready-made ones here, so there is no special effect. Maki said lightly. Net to him, Shirubi and his friends suddenly lifted up the Pikachu puppet dressed on them and appeared in a real image. Oh my god, Shirubi, Bettini and Kiriki. The director widened his eyes and couldn't speak. Other movies use special effects, but you actually made it a little too perverted. After the shock there was a burst of ecstasy. The director jumped up suddenly, showing an excited look, and shouted, it's great. In this way we can definitely make a video that shocked the whole world. Masaka, let's start shooting right away and start now. The director rushed to Maki and said impatiently, can you start now? Don't you need to polish the script or something? Zulin said in confusion. No, since the script is adapted from your real stories there is no need to worry about it. Looking back on your feelings at that time you can just act in your true colors and you can decide the lines and other words for yourself. The director said excitedly. He was going to let the male and female protagonists Maki and Zulin play their own way, so he shot it with his most proficient documentary technique so that he could produce a film with the fastest efficiency. Okay, let's start right away, Maki also said. Maki and Zulin put on makeup in front of the mirror facing each other. The director is preparing to shoot directly in order, and the plot of the first episode in the script is the story of Zulin, who was injured in the rabbi during protection encountering the genius trainer Maki. Since Zulin has grown up now and cannot play the role of her childhood, the script written by Maki and Zulin has also made some changes to become a more suitable performance. After talking to the scene, Zulin's face turned red and her voice trembled. Masaki, what should I do if I'm a little nervous? Zulin had never felt this way before. Even when she challenged the former league champion, she didn't feel this way. She hadn't taken to the stage to perform formally, but she felt her legs trembling unconsciously. The last time I was so nervous, it should be the time when I was chased by the rockets in Orange Forest with Maki. It's okay. Don't worry about anything during this filming. You are not playing someone else but yourself. Just show the real you. Maki comforted. Well, I will work hard. Zulin nodded and said seriously. In order to perfectly reproduce the scene at that time, the director directly pulled the entire shooting team into the Orange Hua Forest for on-site shooting. Maki and Zulin also walked into the shooting site and officially started shooting. The first episode is about the new trainer Zulin entering the forest and meeting Shi Rabbi, but ending up meetings with the rockets who came to catch Shi Rabbi. The scene where the rabbi was chased by the rockets while she was holding her, she ran in the forest and happened to hit the real tree, who was also a new trainer. I'm sorry I bumped into you. Zulin on the set was obviously in a state. She pulled up the fallen tree and said uneasily, "No, it's okay." Maki was pulled up from the ground and was about to reply that it was okay, but Zulin pulled him and ran away. Hey, why do you want to pull me to run together? Maki asked with a puzzled look on her face. It's too late to e-plane, just run with me. Zulin held Rabbi Shi in one hand and pulled the shishu in the other, saying while running, "Perfect." The director behind the camera couldn't help but shout excitedly as he looked at the effect of the film. Masaki and Zulin are obviously people with no performance experience, but they completely performed the scene with spirituality. He had a premonition that if he continued to act like this, the drama would definitely be popular. The filming is still going on and the plot has developed to the scene where Maki and Zulin's sincere hearts have successfully treated the injured rabbi. Rabbi will all the rockets who are chasing them and win the scene. I saw that on the set at this time when Mashu and Zulin looked at the rabbi who were gradually withering in her arms. They couldn't help but think of the scene at that time. There was no need to brew too much and they were sad and unwilling to accept it. Ei suddenly became itself and tears fell down unstoppably. It dripped on Rabbi Shi. Why such a beautiful Pokemon is always hurt by those ugly humans? Shi Rabbi obviously wants to live in peace with us, right? Maki shed tears, whimpering and whispering. This sincere emotion made the directors, who are used to seeing all kinds of tearjerks, they couldn't help but be touched. Under Maki's interpretation, it seems that it is no longer filming but the emergence of real scene. Yes, why is this happening? Others on the set lowered their head and prayed for the rabbi. A miracle happened as if I felt everyone's wish. Shi Rabbi slowly floated up and a soft green light burst out from his body. The withered body is recovering and the breath of life in the whole body is constantly gushing out. What is this? What? The actor who played the rocket said in surprise. With the rendering of the scene, he was also completely immersed in the play. The shocked expression on his face didn't look like he was acting at all. Real trees and bamboo orchids are your sincere wishes that awaken me. The blind pursuit of powerful power like the rockets will only make them go further and further on the wrong path, resulting in the blindness of the soul. Only like you, only by treating Pokemon sincerely can you become a real strong man. Shi Rabbi burst out with a strong momentum and said handsomely the lines he had memorized for a long time. At this moment it was excited inside. When it was seriously injured for so long it could not even move, now it could finally show its might. You evil people who destroy the forest and hurt my companions, accept the sanction. The power of the forest continued to gather on Shi Rabbi, causing countless beautiful flowers to emerge around it. Then Shi Rabbi sent many energy balls to the rocket and they also fell to the ground in great cooperation. Shi Rabbi thanked Maki and Zulin and sent out his strength. At this point the play of this stage was completely over. Good. After filming this part, the entire team became excited and applauded and cheered for Maki and his perfect performance. The forest kept echoing one after another. Photo 126 Golden City. After the filming of the previous few episodes, Maki and Zulin were temporarily separated. Zulin had something to do and wanted to go back to the god. Shirabi also took Bettini and Kirikai to play elsewhere, and Maki also received a call from Natsu. In the Maki office of Evergreen Company, Maki is sitting on the boss's chair. To it is Natsu wearing a professional suit. So can't you tell me on the phone? I'm going to come here to say it, Maki asked while looking at the project schedule on the computer. Maki Sakage just came to me. It seems like he was going to hold a meeting. I want to ask for your opinion, Nazi said softly. In other words, are you going to go back to the rocket? Maki said, touching her chin. Yes Maki, I will go back to the rocket for a few days first and then come back to participate in the remaining schedule of the single attribute challenge. Nada Hawaii reported. Okay, I'll go back with you too. It just so happens that I've wanted to really see the inside of the rockets, which is full of talent. Maki smiled. In this case the rocket's uniform he had collected before could finally be sent. It's in handy. Through Nazi's relationship it is a bold act to directly penetrate the rockets, but Maki is very confident that such an opportunity cannot be missed. If you are discovered you can't run away at most. Maki, wouldn't it be a little too risky to do this? Nazi worried. It's okay, I just go and appreciate the customs of Gwandu area. Maki waved her hand and said. The two of them acted very quickly. After an hour Maki and Nazi got into the first-class cabin of the plane. After several hours of flight they landed at the airport in Jinhuang City, Gwandu district. This golden city is very good. Maki and Nazi walked in the center of Golden City and couldn't help but sigh. Jinhuang City is the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Gwandu area. It is full of high-rise buildings with traffic and a strong commercial atmosphere. It has to be said that Sijin City is still a long way to go before the old and powerful city of Jinhuang City. The tallest building in the distance is the headquarters building of Silver Company in Golden City. The interior of the entire building is Luurious Golden, which is very consistent with the name of Golden City. Silver is the leader in manufacturing around the world and has almost monopolized the production of various props. Almost all the props used by trainers on the market are produced by this company, which is similar to this giant Silver Company. Compared to the Evergreen Company of Realtree is still a little too young. However, Nazi said that Silver Company is currently under the secret control of the rocket. This made Maki feel chill. No wonder the rockets have so much money to do bad things all over the world and can support so many laboratory research expenses at the same time. It turns out that such a big company is supporting it. Where are we going? Net? Maki said, putting on a hood, completely putting his face and body in it. Of course I went to my golden gymnasium. After all, I am the owner of the gym. Nazi smiled, regaining the aura that the superpower should have the court. After all, this golden market is her home court. She quickly pressed the navigator a few times and called the phone. Hey, call the car to my location, Nazi said coldly, and after receiving the response she hung up the phone. After a while the black business car with a large interior space stopped in front of Maki and Nazi and Maki sat in together. The driving was a strong man wearing sunglasses. A cute baby ding stood on his shoulder, which looked in a strong contrast with the strong man. Go to the gym. Nazi sat in her seat and said coldly. After returning to Golden City she had to restore her previous appearance, which was also what Maki had agreed with her. The equipment on the business car is very complete. Maki took out a bottle of soda from the small refrigerator Net to him and drank it while looking at the novel city through the car window. However, there are too many cars in Jinhuang City. Now there is a red light for more than 100 seconds in front of you. None of the three people in the car spoke and the atmosphere is very heavy. I said your baby ding didn't expect it to be well trained. Do you have any experience in cultivating it? I heard that a Pokemon like Baby Ding needs very meticulous care. Maki looked at Baby Ding and waved her hand, said, yes, the energy blocks I use are all configured by myself to regulate the proportions very accurately and to grind all the energy blocks into fine powders so that they can absorb them to the greatest extent, and they must always be with them. It trains singing, that's how it works. Unexpectedly the strong man with the fierce sunglasses spoke gently. When he spoke he turned his head, gently touched the Baby Ding's head and said, when it comes to Baby Ding's cultivation he can't stop. It's really good. The baby's body has a strong smell. It looks like it has been cultivated very finely. The skin on the surface is also very smooth. It seems that I pay great attention to protecting it. Maki didn't expect that the strong man in front of him could actually be so meticulous in training Pokemon. Although Baby Ding is not strong in combat, it is indeed a happy thing to be able to follow such a trainer. I'm over reward. I'm just doing what I should do. The red light has ended and the strong man in sunglasses continues to drive forward, but the smile on his face can't be controlled. His greatest pride is his baby, and he is naturally very happy to be able to get the praise of others in this way. Another half an hour later the black business car parked in front of the golden gymnasium and Maki and Nazi got out. I didn't expect it. Maki recalled the communication with the strong man in sunglasses just now and sighed. I'm obviously a person who work for the rockets, but I also have a sincere heart. Perhaps the rockets are not all people with bad intentions. It's true, but in an environment like the rockets even trainers with conscience have to do something bad. Over time it will be difficult for those people to turn back. Nazi pondered. Maybe when you join and you will feel guilty about doing bad things, but over time you will be numb. The rockets members who wantonly capture Pokemon Pokemon and do illegal business may have once had a sincere heart for Pokemon like the strong man in sunglasses. Yes, so it would be better if such an organization does not exist. In that case the whole world will be much more stable. Maki looked at the golden gymnasium in front of her and said, Chapter 127 Transformation Tactics. The floor tiles in the golden gymnasium are blue and purple and walking here is full of magical feeling. Nazi brought Maki to the owner's lounge. At this time a man with purple hair also entered the room and said, Nazi, you are finally back. How about it? The mission to go to Zijin is completed. No, he is a team leader of the Rockets named Lil. Because Nazi was on a business trip she came to replace her job as the owner of the museum and used a Pokemon with super powered attribute. I reported it directly to the boss. You are not qualified to ask about it yet, Lil, Nazi said coldly. Lil looked optimistic and said, hey don't be so cold. Hey Nazi, at least I have helped you so much, but some challengers training levels are too low, but I've helped them clean up the useless Pokemon and they should be very happy too. He has a special hobby, likes to transform into a man in black after the challenger leaves, secretly follow the other person and then clear their Pokemon in front of them. This behavior made Nazi very disgusted with him. Lear smiled and raised his hair. Then he turned to Maki who was standing net to him in a hood and asked, who are you? Why should you cover up your appearance? Lear walked to Maki and wanted to lift the hood on his head, but it appeared in front of him. It was Maki's sneering face and that swift iron fist. Bang! Just as Lil realized something was wrong, Maki's fist kept magnifying in front of his eyes and finally hit him directly on the head, knocking him to the ground. I don't like nosy people. Why do you care so much? Maki said again to Lil on the ground. Originally he didn't want to do anything, so he watched silently from the side. However, the Rockets captain seemed to be too curious and Maki had no choice but to take action. Mental shock. A purple light also appeared around Nazi and her powerful spiritual power was like a hammer impacting Lil's consciousness. Ah, Nazi, you traitor! Lil's shrill voice came from the ground and his mental power was impacted, which made him feel a splitting headache. He kept twisting his body on the ground and cursing Nazi. It is also a blessing that the physical fitness of people in the Pokemon world is not as good as that of ordinary people, so he can remain awake under such an attack. I'm not a traitor, I'm just changing to the right path, Nazi said calmly. She was stimulating her mental power and hit her with another heavy mental hammer, which made Lyre wail again. You will definitely be punished and Boss Sakagi will not let you go. Lyre's purple hair spread out his face showing pain, his voice trembling constantly, and he glared at Maki and Nazi. Don't worry, the Boss Sakagi you mentioned will soon become the person you hate the most, and even yourself will become the traitor you mentioned. Maki smiled and took out his syringe. A little bit of water was pushed out from the needle of the syringe. Combined with the faint smile on Maki's face, it made Maki the real villain. What are you up to? Lear covered his head and shouted. He deliberately stopped him, but his whole body could not move at all. It was Nazi who used his mind power to control him. Don't worry, you should thank Masha for being the one who is trash like you should be directly erased. This is really a bargain for you, Nazi whispered. In his opinion, using injections to people like Lil is a waste. It doesn't matter, everyone has their own value and what we need to do is let them use their value on the right path, Maki said, completing the injection for Lil. Lyre, who was originally staring at Maki and Nazi, suddenly became blind after the injection and had entered the input setting stage. Your name is Lyre, you absolutely obey Maki. You love fairness and justice, hate the Rockets and want to completely destroy this dark and evil underground organization. At the same time you love all Pokemon to the past. I feel disgusted. Maki thought for a while and said, after doing too much of this link he became familiar with it and completed the setting input of Lyre at once. In this way in the future the Rockets captain Lyre, who was originally a pervert, became the Rockets who absolutely obeyed Maki. The team is undercover. After completing the setting input, a green light shone on Maki's hands and he used the power of orange flower to perform a simple treatment on Lil. At the same time he shook his shoulders and said, Lyre, wake up. I'm the boss of the real tree. After just waking up, Lil's godless eyes slowly regained his spirit. After seeing clearly that the person in front of him was the real tree, he immediately stood up straight. He saluted Masake. No, very energetic. I don't need to salute like this net time. Maki nodded and said, yes. Lil put down his hand, still standing straight waiting for Maki's order. Stand here first, don't move, don't make a sound, stand straight, Maki directed. Okay, boss. Lil stood up a little further and replied loudly, is this something newcomers must experience? Nazi complained silently. She still remembered that when she just abandoned the darkness and turned to light, Maki took her to stand for a long time and there were various military trainings. The project is still fresh in her memory. Come out, it's all weird. Maki threw out a new Pokemon and released a pink soft Pokemon. It is a versatile monster and it was a Pokemon that Shiz especially dragged Bio to help him. The ever-changing monster itself is not strong in combat, but it has a particularly perverted ability ability, which is that it can completely become something else. Whether it is a human or other Pokemon, the ever-changing monster can change. Maki specially made a versatile monster, which is of course of great use because the versatile monster, which is a mutable feature, can completely meet its own needs for disguise and can make Maki perfectly transformed, become another person. A world-changing monster looking at this person's face turned into a mask exactly like him. Maki pointed to Lil, who was standing still in front of her, and said, "Variety." The ever-changing weird nodded in a human way, and a magical smoke wrapped its body and it was undergoing huge changes inside. After a while the ever-changing monster really turned into a mask exactly the same as Lear. After Maki put it on, he cooperated with his rocket's uniform and was completely no different from Lear. Chapter 128 Temporary Base. How can you still recognize it? Maki asked. Put on the ever-changing weird mask. It looked very similar, but it's still a little crazy. Is the boss still not perverted enough? Natsu touched her chin and pondered. She could see the difference between Maki and Leal now. After all, Leal is the captain of the rockets with a little problem with his head. The mind is more or less abnormal, and Maki looks like a normal Lear now, so this matter itself is abnormal. Are you talking like this? Maki recalled what Lear was like just now. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and her tone became frivolous. That's right, that's it. The E-Press Zion should be a little more obscene. You can show your teeth when you smile. Natsu continued to help Maki fine-tune. How is it? Is it okay now? Maki adjusted her micro E-Press Zion for a long time and finally Natsu couldn't see anything wrong. It completely fine, Natsu said. She used her superpower to bring a mirror over. The lil and the true tree on the mirror were exactly the same. If the role is completed, Maki can go directly to the rocket's headquarters. Sakeke recently convened the rocket's management teams of all sizes to prepare for a major meeting. In this way the disguise is completed and can directly attend the meeting. The rocket's meeting will be held at the secret base of Golden City. Maki and Natsu got in another car, but the driver just now. He drove the car and took Maki and Natsu around in Golden City. After a long time I finally arrived at my destination. So how should we get in? Maki looked at the small building in front of her and felt worried. This kind of abandoned building doesn't look like a place with a secret base. Just come with me. Natsu took Maki and walked into the small building, walked straight into a room, pressed a dark grid on the wall, and as the dark grid collapsed, an iron door in the wall also appeared in front of Maki and Natsu. Natsu walked forward, opened the fingerprint lock, and the door slowly opened to both sides. Maki and Natsu walked in together and the elevator began to operate, sending Maki and Natsu underground. You underground organizations really like this kind of tune. Maki joked. This is normal operation. After all, the members of the alliance have been searching for our base. Once any clues appear, the base will be destroyed soon. Natsu plane. It's really amazing that the rockets can be so big in such an environment, Maki said. The two were talking and there was a tremor outside the elevator and the door slowly opened again, which also meant that they had arrived inside the base. Go in. Natsu took the lead and walked in front. Sir Natsu, everyone is in the conference room, a rocket spare said with the road ahead. Well, I know, I'll go there in a while, Natsu replied casually. She took the real tree to visit the detailed terrain of the base, such as the important Pokemon warehouse, which contained various Pokemon for members to use on missions, and some of the members captured it and waited for sale. Maki really wanted to go inside and take a look, but there were team members guarding the warehouse for 24 hours, so it was still very difficult to sneak in. Natsu brought Maki into the conference room. At this moment there were already many cotters sitting in the seats in the conference room. The cotters were all bowing their head and doing their own things. No one chatted and the entire conference room seemed silent. Natsu found an empty seat, sat down and waited quietly. Boss Sakagi himself would not be there, but he held a meeting for everyone through video. It's really deserted. Maki looked at the cold faces around her and sighed softly. Those who can be in this conference room are basically the elites of the rocket. Maki secretly remembers all the faces of some people. If they encounter them in the future, they can take action directly. On the main podium, a woman with short hair and bangs stood on the glasses and asked, "Have you all arrived?" Maki knows her. Before coming, Natsu specially introduced this person to Maki. Her name is Maki. She holds an important position of Sakeke's secretary in the rocket. She can be called Sakeke's most trusted confidant. Therefore, her status in the rockets is also very high. Report, all participants have arrived. A rocket spare hurriedly stepped forward to report. Okay, let's start. This meeting is very important. Please keep a record carefully. Secretary Matu operated on the computer on the main podium a few times and Sakage suddenly appeared on the big screen. On the screen, Sakage was sitting on the couch wearing a black suit with his legs crossed. His legs net to it was a cat boss with beautiful hair. After seeing the meeting connected, Sakage sat upright and a sharp aura naturally spread out, making people feel a powerful sense of oppression. Then the meeting begins. Sakage glanced for a moment and and said lightly, "The first thing recently, this product called VR glasses has been sold well in all regions, and I've found ways to get core technology. This virtual reality technology is very useful for e-payments in all aspects and is only used for entertainment. It's a pity." Sakage took out a glasses made by Evergreen Company from the side and said as he showed them. Mashu noticed that these glasses were even a limited edition model jointly created by Xiao Juer. They are worthy of being the boss of the rocket. They can buy limited edition models at any time. Mashu also has to thank him for his contribution to the sales of VR glasses. "Boss, we have also researched the technology in this area. I believe it will be directly produced in the near future." A middle-aged man with grey hair and a white coat said. He looked like he was a researcher, but he looked a little older. "A little bit. Get results as soon as possible and send a team to steal the technology at the same time." Sakage nodded and made the decision on this matter. "Then this time the team will be led by Athena, and you will select the team members as soon as possible to get the skills." Secretary Maybird further arranged. "Received, guaranteed to complete the task." Athena stood up and agreed. Athena Cotter dressed the woman in a white dress. She has long red hair and look very fierce. "Be careful, that company is not simple," Sakage whispered. "Okay boss." Cotter Athena nodded to show her understanding. "I'll go. You guys discuss stealing their company's technology in front of other companies' bosses. Is it really good to do this?" Maki, the boss of Evergreen, secretly complained. Chapter 129 Important Meeting. He didn't expect that his skills would be coveted by the rocket. You know, 02, who developed VR technology, was a member of the rockets before, but he followed Bio to rebel from the rockets because he didn't meet his talent. Unexpectedly, the rockets are going to steal the skills of people they don't like again. If you look at it like this, the rockets would be a little too funny. After Athena took over the task, the first thing she said was the end. "The second thing is to report on the progress of super evolution research," Sakage said with a faint light radiating in his eyes. The first one reported a man with a hooked nose. He was wearing a white coat and opened the notebook in his hand. He reported, "Okay Sakage, after research in our laboratory, super evolution cannot be solidified. If Pokemon is forced to stay in a super evolutionary state, it will cause irreversible damage to Pokemon's genetic structure. However, our research has also found that when using special frequency beta rays to irradiate Pokemon, it is possible to promote the super evolution of Pokemon without the need for evolution, but this evolution method will damage Pokemon's nerves, the system which in turn caused the uncontrollable state of Pokemon after evolution. Continue to study. I want to see your achievements in weapons." Sakage nodded and asked again, "How is it researched about different super evolution forms?" "Yes boss, after research we found that there are two completely different gene sequences in the flamingo dragon, which also allows it to evolve into two completely different forms when it matches different evolutionary energies. We temporarily call this form X form and Y form. According to the current data, the racial advantages and characteristics of the two forms of flamingo dragon show are completely different." The researcher of the hawk nose cleared his throat and said excitedly, "What is even more exciting is that the gene sequence of the flamingo dragon in different directions is very similar to the gene sequence of the super dream we studied last time, so we judged that super dreams should not only be able to super evolve but also evolve into two different forms like a flamingo dragon. This is a new study discovered by their laboratory yesterday." When the super dream gene sequence was discovered, the entire laboratory almost caused a sensation. They quickly conducted further demonstration experiments, and it was not until an hour before the meeting that it was proved that the conjecture that Chow Meng can super evolve is completely correct. You should know that the meaning of super dream super evolution is completely different from other ordinary Pokemon. The battle of super dreams can be comparable to the legendary Pokemon. If this is done, the whole world should. I can't find a few Pokemon that can compete with it. Can they actually study to this level? The rocket's scientific research strength is really terrifying. Maki, the first author of the super evolution paper, who was silently listening in the audience, was very shocked by the rocket's research level. Just study the super evolution form of the flaming dragon, but what Maki didn't expect was that even the super evolution of the super dream was discovered by them. If the rockets truly mastered the power of super dreams, it would be like the terrorist organization in their previous life had nuclear power and the whole world would be in chaos. Maki secretly sighed that if he hadn't come to attend the meeting this time, he wouldn't have known that the rockets had done so much research in secret. It is indeed the strongest underground organization in the world. With this skill, the rockets have the qualifications to be proud. No wonder even technical experts like Zero and Kitatsu cannot be reused by the rocket. In addition to the exclusion of their peers, it is because the strength of the rocket's own scientific research team is too strong, which makes Akagi and other senior executives not at all pay attention to the unfair treatment received by the technicians at the bottom. Okay, very good. I want to see the results as soon as possible. Upon hearing this news, news. Sakage finally smiled a little and pressed his affirmation of the research ability of the hook-nosed researcher. Reported to Boss Sakage, we are already creating super dream fossils by collecting special evolutionary energy. I believe that the result can be seen in only 3 months at most, the hook-nosed researcher said confidently. Okay, if there are any difficulties in research, the team members who steal the technology can also catch the boss of Evergreen Company. I heard that he is very knowledgeable about super evolution and should be able to help you, Sakage said casually. Okay, I will catch that guy. By the way, that guy has always appeared on TV recently. I have already remembered his face. Athena also smiled viciously and said, I'm going. Why did you talk to me again? You can't continue talking to Evergreen Tree without talking to you right now. I've talked about 2 things and both of them are related to me. Don't play anymore. Maki felt speechless. Why did the rockets look like they were targeting their Evergreen Company everywhere? Even a big guy like Sakage. I even know that it seems that my popularity has increased too much recently. In this case, not only good people will know him but bad people will also know him. Maki feels that when she goes back she must let the security department strengthen her defense. She should not run into the forest to pick up garbage and crack down on theft. Now protecting herself and the company is the most important thing. The people in the security department of Evergreens were basically Pokemon hunters before, and they should be very good at dealing with other people's infiltration. I believe that even if they are prepared in time, they are elite codders of the rocket. I can't do anything. Although the rockets are very strong, the Evergreen team of Masaki, who has turned aside from the wrongdoing, is not a vegetarian. With the advantage of information, the elite team of the rockets may not necessarily gain advantage. Okay, the discussion of the second thing ends here. Net is the third thing. Maybird and Lokia's location. Have you caught it? Sakage said in a deep voice. Yes, our exploration team is always observing the location information of Lokia with satellite. The most recent discovery was a day ago. At that time its location was west 127 degrees and N25 6 degrees. Its current location should be in the waters near Bona Island. The real bird took out the relevant documents and reported. Okay, organize the arrest as soon as possible. You will decide the candidate for this operation. You should take advantage of the fact that Rokia's weakness period has not yet ended, Sakage said, touching the cat boss's head. I understand, boss. I will definitely complete the task. Secretary Shiniao's tone was very firm. Chapter 130 Liberation Action. The meeting ended. Sakage's low voice sounded and his image disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone stood up from their seats and prepared to leave the conference room to do their own thing. All players who specialize in super-powered attributes, please pay attention and stay. Secretary Mono said, and her words made Natsu and Maki stop. Lear, played by Maki, and Natsu, the owner of the Golden Gymnasium, happened to be specialists with super-powered attribute. Is it a setting for Rokia? Maki thought silently. He did not expect that the rockets would actually attack Lokia, which was a divine beast called the Sea God. It is said that if Lokia waved her wings she would generate heavy rainstorms for 40 consecutive days. It is a legendary Pokemon that can be called a natural disaster level. The rockets must rely on weather to attack such a divine beast. Yes, the team has just recently developed a special device that can control other Pokemons but only requires mental energy to drive them. Natsu introduced to Maki. Maki, Natsu and other super-powered attribute specialists gathered together. Natsu took the lead in asking Secretary of the True Bird, is there anything wrong with calling us? This sea covering operation requires your strength. I will take you to prepare first. I will join the operations department in an hour. The real Bird Matri force will also cooperate with you to act together, Secretary Shinbird said while typing on the computer keyboard. Why do you have to look for us specifically? Isn't it the same for finding others? I'm very busy and have other tasks to do. Natsu is different from others. She is not afraid of the Secretary of the Real Bird at all. I acted according to the orders of Sakage boss. Natsu, are you trying to disobey the orders of the boss? Mato stared at Natsu coldly and said, if you have the ability, just let the boss come to tell me personally instead of using chicken feathers as a command arrow here. Natsu still refused to give in at all. Okay, then you can leave. This action is fine without you. Natsu, go come with me. The rest of the people. Mabio stood up and left and said coldly, this is what you said. Natsu turned around and left, not dragging on the slightest, and did not want to give Genbi face at all. Sakage has always valued Natsu very much, so even if he is Maki's secretary there is no way to deal with Natsu. This woman is really Natsu cursed inwardly, her face very bad. Secretary of Shenbird, please don't pay attention to that woman. Take us to prepare quickly, said a young coder. A few minutes later in the assembly room, a member of the rocket sent everyone an electronic chip. Put this device away and take it back, and take it with your main L. Real Bird introduced. After sending the chip, Geniao sent another action pack which contained all kinds of equipment, very complete. Netu you can prepare yourself. An hour later we will gather at the mobilization base in Jinhuang City and the coordinates are marked on the card in the action bag. As the real bird said, he left the assembly room first. As the general person in charge of this sea-breaking operation, she still has a lot to do. Yes, the action team members agreed and left the assembly room. After disbanding, Maki wandered alone in the base with a smile on her face. After sneaking into the rocket, he knew almost all the rocket's actions so that he would have a lot of room for operation. He walked into a bathroom and the ever-changing monster fell off his face and turned back to the pink soft body. How is it? I've already remembered the woman's face just now and now she's become her, Maki said. He put on a hood, which was a new equipment recently developed by Zero-san, inspired by the transformation of Hidden Dragon. Transformation of Hidden Dragon: change your skin tone according to the environment to avoid some natural enemies. This cloak transforms into a hidden cloak, has a similar effect. After putting on the cloak, Maki's figure almost completely integrated into the environment, just like she became a transparent person when she was invisible. And the ever-changing monsters are also changing, and soon they have changed into the appearance of the real bird's secretary. Is this okay? The real bird turned into a monster and tried to speak. Apart from looking a little dull, she was almost the same as the real bird himself. It's almost done. You just need to walk over confidently later and don't have to do anything else. Masaka corrected his body shape for the baby-and monster, correcting it exactly the same as the Masaka's secretary in Masaka's memory, and then brought a unique sound device to the baby-and monster. This is also Zero-san's invention, which can generate the same voice as that person by collecting other people's voice. This is the invention proposal put forward by Maki, inspired by Conan's voice-changing bow tie. In this case, as long as the true tree records good sounds in advance, it can make the ever-changing monsters make the sound of a real bird at the right time. This completely covers up the flaws in the voice after the ever-changing monsters become human. If you have recorded some of the Maki, you can wear a cloak to hide your body. The ever-changing monster who became the secretary of the real bird opened the door and walked out with a swagger. It looked very confident, and its walking posture has also been corrected by the Maki, which is no different from the real Maki secretary. Masaka hid behind the ever-changing monsters with her cloak of the hidden dragon. Hello, Secretary Zhen Bird. Along the way, the ever-changing monster met some scattered Rockets members and greeted it. Hello. The ever-changing monster also dealt with it well through cooperation with the Maki. Masaka's ability to communicate with each other has been at its peak at this moment. The versatile monsters can perform so perfectly thanks to Masaka's command. Because the meeting just ended, many team members were assigned tasks and left the base. The base now became very empty, and this was a good opportunity for the true tree to act. Maki's goal this time is to store Pokemon's warehouse. When the base is under empty precautions, he will enter through the identity of May Bird Secretary. Soon the ever-changing monsters approached the warehouse. The two team members on duty NET to the warehouse took the initiative to ask Baby and Monster. Hello, Secretary Zhenbird, is there anything wrong? The team member standing on the left side of the door took the initiative to step forward and ask. Open the door. The ever-changing monster opened its mouth, and the sounding device on its body also made the sound of a real bird. Does the real bird secretary need to mobilize the Pokemon in the warehouse? The team member asked. Hurry up, I don't have time to procrastinate. If I delay the task, can you bear the responsibility? The baby and monster showed an impatient expression on his face, which made the two small team members pale. Secretary Shiniao has great power in the team. If he offended her, he will be unable to move forward in the team in the future. Chapter 131 Destroy the Base. After hearing the urging of the wild monsters, the two team members did not say much, took out a key and opened the warehouse door. The ever-changing monster and the true tree following behind quickly walked into the warehouse. There are many metal shelves in the warehouse, all of which are placed on the shelves are elves' balls with various signs to help people coming to the warehouse quickly find the Pokemon they need. Standing in this warehouse, even the boss of Evergreen Company, Masaka, couldn't help but sigh at the Rocket's big deal. He is worthy of being the #1 in the Pokemon World Underground organization. This foundation is really nothing. What are you doing when you stand in a daze? Come in, you don't want me to move things by yourself. After entering the warehouse, the secretary of the real bird, played by Baby and Monster, said coldly. The extremely oppressive aura made both team members shudder and ran in happily. Yes, Secretary Zhen Bird, the two team members said hurriedly. You haven't closed the door when you come in. Have you forgotten the management and operation regulations? You have to close the door when you are in the warehouse. Secretary of the real bird, a varied monster version, continued. Yes, Secretary of the true bird. The two small team members immediately acted neatly and locked the door completely and followed the command of the Zhen Bird secretary. So, Secretary of the true bird, what kind of Pokemon do you need? We are still very familiar with this place and will be found soon. The two small team members were competing to show themselves. involved. They both wanted to please the secretary of Real Bird. In this way they might be able to be promoted and join the Real Bird Matri army. In that case they would be developed. No, I'll just look for it myself. This time I didn't speak like a strange thing but the true tree following behind. All his elf balls were opened and all the Pokemons from the Maki appeared staring at the two Rockets team members. You, who are you? Hearing the strange man's voice, the two small team members turned their heads in horror. They were greeted by Jurila's fist. Bang bang. The two small players had just touched the elf ball on their waists but Jurila's fist had already hit them and knocked them to the ground. Good job everyone, go and release all the Pokemon in the Pokemon. Maki commanding began to sweep the elf balls on the shelf and white light flashed one after another. Sleeping the Pokemon of the Pokemon was released and was still in a state of chaos. Everyone hears me that if you want to restore your free life you will open all the elf balls and gather your strength to destroy this cage that imprisons you. A rich light of life lit up on the body of the tree and the power of the orange blossom was released, making all Pokemon feel a sense of trust. Their eyes also regained their spirits and began to join the ranks of releasing Pokemon. More Pokemons are still being released. These Pokemon have long been fed up with the command and enslavement of the Rockets and now they have reawakened their wildness. When many fierce Pokemon came out they directly destroyed the elf ball that had been trapping them. After a while the warehouse was filled with all kinds of Pokemon and Jalila opened the warehouse door. All the Pokemons suddenly came out and destroyed all the visible facilities. Warning, warning, warning. Everyone please be aware that there are enemies invasions and there are enemies invasions. The moment the riots rushed out of the warehouse a harsh alarm sounded from the entire base. The members who were still in the base all received information about the accident in the warehouse on their personal terminals and were rushing here quickly. However, the base is now in a relatively empty state and the team members who rushed to the scene could not organize an effective counterattack at all and were scattered by the rioters. The Pokemon that kept rushing out of the warehouse was sweeping across the entire Golden City underground base. At this time Maki was wearing a transmigrant cloak and took back all his Pokemon. He waited until the Pokemon in the warehouse had almost gone out so he slowly went out. How could it be? Why are there so many Pokemon? In the corridor of the base the wailings of many Rockets members kept coming. Their Pokemon is still struggling to hold on but it can't stop the opponent's fierce attack at all. Big Needle Bee, do you still remember me? It's me, we fought together last time. A Rockets member recognized the Big Needle Bee on the opposite side. He used this team during the last mission. The Big Needle Bee was given to him. The Big Needle Bee who heard the sound turned to the team member and a light of hatred burst out from her red eyes. He rushed up all of a sudden and pierced his body with two sharp spears. The Big Needle Bee will never forget that it was this person at that time. He ordered the Big Needle Bee to help him block the opponent's attack. Now it finally found a chance to retaliate. The same scene is still being performed throughout the Jinhuang City underground base. Although the Rockets discovered it in time and sent reinforcements to rescue, the entire base was inevitably under the trampling of the violent Pokemons and various facilities were destroyed. The results of the Rocket hard work in Golden City for many years have been directly scrapped. At this time Maki had already left the Golden City base under the cover of Pokemon in the warehouse. He came to a hidden place and called Nazi. Hey Nazi, the action here has been completed. Have you reached Feng Yuan? Asked Maki. Just now Nazi and Makoto had a conflict. In fact they did it intentionally with the purpose of letting Nazi and Makoto split into two groups and carry out their respective tasks at the same time. Maki stayed in the base and released the Pokemon in the warehouse with the ever-changing monsters to destroy the base, while Nazi left the base to call the police, anonymously informing the Alliance of the situation of the Golden City base which may have been leaked. Completely enter. At the same time Nazi rushed to Feng Yuan after calling the police, cooperated with the security of Evergreens to strengthen defense and prepared to score the special team sent by the Rockets in one go. Maki is waiting for the opportunity in the Golden City to continue the NET step of hindering task. The police in Guandu already know about this. I am already at the airport now. I guess I will be in Zijin City tonight. Nazi reported. Okay, that's fine. Remember to be careful. That cotter named Athena is not simple. Maki said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I know her very well. Boss, you should be more careful. Nazi said softly. Chapter 132 Thousands of feet. Don't worry, I'm fine. Maki replied. He is now wearing a transmigrant cloak and is almost invisible and there is no risk of being discovered. After hanging up the phone, Maki was still hiding in the dark, quietly observing the situation around the underground base. The interior of the underground base should have been almost done by the violent Pokemons, and Pokemons kept rushing out of the EIT. However, they all remembered the instructions from Maki before. After escaping from the base they were very calm and did not destroy too much. Instead they migrated collectively to their respective habitats under the leadership of some flying Pokemon. What's wrong? It's so scary. There are so many Pokémons appearing at the same time? Mom, where are they going? The large number of unknown Pokémons attracted the attention of the residents of Golden City, and they stopped to take photos and discuss. The sirens began to echo throughout Jinhuang City. Because of Nazi's anonymous call, Jinhuang City police mobilized a large amount of police force in time to control order in time. From the perspective of the real tree, you can see that the official members of the Alliance entered the base together, causing the surviving fire that had not had time to withdraw. The Arrow team members brought them out. Similarly, the battlefield after the Pokemon riot also needs to be cleaned. This is also the price that the Rockets need to pay for abuse of Pokemon power. Diddy. The rocket communicator in the backpack suddenly rang. Maki picked it up and saw that the message on it was very eye-catching. The action is temporarily cancelled and wait for subsequent notification. Good guy, the Rockets have forced the action to stop the prepared one. It seems that the Pokemon riot has really hit them a big blow. If you don't take action, I'm going to take action. Maki smiled satisfied and said, leaving the place. At this time, Mato was having a video call with Sakagi, who was in a gloomy face. Have you found the cause of the matter? Sakagi's expression was cold and his voice was low. Such an incident occurred after such a conference. Although the loss was only a base and some irrelevant personnel, which was not a problem for the Rockets, no one can guarantee that such an incident would not happen again. Landers appeared inside our base. They dressed up as me, sneaked into the warehouse of the underground base and released all the Pokemon to create riot. The real bird said with a pale face and reported she was the biggest responsible person for this incident. As soon as she left the underground base to prepare for the mobilization of the elite troops of the real bird Matri, a riot occurred at the underground base. When such a bad incident occurs, the real bird will bear the greatest responsibility. It seems you know a real bird. The enemy can approach you under your nose and let the ever-changing monster record your physical information, but you don't even notice it at all. Sakagi sighed softly and said he also saw some related videos sent back by the intelligence department. The real birds that appeared in the corridor had almost no defects on the outside and could not be done by disguise. Then the fake real bird is only the Pokemon with the ability to transform, which has become a transformation. However, if the perfect monster wants to transform, it needs to observe and confirm the details in close proximity, and the distance between the front and back is the time can't be too long, so they will have a direction to follow. Yes, boss. Before leaving the underground base, I had seen nearly 100 people close by. However, I think the most suspected Nazi suddenly approached me when she was communicating with me, had an argument with me and left without authorization after the team that happened. In my opinion, she was one of the biggest suspects, Mato said calmly. When she looked back, she really felt that Nazi's behavior was a bit abnormal at that time. Although she and Nazi looked down on each other before, they would not have quarreled in person like this. And after Nazi left, such an incident occurred in the base which made it difficult not to be suspicious. Really, Bird, I think you are really confused. I have investigated Nazi a long time ago. She reported to me after leaving the base and wanted to go to Fengyuan to continue the last investigation. Her actions are also after my affirmation. Everyone is already in Fengyuan. According to you, can I be a suspect in the traitor with Nazi? Sakagi became really angry this time, and the base was demolished by unknown people. His subordinates, whom he usually trusted, also began to make mistakes and could not find any trace of the prisoner. The huge rockets were actually being played with by others like this, which made him unacceptable. Boss No, seeing Sakake's face that he had never seen before, Mato was panicked at this moment. She tried to defend herself but couldn't speak anything in her mouth. Her fluent eloquence in the past was the same as suddenly disappearing. Needless to say, Maki, you'd better go to the confinement room to calm down first. In the video, Sakagi stood up, turned around and left, leaving only a cold back. Boss Mato showed a desperate look. She knew that at this moment the trust she had established in Sakake before collapsed. She knew that there were no confinement rooms in the rocket. The confinement rooms Sakage mentioned were actually prisons. Only some arrested rocket traitors would be sent in and suffered inhuman torture there. Maybe when something happened at the underground base, Sakage was ready to give up on her. This call was just the last chance, but Maki was unable to seize it. Sakage didn't even give her the opportunity to reform herself, so she made a decision. The final judgment. Let's go with us, Secretary Zhen Bird. A dull sound came from beside him, and two fully armed soldiers from the elite troops of the real bird Matri came over and directly controlled the real bird. May Bird was originally their chief, but now Sakagi has completely taken back the power he gave up. The May Bird, who was under the rockets alone and above 10,000 people, can no longer cause any storm. Don't hold me, I will leave myself, Maki said softly, wanting to retain some dignity for himself. However, the elite team members of the real bird Matri did not give her this opportunity. They showed an impatient expression on their face and a loud slap on her face. Stop talking nonsense, don't forget who you are now. The elite team members have been tolerant of this domineering engineering leader for a long time. This time they seized the opportunity, but they have to take revenge. Then they handcuffed the real bird and dragged her into the vehicle, preparing to transport it to the nearest rocket's prison. Chapter 133, The Saint Anu. In the outskirts of Golden City, the real tree emitted a green light and he was playing it with a bamboo flute. The melodious melody echoed everywhere, and after a while a vorte suddenly opened in front of Maki. Shirabi, Kiriki and Bettini flew out of it. Masaki, is there anything wrong with us? Asked Rabbi Shi. Yes, we were having fun. If nothing happens it's better not to bother us, Bettini said with a short bracelet on his chest. Don't do this, it's better to be a real tree matter. Kiriki seemed a little more sensible, but it has never known how to thank the Shizu, and this is a good opportunity. Let's go to the sea with me and we'll save Rokia, Maki said. He learned about Raka's position through the information given by the rocket. Since the Rockabillys have stopped the operation due to the Pokemon riot, he must first cure Raka. In the rocket's intelligence, Lokia is now in weakness. He remembers that Lokia can regenerate such a perverted skill by itself. It must be very difficult to be able to deal with such a mythical Pokemon. The problem, Maki thought about it and asked him to call him Rabbi and others so he would be more confident. After all, Shirabi is a real super nurse with incredible recovery ability. Kiriki's wish power can also play a big role. As for Bettini, it is the best mascot that symbolizes victory. With such a luxurious lineup of fantasy Pokemon coupled with Masaki's other friends, Masaki is very sure of this action. Rosha, is it that big fat bird with big wings? It is very powerful and can control the power of the sea. Rabbi Shi showed a sudden enlightenment. As the one who has seen the most among the three illusion beasts present, it did see Rokia on previous time trips. The powerful momentum of Lokia left a deep impression on it. Is it more powerful than the flame bird? Asked Bettini. In its impression, the flame bird is the pinnacle of the bird Pokemon. It should be much more powerful than the flaming bird. In legend, Rokia is a Pokemon of the same level as the Fini King, Maki introduced. In terms of strength alone, Rokia should be able to kill the flaming bird in seconds. Although the flaming bird is also the legendary Pokemon, it is still much worse than Rokia. At this time, the flame bird in the magma pond far away deep in the hot path suddenly sneezes and looked around in confusion. It always felt a malicious intention coming, but there was no enemy aura around it. Okay, then let's go out right away. Real tree, where is it? Kiriki clenched his fist and said. Although it didn't know anything about Rokia, Maki said, so just do it. The real tree helped it, and it also wanted to help the real tree, which is very reasonable. We will take a boat to Kuya City first and then start looking for the sea where Lokia is inhabited. Maki has already thought of the plan. He looked at it, and the coordinates that the rocket gave a message was on the ocean far away from the continent. If the rabbi's power flew over just by relying on the power of the rabbi, it would consume a lot of their physical strength, so it's better to take a boat to the vicinity of that sea area and slowly look for Lokia. He checked that the Sant Anu in Kuya City had recently rested at the port, and the Sant Anu route happened to pass through the sea where Lokia was infested, so it was just enough for the real tree to take a boat. The real tree can fly for the time being. Kiriki closed his eyes and made a wish. It is not in its original nature, and it cannot realize that very powerful big wish, but small wishes like this are still okay, but the power of wishes every day is limited and it will be gone after it is used up. Before, Maki was taken by other Pokemon, so this time he would try his own flight. The power of magical wishes is taking effect, bringing Kiriki's wishes to come true. Maki felt a slight itchy feeling on his back, and then two wings with white feathers grew out from behind him. I'm going, it's so awesome. Maki tried to flap the wings that suddenly grew, and she actually ignored the gravity and flew up. The real trees can fly like this. Real trees who can fly faster when we compete. The ending point is the Dead Leaf Market. Bettini flew around the real trees excitedly, looking very excited. Wait, I want to get familiar with it. Maki's flying posture was a little clumsy. After practicing for a while, he could basically fly decently. Okay, let's go. Everyone flew up together like a meteor passing through the sky. Bettini took the lead and flew in the front. Shirabi and Kiriki followed the tree to protect his safety. A flying rookie like Maki is still very worrying. Hey, it would be meaningless if you are all so slow. Bettini turned around and said, who is competing with you? Safety is the first priority. Do you understand? Maki said with great sarcasm. Now at an absolutely safe light speed, Maki and his team successfully arrived at Kuya City, located at the southern mouth of the Gwandu area. This is the most important port city in Gwandu, providing support for several important routes around the world. You know, even the world-renowned the Lu Yuri cruiser like the Sant Anu also comes to the Kuya City once a year. The man and the others chose a place with no people to land. This is exactly the high point of Kuya City. Looking around, you can see Kuya City full of marine-style houses and long coastline, and the giant cruiser about 300 meters long and 25 meters high. Is that the ship we are going to take? It's really spectacular. Even Biktanai, who jumped out, was stunned when he saw the giant ship of of this level and claimed, "Let's go there quickly, it should be very interesting." Kirikai couldn't wait to go up. It had never seen such a big guy 1,000 years ago. "It's okay, it should be a little more interesting than your time and space travel." Maki smiled. "You know, cruisers of this level are really not something that ordinary people can afford. If it weren't for Nazi's relationship and as the boss of Evergreen Company he himself is strong enough, he might not have been able to do so. Successfully captured the ticket to board the boat in such a short time." Chapter 134 Silver Feather. "Please show your boat ticket." At the entrance of the Santanu, a beautiful staff member was checking ticket. On such a Luyuri cruiser there are also high requirements for the staff. For example, the staff member in front of him was selected after layers of selection. "Give." Maki handed over his ticket, and at this time he had already changed his face with the ever-changing monster and turned into an ordinary young man. "Thank you, welcome to the Santanu and wish you a pleasant journey." The staff took the ticket, stamped a seal on it and handed the ticket back and a room card. The room card is the key to the real tree's housing on the boat. Maki took the things handed over by the staff and walked to the deck. The Santanu officially set sail in 2 hours. At this time many people were already standing on the deck. They were dressed properly and glamorously, each holding wine glasses or something, and were having a pleasant conversation. Due to the special nature of the Santanu, the passengers who can be here are basically all so-called celebrities in the Pokemon world, and this situation is no wonder. "Is my room number 21? Maki didn't mean to participate. He took out his room card and looked for his room. Interestingly, when I was getting the room card, a small note fell down between the boat ticket and the room card. The tree picked it up and looked at it. It was written with a string of numbers which looked like the number of the navigator. It should be. It was the staff who checked the ticket just now. Even if I change to such an ordinary face, is my charm still so strong?" Maki sighed and came to the door of his room. "She probably thinks that you have money. I just felt that she also had a piece of paper in the boat ticket of the person behind you." Behind Maki, Rabbi, who was wearing a cloak of transmigration, revealed that he was E-pose. "The truth is revealed." "She, Rabbi, sometimes you don't want to tell it thoroughly. This is one of the principles of dealing with people and things, but you don't have to learn it." Masaki opened the door of his room with a room card and entered his luxurious presidential suite. "The room is very large. If you don't say it, I'm afraid no one would believe that it would be a room on the boat. The room has all kinds of facilities and a luxurious atmosphere is everywhere. My shoe, it's really nice here." Bettini threw the cloak on his body aside, took Kirikai and rushed to the big bed, rolling around on the big bed. "I didn't lie to you. Isn't this place very fun? And there will be a luxurious dinner later." Maki looked at Bettini and Kiriki, who were playing, smiled and said, "Really? Is it better than hot pot?" Hearing Maki's words, Kirikai's eyes lit up suddenly. Since waking up it has also awakened a little foodie attributes and is very concerned about all kinds of delicious food. "Yes, the most important thing is to eat as much as you want." Maki further tempted Kirikai. Then the real tree released the monarch snakes and the others and played and waited together. The monarch snake seemed to be very interested in watching the sea on a cruise ship and kept lying net to the small window in the room looking at the sea. "All passengers, please note that the Santanu officially began to sail." The radio on the ship began to broadcast such a notice. Maki felt a vibration from the entire Santanu and officially started to move. I've moved. Kirikai made an excited voice. "It's time, let's go for a meal." Maki patted Kiriki's head and said. Before going, Kirikai made a wish that when others saw the Pokemon of the true tree they would subconsciously ignore their instinct. In this way they can act freely without caring about other people's eyes. Maki and his team entered the dining hall. The entire hall was illuminated by golden Luyuri chandeliers. There were long tables covered with red tablecloth and various exquisite food was placed on them for tourists to pick them up at will. However, the tourists present seemed to have no intention of eating seriously but walked around and chatting with a glass of wine. In their opinion, this is not a simple supper but a special social occasion. But the real tree and the other see different. They just come to have a meal. I found a round table that was large enough and brought in enough chairs to let everyone sit down. With everyone's efforts, the big round table was suddenly filled with all kinds of delicacies. The Pokemons of Maki were very hungry. All the foods that looked delicious were served on the table on Maki. Of course they won't waste it, they will eat all of them cleanly. After dinner, Masha will also listen to what others are talking about so much. It's okay if you don't listen, but you're shocked when you hear it. Half of the people talk about the recent Evergreen Company and half talk about the recent Pokemon riots in the Golden City. Coincidentally, these two things happen to have something to do with Maki. Maki sighed. Fortunately she changed her face and went on the boat, otherwise she would have been surrounded by these people. "Have you heard that the boss of the Evergreen Company is likely to be on the Santanu now?" said a young man in a suit mysteriously. "Really? Is it the one who used super evolution on TV last time?" said the girl in a long skirt on the side excitedly. They all watched Maki's competition competition at that time and were considered his little fans. The boss of Evergreen Company is super handsome. He founded such a powerful company at a young age and he was also very handsome when fighting. I really want to know him. Several wealthy ladies sighed, and they didn't know that on the table net to them Maki himself sat. Forget it, I don't really want to know you. Maki thought silently while eating. He understood that these young ladies and young masters in the Pokemon world are not all elites like Daigo, and there are still many sluts. Maki was eating very hard, but the lights in the restaurant suddenly dimmed. On the stage in front of the restaurant, a beautiful woman in a long dress walked onto the stage and said, "Dear passengers, in order to promote everyone's communication, we will hold a small fun event. The prize is a magical feather which is suspected to be the legendary Pokemon left behind." Maki looked at the feathers on display on the stage and a data panel immediately appeared on the feathers. Silver feathers. The feathers dropped by Rokia contain mysterious power. My Chu, I felt a strange power on that feather. Rabbi Shi also said. Chapter 135. I'm cheating. How can you compare? This competition is a borrowing game. Every time the contestants run a distance they will receive a note. They have to find a way to get the items on the note before they can continue running forward. The first person to arrive win, and we will also gain our mysterious feathers. I hope everyone will participate. The host was telling the rules on the stage and many people were already queuing up at the registration office under the stage. This lone competition is very interesting and can also create opportunities to communicate with others, so it has attracted many passengers to sign up. Maki naturally lined up and successfully signed up for the title. After Maki completed the registration, the long law system prompt sound also appeared. This made him smile because in his opinion this game was basically a must-win, because compared with others he had a cheater-like present, that is Kirikai. With the power of making a wish, it basically just wants to make a wish. Borrow something, it doesn't east at all. Maki just waits for Kiriki to directly transform what he wants. NET. The passengers moved to the gymnasium of Sant Anu and prepared for the NET game. It is worthy of being the top Blue Yuri cruiser, and it even has something like a gym. Looking at the complete sport facilities around it, it is hard to imagine that this is a venue built on a boat. Kiraki, are you ready? I'll ask you this time, Maki said to Kirakai net to her. It is the biggest assistant of Maki this time. It will let Maki take off directly through his own cheating ability. Well Maki, I will cooperate with you. Kirakai nodded heavily, showing a eager presence. When participating in the competition with Maki, it can always make it excited. Look, that's the young master of Silver. He actually came to participate in the competition. Didn't Silver's senior management have not appeared for a long time? I didn't expect him to appear here. Maki was preparing for the competition when she suddenly heard the whispers from someone net to her. He followed the eyes of others and finally found the person who caused everyone's discussion. It was a boy in a blue suit wearing a red tie and a Silverman badge on his right chest. Is Silver's person? It's so interesting. Maki looked at the person and thought silently. He remembered Nazis saying that Silver, a major business giant in Guangdu, has been secretly controlled by the rocket. This so-called Silver's young master should have nothing to do with the rocket. Please gather on their respective tracks according to the number cards they have drawn, and our competition is about to begin. The host voice came from the radio and Maki and the others also went to the runway. It's in place. Prepare, start. The broadcast was broadcasting with a simulated gunshot and Maki rushed forward all of a sudden like a meteor passing by, throwing other contestants behind. After several physical fitness enhancements, Maki's speed was far from being comparable to ordinary people. Hey, have you seen it? It seems that something flashed over. The audience made a surprised voice. Is that person Superman? He actually left so many others away. After the reminder of the people just now, the other audience members' attention also shifted to the Marsh, who was ahead of the world. He didn't know how many positions he had left the other people. It's really amazing. It seems like I've practiced it, but this is a race to borrow things. Not only do you have to run fast enough, but you also have to be well received. Otherwise, no matter how fast you run, it's useless. A viewer said. He was not very optimistic that Maki could borrow things because there seemed to be few people in the audience who were present to know him. In this case, borrowing things would probably not be smooth. At this time, Maki had already arrived at the first borrowing area at a very fast pace and got a note with the things he was going to borrow this time. Bread. Maki shouted to the audience, and Kiriki, who was among the crowd, immediately added a piece of bread in his hand and threw it into Maki's hand. In this way, Maki successfully completed the loan and continued to move forward. Just hitting. Everyone's amazement came from the audience. They had never seen such a silky borrowing race before. But then such operations continue to happen. Every time Maki reaches a level, he just needs to shout out what he wants to borrow and Kiriki among the audience will throw the things out to him. Oh my god, the number one player completed the borrowing race with incredible speed. This is a top performance. The number one player showed us what is the combination of top speed and top borrowing efficiency. Maki completed the cross-section and the host in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Congratulations to player number 1 for successfully winning." While everyone else was still desperately borrowing things in the second level, the Maki had reached the end and received an award from the host. "Come on, take it away. This magical feather belongs to you from now on." The host handed over the silver feathers placed in the beautiful bow to Maki. "Congratulations, you won the first place in this fun borrowing race. Do you have anything to say?" Everyone was looking at the strange faces on the stage who won the championship with an outrageous speed, looking forward to his speech. Although no one knew him, the people from the Saint Anu were not ordinary people. Everyone applauded and gave Masaki enough respect. "Thank you, I'm very happy to win this game. I'm just a lucky person." Maki checked the feathers, confirmed that there was no problem and took them back into her backpack, and then she started to say a few words. "Hello, if that kind of strength is called luck, what should other players do?" Maki's words were too modest to arouse everyone's complaint, but Maki didn't care either. He directly returned the microphone to the host and left the gymnasium. "I have enough food and won the prize, so I should do the most important thing, net." After the game, everyone disbanded, but they were also discussing the wonderful performance of the person just now. At this time in Mr. Silver's luxurious room, he was talking to a man in a black suit. "Go investigate that person and take back the feathers." "Yes." Hey Suit agreed and went out. After his subordinates left, Mr. Silver sighed leisurely. If he couldn't get the feathers, his fate would probably be very miserable. "It seems you are very interested in me, master." A low voice sounded, and Maki, wearing the rocket's uniform, lifted up the cloak of the transformed cloak and walked out of the corner of the room. Chapter 136 New Discovery. The young master of Silver felt a burning feeling suddenly coming from his neck. He looked down and saw a Pokemon wearing purple armor erecting a flame-burning sword on his neck. "Sir, we are in the same group. I'm here to seize the feathers for the rocket," Silver said tremblingly. He shivered under the cold aura of the real tree. "I didn't receive a notice that there was a companion like you saying who sent you." Maki showed a sinister expression and whispered, "It is not good news that someone controlled by the rockets suddenly appeared on the Saint Agnu." Maki suspected that the rockets might have just given up the mission of capturing Rakia on the surface and made a secret arrangement. "Sir, it was notified by the Cotters Mazishi. Just ask Mazishi to know." Young Master Silv said immediately. Maki knew that this person Mazishi was one of the elite Cotters of the rockets and the former captain of the Saint Angranu. "It seems that the rockets have other arrangements. The action is suspended just a cover. It is very likely that Sakage discovered that there was an insider in the original team, so he secretly organized other teams. Mazishi, a senior crew member and sailor, has rich experience and is very suitable to lead the team." Maki touched her chin and thought silently. "So it was Mazishi who sent you here?" A faint smile appeared on the corner of Maki's mouth. Just now the sword was drawn. Zhang's atmosphere eased a little, and Silver's young master also breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly raised his trembling right hand, pointed to the sword that the Kangyan blade ghost was placing on his neck, and said weakly, "Yes sir, can it put the sword down?" But then Maki's words directly made him fall into despair. "Sorry, since it was sent by Mazishi, I'll find the right person." The smile on the face of Shizu looked like the devil's smile. Then came a sharp stinging pain. Maki had already stabbed the injection into his arm and completed the injection. "This is my contact information. If someone from the rockets comes to you, report it to me in time." After completing the modification of Master Silver's consciousness, Maki reported his number. In this case he can grasp any movements of the rockets in time. "Yes, I understand, boss," Master Silver agreed. Now in his consciousness, Maki's command is absolute. "Tell me about the current situation of your company." Maki sat down and continued to ask. "Report to the boss. All shareholders are controlled by the rocket. Now the rockets have completely grasped the entire Silver company. We are all under the threat of the rockets and have to obey." Master Silver replied immediately. "Xiao Ai, do you have equity now?" Maki asked curiously again. Xiao Ai is the new name given to Master Silver by Maki. A giant like Silver. As long as you own a little bit of its shares, it will probably make an ordinary person feel free to eat and wear for several lifetimes. If Xiao Ai had shares, Maki could also be a shareholder of Silver. "Report to the boss. I have not obtained any equity yet," Xiao Ai answered truthfully. "There is a very fierce internal competition for large companies like Silver. Even the direct children of senior executives of companies like Xiao Ai need to make some achievement to inherit the equity naturally. It's okay, I will find a way to help you become the largest shareholder in the future. It's much more fun to be with me than with the rocket," Maki said with a smile. He was very envious of Silver Company, which monopolizes the prop manufacturing industry in the Pokemon world. Xiao Ai happened to be a good pawn and could help him win Silver Company. "Thank you, boss," Xiao Ai responded excitedly and bowed to Maki directly at 90 degrees. Inheriting Silver's company is his biggest dream. He has a premonition that with his boss this formerly unattainable dream may realize really be fulfilled. Okay, there is another thing. Tell me all the secrets of silver that you know. For example, your core technologies and various commercial secret. Find an opportunity to copy them for me. I'm very useful. Maki thought about it and said also in the future you can make more use of the resources you have. Help Evergreen's company promote it and help us open up the market in Guangdu. If you have extra funds you can donate them to Evergreen. Silver is already big enough and Evergreens is the time to develop, so give us all the money. Masaki had a lot of unreasonable demands for Xiao Ai. After finally catching a big fat sheep for Masaki, he naturally had to pull the wool. Well, okay boss, I will definitely complete the task, Xiao Ai said firmly. The boss assigned him so many tasks at once, which is a manifestation of trusting him, and he will never let his boss down. Okay, it's very good. If you work hard, life will be sweeter and sweeter. When you become President Silver in the future, don't let the Evergreen company cultivate you. Maki patted Xiao Ai on the shoulder and said with a smile, yes boss, when I have completely mastered Silver Company I will transfer the company to your name. I hope that you can give me a position as manager of Evergreen Company by then and I will be satisfied. Xiao Ai clenched her fist and said his current ideal is to go to the highest level of Silver for the prosperity of Evergreen. When he takes control of Silver it is time for him to retire. Yes, I'm very enlightened, so I'll leave first and then you can treat me normally when you see me on the boat. Maki gave a few more words, put on the transmigration cloak and left Xiao Ai's room. Not long after, Xiao Ai's subordinates who had just sent out also came back and reported, Master, I have searched the entire Saint Agnew but I have found no trace of them. This subordinate felt his heartbeat a little faster and he didn't know what happened during the period when he left. The young master's aura seemed to have suddenly increased a lot, which made him feel a little nervous. It's useless. You can't do any small things well, but I'm in a good mood today so I'll let you go. You can go down, Xiao Ai said lightly with a cold momentum. Hearing the young master's words, his subordinate felt relieved. He felt like he had been riding a roller coaster, his heart beating constantly. He left Xiao Ai's room and at the same time his respect for him suddenly deepened a lot. Chapter 137 Start Action. A week later, the voyage of San Agnew was half completed and successfully reached the coordinates of Raka given by the rocket. This at the time on the deck, Maki and everyone sat on the lounge chairs, put on sunglasses and enjoyed the gentle morning sunshine. How is it, Kirikai? This is okay. I haven't tried this before. Maki took the coconut milk, placed NET to her, took a sip and said, Kirikai also has its own small recliner, right NET to the tree, and it also wears a pair of glasses which looks cool. Come back NET time, it's so fun, Kirikai said. Before boarding the Saint Agnew it didn't think it would be so interesting to travel on the sea. These days Kirikai has changed new projects every day. Yesterday was fishing, the day before yesterday was diving, and today was sunbathing. This week when I was on the boat with the Maki should be its happiest week in thousands of years. Lucario, have you discovered anything? Maki turned his head again and asked about Lucario NET to him. Since the San Agnew arrived near the coordinated sea of Lokia, Lucario has begun to search for traces of Lokia with high intensity using waveguide, but unfortunately there is no gain. Not yet. Lucario's voice sounded in Maki's mind not very happy. It's okay, take it low. Maki was not so uneasy. The weather on the sea is always capricious and the sunny genius just now came. Maki felt that he had just blinked his eyes and the sky suddenly became gloomy. Large areas of dark cloud began to gather, completely blocking the sunshine. It was still 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, but it looked the same as at night. It was detected that heavy rain was about to occur. For safety, all passengers who were still on the deck were asked to return to their rooms to hide from the rain in time. The radio on the Saint Agnew began to keep ringing, allowing everyone to go back to their house to shelter from the rain. My shoe, let's go, it's going to rain heavily, Bettini said with great effort to fold the recliner. It was already fine and it was going to rain suddenly, which made its mood worse. Okay, Maki and everyone returned to the room in time. After a while a thunder sounded and the whole world seemed to tremble. Kirikai and they were still watching TV. After the thunder the TV was already covered with snowflake. It's true it's windy and rainy, but it's still thundering. Do you want someone to play? Bettini complained, dissatisfied. Originally the sunbathing was forced to stop, which made it very unhappy. Now it is still here, but everything is really not going well today. Wait, look at the sky. Is there anything? Said Rabbi, who was NET to the window. When the lightning just now illuminated the sky it seemed to see a huge figure flashing by. After hearing Rabbi Shi's words, Maki immediately came to the window, looked up at the sky and followed the direction pointed out by Rabbi Shi. Maki also saw that in the clouds it seemed that a white figure was passing by. Recalling the sudden outbreak of storm, a guess came to the heart of the tree. That probably Lokia, Maki said in a deep voice. The white Pokemon that can cause storms and can shuttle through dark clouds in such weather seems to have no idea of anything other than the legendary Lokia. At this time the communicator on Maki's body also rang and the person who who called was Xiao Ai. Ma Shu immediately answered the phone, and as soon as it was connected he heard Xiao Ai's urgent voice. Boss, Ma Zishi just informed me that he was going to start the action and asked me to bring pure white feathers with me and go to help him in 5 minutes. Xiao Ai just learned that Ma Zishi had secretly arrived at the Saint Angnu. He tricked Ma Zishi according to what the Shiki taught him before and said that pure white feather was with him. Okay, it's a great job, you'll hide for a while now. After knowing the location that Yao Ai and Ma Zishi agreed, Ma Shu quickly hung up the phone. According to the plan he had set before, he would pretend to be Xiao Ai, go to the appointment and then look for opportunities to catch all the Ma Zishi's team in one place. You are so weird, please, Maki said softly. The ever-changing monster has long been very familiar with Xiao Ai's appearance. It transformed into a perfect Xiao Ai mask. Maki wore a very strange mask, put on the same clothes as Koi, and combined with the voice changer she was almost completely the other Koi. Let's go out. After making all preparations, Maki took out an umbrella and went out, and Kirikai and the others followed the real tree quietly and acted together. With the transmigration cape they can hide themselves well. In this rainy weather their vision is limited, making it even harder for others to find them. Maki entered the bottom of the cabin and advanced towards the place Xiao Ai and Ma Zishi agreed. Boy, I finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Take out the things and show me. After arriving at the destination about a minute later, a man in a green military uniform and short yellow hair came over, said he is an elite cadre of the rockets, Ma Zishi himself. Behind him there were a few people in black clothes who seemed to be small members of the rocket. Give it. Maki took out a pure white feather and handed it to Ma Zishi. Well, it's not bad, it's true. Ma Zishi checked carefully for a while before putting away the feathers. Of course he would not have thought that this was just a fake created by Kirikai through making a wish. The real pure white feather, however, it is still in Maki's hands. Follow us. Ma Zishi took the feathers away and without saying anything he left a sentence, turned around and left. Maki followed him and came to a room inside the cabin where there was a speedboat. Go on the boat. Ma Zishi took the lead in getting on the speedboat, hooked his hand at the others and signaled to follow. Ma Shu and the others were in their positions one after another, and Ma Zishi also pressed the switch. The cabin of the Saint Angnu was actually opened and the speedboat where Maki and the others were also accurately ejected outside by the ejection device. At this time there was a strong wind on the sea surface and heavy rain was pouring down. Under such circumstances Ma Zishi drove a speedboat and gradually moved away from the Saint Angnu behind him. At this moment Masaki realized that although the rocket's elite cadres look glamorous, they were all dirty and tiring. In such weather you have to work and even try to capture the legendary Pokemon later. The villain is not that easy to beat. Chapter 138, Midway Island. Start device. On the speedboat Ma Zishi suddenly turned around and said, yes, cadres. Several rockets members responded. Each of them took out a metal plate, put the metal plates together, and a mysterious wave spread out and rushed into the sky. This is a pheromone diffuser developed by the rocket's research department, which can emit unique pheromones to achieve the effect of attracting Raka. Observe the movements of Lokia and be ready to fight at any time. After the device was started, Ma Zishi threw out a elf's ball and released a thunder hill. Laikaiu male. Qualification level purple. Attribute electric. Features lightning arrestor. Strength level 70. Master level 60-70. Introduction. The long tail can protect itself like a ground wire, so even high voltage electricity will not paralyze it. Laikaiu, turn all the lightning into your strength, Ma Zishi shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly lit up and a dazzling light was emitted and several thunders fell down, all absorbed by Laikaiu. Laikaiu's momentum is still increasing and it seems to have a vague aura of the king level. He is only one step away from the heavenly king level, and now he has made a breakthrough again by absorbing lightning. Cadres, according to sonar test, Lokia has been attracted by pheromone and is approaching us. A rocket's member with his eyes closed suddenly reported. He is the person in charge of communications in this team, keeps in touch with the communications department and reports the messages in a timely manner. Very good, speed up and land on Midway Island. Ma Zishi showed a dangerous smile and directed. They were prepared for it, and fighting against Lokia on the sea was not a safe matter, and Midway Island near this sea area was the battlefield they had arranged in advance. There they had prepared various institutions for Lokia. Yes, cadres. The rocket's members were all busy, and in the speedboat command room there may be only one person who does nothing, and that is the real tree. Ma Zishi did not assign him any tasks, making him look like a mascot. Just sit aside and watch everyone perform. Maki, they look very professional. Is this what you mentioned about teamwork? Arachi's voice came from Maki's mind. It was looking at the rockets who were dividing their work and working together with a look of surprise. Yes, this is discipline. In the team everyone will do their own things well so that they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Maki nodded and responded. The team controlled by Ma Zishi Zishi is indeed an elite unit in the rocket. No wonder he dares to try to capture Rakia with only a few people. They do have something. In the rain the yacht slowly approached the shore of Midway Island. Ma Zishi slowly stopped driving the yacht and lowered the anchor into the water. Prepare to land. All members should pay attention to entering the first level preparation state and do as they did during the drill. He took the lead, got off the boat with Lai Kaiu and rushed to the Midway Island. Other members also logged in an orderly manner. Only the ignored real tree was left walking slowly at the end and also heading to the island. In order not to be wet by the rain, he also took out a raincoat and put it on his body. Everyone from the rocket seems to be familiar with the operations after coming to the island. Several metal pillars have been arranged on the entire island which look like a circular array. Ma Zishi had already taken Lei Qiu to the center of the metal pillar and released several Pokemons with electric attribute. Hundreds of thousands of volts. Several Pokemons with electric attributes all gathered electricity, and bursts of dazzling lightning suddenly appeared on the entire Midway Island, making everyone a little confused. After inputting electricity, all the metal pillars on Midway Island emitted a golden light. A strange magnetic field is being generated and electric light is coming out on the electric surface. It's actually an electrical site, Maki said in surprise, but unexpectedly the rocket's installation arranged in advance actually formed an electrical site covering the entire island on the island, and it seems that the intensity of this electrical field is very high. Start! Ma Zishi shouted, and the other team members immediately began to act. They were in place in other metal pillars, and each of them released a large number of electrical Pokemons and inputted electricity into the metal pillars. All the electrical energy almost pants one dimension after being amplified by the electrical field on the ground, and such huge energy was all gathered on Lei Qiu. Maki, what are they doing? Bettini and Kirikai asked curiously. The rocket's actions have far exceeded their knowledge. They have never seen this tactic of using technology to strengthen Pokemon. This is a large array that gathers electricity. It is necessary to shoot out all the electricity after a strong increase. Even Lokia will be seriously injured in such an attack. Maki sighed. No, we have to weaken them. If Lei Qiu increases the scale unscrupulously, will Lokia be defeated directly? Maki thought silently. Although Rakia is the legendary Pokemon, the electric system is still its weakness. It's decided it's Jirula. Maki thought for a while, came to a relatively hidden grass, threw out an elf ball and released Jirula. Jirula, here are all pure electrical energy, so absorb it faster. Maki said. Jirula slapped his hands on the ground and the electricity stored in the entire array continued to pour into his body. In terms of absorbing electricity, it is indeed too professional. After a while there was not much electricity left in the entire array. Jirula also returned to the Pokemon with a lot of gain. As long as all the absorbed electrical energy is digested, its strength can be further improved. Beautiful job, Jirula, have a good rest. Maki nodded with a smile and took Jirula back. At this moment Ma Zishi in the center of the formation also opened his eyes in confusion. Lai Kaiu, why did you stop? Continue to absorb. If you are at this level you can't defeat Rokia in one blow. Ma Zishi looked at Lai Kaiu and asked. Lai Kaiu, Lai Kaiu. Lai Kaiu gestured, showing a helpless expression. What? You said that the energy has been absorbed. How could it be so fast? Ma Zishi's face showed a look of surprise. Chapter 139. Copyright Cotter. Lokia is approaching. The small team member reported hurriedly. They raised their head and stared at the white figure that was sweeping down from the sky at a rapid speed. As planned, Ma Zishi said with a gloomy face. If it were normal he would definitely find out the cause of the accident first, but now Lokia is coming, so let's deal with it first. Faced with such legendary Pokemon, if you are not careful you will die. In the sky a loud and loud bird song suddenly came. A huge white figure fell on the Midway Island like a meteor. A huge smoke suddenly splashed around. That Rosha has arrived. The real tree hiding behind the big tree stared at the place where the smoke and dust were rising, showing a look of horror. In the rain the smoke and dust suddenly dissipated and Lokia gradually revealed its true appearance. Lokia is white all over her belly and caudal fin are blue and the rest are white. It has pointed teeth on its jaw and a mask-like structure around its eyes. It spread its wings like a big hand and a huge shadow was cast on the entire Midway Island. The oppression that belonged to the legendary Pokemon spread out, making Maki feel full of pressure. Lokia extremely weak. Qualification level rainbow color. Attributes fly superpower. Characteristics sense of oppression. Strength. Introduction Pokemon which was rumored to be the sea god. There is a legend that he has seen him on a stormy night. Lokia, who had just landed, kept turning her head as if looking for something, and then its eye remained on Ma Zishi and Lei Qiu. It's you again, Rockets, it's time for your farce to stop. When he saw Ma Zishi it actually showed a substantial expression of disgust and the fluctuations of spiritual thoughts spread throughout the island. Last time it was just that you were lucky and let you run away. This time it was not so easy. Your strength is very useful, so let's leave it to our Rocket. Ma Masashi forced himself to carry the terrifying oppression of Rokia, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face, and he said coldly, "Thunder and lightning cage." The rocket's members increased the input of current one after another, and the metal pillars on the Midway Island all released high voltage current upward, forming a cage made of entirely current, trapping Lokia inside. Like electromagnetic wave, Masashi continued to command. After the strengthening Leichu, the electrical bag on his face had been flashing continuously, and an invisible fluctuation began to spread out. The attack hit Rokia, who was trapped in a lightning cage. "You who have been defiled by the fire of greed, let the power of waves completely cleanse you." Lokia's voice was already filled with a hint of anger, and Leikai's electromagnetic waves successfully caused damage to it. The current is constantly, it stimulated Lokia's body and made it feel a numbness. Although the damage was not great, it successfully aroused its anger. It waved its wings, and the surrounding ocean was surging like crazy, and then a tsunami of dozens of meters suddenly surged and shot towards Midway Island. "Oh my god, is this the power of the legendary Pokemon?" It's a little aggravated, Maki murmured to himself as he looked at the huge waves raised by Rokia. "You can launch an attack of this level at will, and it is worthy of being a Pokemon known as the Sea God." "Masaki, come here quickly." Kiriki pulled the Masaki to his side and wrapped the Masaki with a protective cover. It doesn't want the real tree to be involved in this attack. However, facing Rokia's attack, Masashi showed a crazy smile. He smiled ferociously and shouted, "It's useless. The power output is 150%. The electric shield is generated." In an instant, all the electric power input from Pokemon increased dramatically, and huge electric light flashed throughout Midway Island. The energy emitted from the metal pillars formed a yellow protective cover completely covering the entire Midway Island and blocking the tsunami set off by Lokia. "Lokia, don't be bluffing anymore. How many times can you use such an attack now?" Masashi smiled sinisterly. He stretched out his hand and directed Leikaiu thunder. Leikaiu. At this moment, all the electricity gathered on Leichu's body, and Leichu's side was almost charred. A few dark clouds suddenly appeared above Rokia's head, and several amazing lightnings fell, hitting Rokia all the way. Charred Rokia. It's time to turn on the mental fluctuation influencer. Seeing that Leichu's attack worked and successfully caused damage to Roka, Masashi turned to the rocket's team member NET to him and said, "NET, it is the most critical step in the entire plan." "Yes, Cotters." Several team members released several metal pieces and combined them together. Several white lights of the elf balls appeared, and many super-powered Pokemons appeared. According to the previous drill, all their mental power was concentrated into the metal sheet. A powerful spiritual fluctuation surged and spread towards Lokia. No, Lokia also released a spirit of resistance to fight against the fluctuations that attempted to affect it. "Rosha, give up resisting. See what this is." Masashi took out the copycat version of pure white feather that the macaque had just given him and smiled. "With this feather I can let you fulfill a requirement. My request is to make you give up resistance." "How could you get the pure white feather?" Lokia said angrily. "Pure white feather, which was left by a human tribe that saved it thousands of years ago, and that whole pure white feather could make it fulfill a requirement. This is an oath made under the witness of Arceus, and even if it is the legendary sea god, it cannot be disobeyed." Lokia did not expect that the feathers that were originally used to protect the good people became the weapon used by the bad people to deal with it. If Masashi's request works, it will be controlled by the rockets and will become a weapon of the rockets from then on. It will no longer be a Pokemon with independent consciousness. Lokia's heart gradually fell to the bottom, but after a while, it was surprised to find that the pure white feather in Masashi's hand had not worked for a long time. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that the feather in your hand is a fake." The Maki ran out from behind the big tree and said softly. Jirula beside him also punched a rocket layer and a metal pillar, forming a large array to knock to the ground together. A green light appeared on Lokia's body, and its injuries were recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 140. Thank you. Masashi looked at the tree with an ugly face. "It's you." He did not expect that the pure white feather he had carefully examined was actually forged. "I didn't expect that the young master of Silver Company, whose family members were controlled by the rockets, would do such a thing. Please take care of this guy first." Masashi was stunned for a while before he reacted and ordered again. The rockets around him also focused their attention on Maki and directed the Pokemon around him to launch an attack. Electric Shock Beast 100,000 Volt, Pikachu Electromagnetic Wave, Electric Dragon Thunder. Many electric attacks gathered together and formed huge electric balls attacking towards the real tree, and the land on the ground along the way was lifted up. "Sorry, the electric attack is difficult for me to work." Maki waved his hand easily. "Jirula, absorb these attacks." NET to Maki. Jirula, who was shining with lightning all over her body, suddenly stepped forward and pressed against Maki. It opened its mouth wide, swallowed all the arrival of the big electric ball and turned it into its own strength. How could it be that our our attacks were all absorbed. What kind of Pokemon is it? I have never seen it before. The rockets around him widened their eyes and said in horror. Jirula received dozens of electric Pokemon's combined attacks at one time, and this parrot was really shocking for them. Jirula, damn, who are you? Seeing the real tree, Masashi also said horrified. You will know later, Maki said, stretching forward and directing counter-attack. Jirula plasma lightning fist. In an instant the entire Midway Island seemed to have turned into a yellow ocean and the air was filled with particles of electricity. But when they stood still they could feel a sensation of paralysis. Jirula plotted all the previously absorbed electrical energy at one time. It swung out with one punch and bursts of explosions suddenly came from the air. Countless thunder and lightning fell, attacking all members of the rockets as if they were wise. Even the metal pillars on the island were destroyed half and lost their original effect. The lightning cage that controls Lokia disappears. At this moment, under the treatment of Rabbi Rokia's injuries were recovering rapidly and the feeling of oppression that belonged to the legendary Pokemon was strengthened again. Oh no, Lokia is out of trouble, Masashi cursed inwardly. The situation is no longer optimistic at this time. The array has been destroyed and the tricky Lokia has successfully escaped. In this way this mission seems to have been a disaster. After analyzing the situation clearly, he took his Pokemon and quickly retreated, intending to leave this battlefield. As a senior cadre of the rockets, Masashi's escape is very good. Before starting the task multiple filings have been made after the task fails. However, it is difficult to play out in an isolated island on the ocean like Midway. I still want to run. Humans, you have to pay the price for what you do. Masashi had just run back dozens of meters when he heard the angry voice of Rokia behind him. His face changed drastically and he couldn't help but speed up his escape. Mental interference. Luochia's wings flapped like a big hand and a large piece of purple spiritual energy emerged. Completely wrap Masashi and let them stop moving forward. Damn it, Leichu, use 100,000 volt. Masashi turned around angrily and directed Leichu to attack. However, the previously unfavorable lightning seemed so weak after facing Rokia, who had recovered her strength. Lokia gently waved her wings and a purple spiritual energy appeared, completely blocking the incoming current. Repent in the endless cyclone attack. After blocking the lightning, Lokia flapped her wings with all her might. The surging airflow gathered and in the sky the storm began to gather, making the sea water seem restless. The strong wind swept across Midway Island, almost blowing the island away. Is this the real power of Lokia? At this moment Masashi was already ashamed. Faced with this great power that even the world was moved by, he could no longer have the idea of resisting. However, his Pokemon still blocked him, trying to raise barriers one by one, trying to block this terrifying attack for Masashi. Click. When the cyclone attack arrived, even though Laikaiu and the others hosted all their power, they still couldn't stand it for a few seconds. All the barriers were broken in an instant and Masashi was completely involved. Rosha, he still has some use, so he can save his life, Masaka said immediately. Masashi is a senior cadre of the rocket. If he controls him, he can grasp important news about the rocket. Similarly, Maki can also further attack the rockets with the chess piece. Masashi, well, I'm just punishing me a little, he's only seriously injured at most. Lokia nodded and communicated with the real tree with her thought. It is still very friendly to the true tree that saved it and holds the pure white feather. If Maki hadn't treated his injuries, Rokia wouldn't have turned the situation around so quickly. At this moment the battle situation on Midway Island had basically settled and Lokia's eyes were also locked on the boy who saved it. Feeling the compel aura of the fantasy Pokemon on the tree, even Lokia couldn't help but be a little surprised. She deserved to be the boy who could save it, and her aura alone was different from others. Thank you, Maki, for lending a helping hand in time. Lokia's voice was filled with a hint of gratitude. It knew that if the Maki hadn't taken action in time, it would have been hanging this time. It was a very critical situation that he was seriously injured due to the previous battle and was controlled by a lightning cage. Fortunately, I am out of danger now. No need to thank you. The rockets want to use the power of the legendary Pokemon to satisfy their selfish desires. I don't want to see such a situation. Maki nodded and said, yes, they have also attacked me before, so we are on the same front. Rokia, when the rabbi who had been staying on Lokia since the beginning also flew up and said, no matter what, thank you. Also, Maki, who has pure white feathers, can I help you do something? What do you want me to do? Lokia asked again. Chapter 141, The Empty Heart. The demand is not enough. Rokia, we have the same enemy, so let's go to the fire together. Arrows take revenge. Maki raised her head, looked at Lokia's huge eyes and said sincerely, the existence of the rockets has brought many unstable factors to the world. They have too great ambitions and have strong enough power. Leaving nothing will cause great harm to the world. After that rabbi incident, he had the idea of clearing the rocket. Now the time is ripe. If he can get help from Lokia with some information inside the rockets, Maki can give the rockets a wave of ruthlessness. No problem, Maki, let me be your help from now on. I will help you eliminate this unstable factor. Lokia and Maki communicated with Maki, agreeing with Maki's requirement. As long as it plays against the rockets, Lokia is very supportive. That day he was flying well on the sea, but he met a man in black with a strong aura riding on the flying Pokemon. He called himself Sakagi, and there were several people wearing R-shaped costumes around him. Lokia is not doing well yet, but Sakagi throws 2 elf balls directly. One is a human-shaped super attribute Pokemon whose mental power is so strong that it shocked Lokia, who is also a super attribute, and the other is a very powerful big needle bee. Net Lokia was completely suppressed by Sakaga's 2 Pokemons, and she tried her best to escape Sakaga's pursuit. However, she was seriously injured and entered a weak state. But we must be careful, the leader of the rockets named Sakagi is very strong, and the serious injury I suffered before was thanks to him. Thinking of dealing with the rockets later, Lokia reminded him again. The previous battle did leave a deep impression on it. The man's keen insight into combat opportunities and just right command combined with the 2 top Pokemons almost forced Lokia to a desperate situation. Well, I understand. We will try to avoid him when we launch an attack. However, Lokia, since you have fought with him, do you still remember the Pokemon he used? Although the combat plan this time is to temporarily avoid Sakagi, it is still necessary to understand the enemy's necessary knowledge. Lokia still remembered the 2 Pokemons that injured it at that time and introduced the characteristics of the 2 Pokemons to Maki on the spot, and even said the signboard moves. Of course, there is also the method of fighting them summarized by Lokia. Well, you said that Pokemon with super-powered humanoid attributes should be a super dream. It is a product created by the rocket through genetic experiments, and the other one is Sakaga's big needle bee. That's a perverted guy. Maki pondered and said, Super Dream is a Pokemon created by the rocket through reorganizing Dream's genetic gene. Although the genes of Super Dream are almost exactly the same as Dream's, their size and personality are surprisingly different. It is the result of the rocket's researchers' continued terrible genetic research experiments over the years. The mental power of the Super Dream even exceeds that of Dream's, and the unparalleled power is specifically for combat. Its genes have been completely transformed in the direction of battle, so it has become nothing but defeating the enemy in front of it. Super Dream, just like its name, its strength even surpasses Dream. There is also Sakaga's big needle bee. It is said that Sakaga got the first Pokemon and was trained by Sakaga to do his best and has completely surpassed the limits of the big needle bee race. Lokia was defeated by Chow Meng and Sakaga's big needle bee, and it was not unfair to lose. Super Dream, it turns out to be a Pokemon created by human. No wonder I don't think it looked like a normal Pokemon at all. Lokia suddenly realized during the original battle it also tried to communicate with Chow Meng, but what I got was Chow Meng's fierce attack. Lokia could feel that Super Meng had no intention of communication at all. There was no emotion that other Pokemon should have in its eyes. Instead, it was treacherous and violent, just trying to tear all the enemies in front of her into pieces. The researchers gave it powerful strength but did not give it a warm heart. The existence of such a Pokemon is also one of the evidences of the rocket. Maki said silently, the Super Dreams are just like the Jirala created by Biu. Their appearance is entirely to satisfy the selfish desires of those people, and they simply lose their rights to ordinary Pokemon. Yes, the rockets are so hateful, Kiriki, otherwise you can make a wish and let them all disappear. Bettini Net to him said angrily. After listening to Maki's story, it was so angry that it was so angry. This kind of wish cannot be achieved, Kiriki replied silently. If Maki wanted to make such a wish, it would try it, but even Kiriki could not do this by erasing all the rocket. Bettini, you will have fewer bad ideas, Maki said silently. Kiriki finally lived a life where he could move freely and enjoy life. If it were the wishes that Subbutini said, he might have been sleeping tens of thousands of years. I just want to defeat those bad guys sooner. What's the problem? Bettini pretended to be innocent. Please, your problem is very big. So Maki, what should we do? Net Lokia asked again. It can't wait to have a head-on blow to those hateful rocket. Then we have to let this person help us. He knows a lot of important information that can help us lock the rocket's position. Maki pointed at Mazushi, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, and whispered, no, even if I die I will not disclose any information. You will just give up this heart. Mazushi looked determined, and with his embarrassed and resolute face he had the smell of a firm soldier. Sorry, whether you say it or not is not the final word you can say. Maki approached him and the corners of his mouth bent slightly. Yes, I'll let you turn back to justice immediately. The method of the true tree is, but you can't imagine it. Bettini also imitated Maki's appearance and smiled fiercely. Looking at the real tree slowly walking towards him, even the tough guy Mazushi couldn't help but panic at this moment. What are you going to do? Chapter 142 Master of Drawing. It's okay, it'll be fine soon. Maki slowly approached and completed the injection skillfully. Mazushi's eyes slowly lost their spirit and the other rocket's members were also cleaned up by the monarch snake and the others. From now on this operation can be regarded as a complete failure of the rocket. The rockets were wiped out and even provided a valuable undercover agent for the true tree. After Ma Shu completed the setting for Ma Zishi, Ma Zishi's eyes regained their spirit. When he saw Maki, he quickly gave a standard military salute and said, "My lord Maki, my loyalty is only dedicated to you." Maki nodded and said, "Okay, you're very good. Net, let me tell me the location of all the rocket secret bases and need a detailed map and the planning map inside the base." He wants to use the information provided by Ma Zishi to determine the target of the attack and strive to find the most correct route, because the rockets will be connected with each other. Once they know Maki's offensive intentions, they may evacuate immediately, and that will not work. At the same time, Maki must always be wary of Sakake's sudden attack, because the actual combat power of the rockets is far more than Maki imagines. Sakage has two terrifying Pokemon, Super Dream and Big Needle Bee, on the surface, but I don't know how many there are in secret. Super evolution has been announced for so long in the world. Sakage should have had super evolutionary means. If his Big Needle Bee evolved into a Super Big Needle Bee again, Maki will feel that it will be very powerful, because the super evolution of the Big Needle Bee is an extremely enhanced type of super evolution. It completely gave up other aspect and only strengthened its attack and speed to its limit. At the same time, its characteristic also became resilient. With the increase in resilience, the attack of the Big Needle Bee will also be strengthened to the extreme level. Maki thought about making plans for the subsequent battle with Sakake, because even with the help of Lokia it can only block the Super Dream at most. The remaining Big Needle Bee and Sakage's other Pokemon will be handed over to Maki. What Maki thought was that if she really wanted to fight Sakake at that time, she might be able to shake more people and call Zulan Daigo and others so that she would be more confident. "How is it? Have you figured it out?" Big Teeny Net to him has now become a harsh supervisor monitoring Ma Zishi, who is hand drawing the map. It seems that he wants to write down all the bases he knows through the map. "I have to say that I am a person who has experience in sailing and military service before. This map is really professional and beautiful. Have you learned to draw professionally before?" Maki looked at him painting and asked involuntarily. Ma Zishi's hand holding the pen is very stable and his lines are available at will, and he looks very talented. Just like when he goes to paint, he should be able to achieve great achievement. Masaka didn't think so. "No, Lord Shizu, I'm learning by myself." Ma Zishi lowered his head and even drew out the details of the map Net to the base. "The whole map looks clear at a glance." "Well, it's very good. You can go to Evergreen Company in the future. There must be a job that suits you." Maki nodded and said, "The rockets are worthy of being the rockets, and they are all talented and have unique skills. If it weren't for them, the company of Gensha wouldn't know how to open up. The Evergreens can achieve what they are today thanks to the rocket generous talent delivery. My shoe, is that okay?" Lokia looked at Ma Zishi, who suddenly changed his mood and was also quite curious. "It should be done soon," Maki said uncertainly. Ma Zishi had already completed a map, but he took out another blank piece of paper and started drawing. Maki took a look and found that he had just painted the base in Gwandu area, and now he painted the base in other areas. "Good guy, Ma Zishi wants to take down all the rockets' bases. It's not enough to draw Gwandu, and the locations of bases in other regions must also be drawn. It is a senior elite cadre like Ma Zishi. Even a small senior executive like Natsu, who is deeply trusted by Sakage, does not know the location of so many bases." And as soon as Ma Zishi took action, he wanted to get rid of the rocket's old foundation. "No, not bad, not bad, very good. If this action is successful, you will make great contributions, Ma Zishi. After this action is over, I will give you an evergreen executive." Maki patted Ma Zishi's shoulder excitedly and said, "With his information, they have taken out all the rocket's old foundation. I'm afraid that this operation will not be successful. It is the greatest honor to be able to help Master Masake. Thanks to Master Masake for his trust. I will give everything to the Evergreen Company." Ma Zishi said seriously after receiving Master Masake's praise. He has now changed from a loyal rocket dog to an evergreen dog. "Masake, how did you do it?" Lokia, who witnessed Ma Zishi's transformation, was amazed. He didn't know what else in the world can completely change other people's thoughts like this. This method is simply too terrifying. Even the legendary Pokemon like Lokia couldn't help but feel a chill. It was even thinking about what would happen if this method was used on Pokemon. "It's very simple, Lokia. This is just a hypnosis. Some of the creeds of people become what they are now. Sometimes the difference between good people and bad people lies in the differences in values. As long as you change this, some values can be successfully changed, and I changed him through hypnosis," Maki said casually. He assigned all the credit to hypnosis to prevent Lokia from worrying too much. "Hypnosis, it's so amazing. Human thinking is really a bright pearl. It seems that I will learn more about this in the future." Lokia nodded and was deeply impressed. Vocal Pokemon with super powered attributes like it is actually hypnotic, but although it is the legendary Pokemon, its hypnosis is only about letting others fall asleep. It has never thought about the hypnosis technique that can change other people's thoughts like this. I'll find some hypnosis related books to show you. The legendary Pokemon of your level, you will definitely have some insight, Maki said silently. There is indeed such a thing as hypnosis. The rocket's instruments that control the spirit should have been achieved through this kind of scientific research. If Lokia wants to learn, maybe she will have a chance. Chapter 143. The whole line is winning. Fengyuan Zijin City suburb. The room area here was charred and there were traces of battle everywhere. Many injured Pokemon fell to the ground in pain, constantly wailing. Damn it, how could you know what we are going? Athena, a rocket's cotter who was trampled on the ground, said in pain. Their troops were originally ordered to steal the technical secrets of Evergreen's company, but unexpectedly they were hit by the other party shortly after arriving in Zijin City. The other party seemed to know them well and completely used tactics against them, and they were beaten without any power to fight back. Aren't you from the Hunter Guild? Why do you help Evergreen? Another rocket's cotter who was controlled said in confusion. He had met some people from the Hunter Guild before and even worked with Hunter J. Unexpectedly, Hunter J has transformed into their opponent now. He also called himself the security department of Evergreen Company and gave them a head-on blow. Such an ending makes it difficult for them to accept. Stop raising the name of that disgusting organization in front of me. One day I will destroy them all. Those who wantonly abuse the power of Pokemon will not get good results. Xiao Jie stepped on him fiercely. The rocket's cotter on the ground said angrily. What she hates the most now is the people from the Hunter Guild. Now she occasionally serves as a forest ranger, often encounters members of the Hunter Guild who come to poach in the forest. With her understanding of the members of the Hunter Guild, she successfully attacked several times the action of the second Hunter Guild. Now she is no longer the dirty hunter but a Pokemon ecological guardian who can walk with her chest raised. If you talk more nonsense you will be nice. Xiao Yunet to him also said fiercely. As an E-Pert in training Big Tail Ripples, he still used the Big Tail Ripples tactic very well this time and used his angry front teeth to make the rockets miserable. I'm afraid that those rocket Pokemon will dream of the sharp front teeth biting towards them when they go back. Catch up, Xiao Yu said loudly as the battle was almost over. This time they did not let down Boss Maki's trust. Through Nazi's secret command they successfully ambushed the rocket team members who came to carry out special missions and captured all the enemies. Such a record is already a tough one. Athena and the others have been put on special shackles developed by 03 by members of the security team of Evergreen Company, which can completely limit any movement of the person being put on and eliminate all the possibility of escape. When Boss Maki comes back, these captured rockets players will be of use. What they need to do now is to put all these people in a prison specially built for them. Yes, because this action was planned for a long time. After the comments from the primitive tree, Evergreen Company has quietly established a special underground prison is prepared for these people who have made bad plans. Secretary Nazi, we have successfully completed the task. Xiao Yu made a phone call and reported. He still respects superpowers like Nazi. If it weren't for Nazi's command this time they wouldn't be able to win this battle at all. Although their number will be a little more than that of the other party, the overall quality of the elves is still the opponent. Okay, I understand. Nazi was sitting in front of a large computer inside Evergreen's office, all with monitors showing the situation on the battlefield. In this way she could also do it with Hu Dig. Very good cooperation. Complete command this time. After receiving the message, Nazi pressed the button and called Maki. Hey Nazi. At this time Maki, who was far away in Midway Island, answered the phone. Masaka, the team of the rockets who came to Zijin has been captured and waiting to be sent down. Nazi said lightly. Okay, I know. Let me tell you good news. My mission has been completed. It is time to launch a general attack on the rocket. Please help me contact the official Fengyuan League and I will wait. I will give you the distribution map of the rocket's base in Fengyuan and let the security team of Evergreen Company cooperate with the alliance to act together. Maki thought for a while and said, the rockets are not their only enemy. The leagues have always wanted to destroy the rocket for a long time. This time he will unite the power of the league to completely defeat the rocket's arrogance. Okay, I understand. I'll make arrangements right away. Nazi said, hanging up the phone. Soon the distribution map of the rocket's base in Fengyuan area on Maki was sent over. Nazi quickly browsed it and then determined the specific coordinate. At the same time she sent an order to make the nearest Changqing in various places. Members of the tree company go to the coordinates to scout the point. Once she became the role of commander, her potential as a Superman was fully realized. She can complete many extremely simple calculations for ordinary people in an instant. Not only that, she also has a terrifying multi-purpose skill that can handle multiple matters at the same time. Before, Sakage didn't mean to let her develop up in this direction, but she was rejected by Nazi herself and Mata's secretary. Nazi naturally felt troublesome, and the real bird was afraid that Nazi would steal her job. Now Nazi, who is fully fired, will become the most powerful brain in the entire Evergreen Company's action. On Fengyuan's side, Nazi was already in full swing, and on Midway Island Maki called another phone number. Hey Zulan, are you free now? I have something big to do and need your help. Maki said. Masaki, do you still know how to look for me? I wonder if you forgot me again. After so many days I actually remembered to make a phone call. Zulan's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I have indeed been carrying out a secret mission these days, and it was just now that this mission came to an end. Maki said helplessly. Okay, let's believe in your quibbling for the time being. So where are you now? Are you still in Zijin City? I'll come to find you right away. Zulan's voice sounded quite impatient. She really missed him very much after not seeing the real tree for so many days. Don't you ask what's going on? Let me tell you, we are going to launch a general attack on the rocket. Haven't you always been looking forward to it? Maki said with a smile, sending the coordinates of his location to Zulan. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Zulan's voice became excited. Chapter 144 Bold Ideas. No, this place is far away, so I'd better see you in Guandu. I'll definitely give you a surprise at that time. Maki thought for a while and said, most of the locations of the rocket secret base this time are in Guandu. He and Zulan Fangzheng are going to Guandu. It would be better to make an appointment to meet in Guandu directly. Okay, see you all. I made an appointment with Zulan to meet in the golden city of Guandu. At the invitation of Luokia, Maki sat on its back. Lokia flew up in the air carrying a real tree and his friends on her back. Mazishi was sitting on his flying Pokemon. Even if he had turned aside now, Lokia still didn't want him to sit. The divine beast also has the persistence of the divine beast. Only those who are recognized by it are worthy of sitting on its back. It was detected that the host successfully rode the legendary Pokemon Rosha, and the achievement unlocked Drive the Sea God. I'll go. The sudden system prompt sound made Maki unable to help but say in surprise, what's wrong? Masha, what happened? If I can't stand this speed, I can slow down a little. The voice transmission channel of Lokia, who was flying at high speed. It has no experience in carrying people and is quite worried that Genshu is not used to it. No, I'm fine, Maki responded. He is indeed very good, because the system rewards this time were so generous, which not only allowed all his Pokemon to be greatly improved by level 5. In this way his team's combat effectiveness suddenly increased significantly, and most importantly the system improvement is not like some evil upgrade method, and it will not cause any harm to Pokemon itself. This time the improvement is water natural improvement. In addition, Maki also obtained a legendary elf ball, which is said to be able to successfully capture all Pokemon Master Balls. Unexpectedly he could get this kind of Master Ball. That's good. If you feel uncomfortable you must tell me in time, Lokia said with confidence. Rosha, look at this thing. The elf ball that Maki just got appeared in his hand. It's just a purple elf ball with the upper half and white one on it, and there is also an M character symbolizing master. Just looking at this ball you can see its extraordinariness. Well, I feel an extraordinary force on this. This ball is not simple. Real tree, where did you get it? Lokia's voice became rapid. It found that the ball in Maki's hand seemed to have the ability to carry the legendary Pokemon. If Maki wanted to, she could even throw out the elf ball to capture it. When did humans develop such a terrifying elf ball? If this was obtained by the rockets, the world would probably change soon. I got this by chance in the ruin. It is said that this ball has the ability to capture any Pokemon. Is this true? Maki asked curiously. He really wanted to know whether the legendary Pokemon like Lokia could feel the extraordinariness of Master Ball. After all, he must use it for legendary Pokemon. If such precious props are only used on ordinary Pokemon, they are simply wasteful. Well, I feel that this ball can even catch me. A real tree, you have to hold it firmly. If you accidentally fall on me you will fall, Lokia instructed. Although it recognizes the real tree very much, it still has its own responsibilities and cannot become the real tree's Pokemon in this way. I understand, I will store it well, don't worry. Maki nodded and put the precious Master Ball in his hand back into his backpack. It can make Lokia, who is a legendary Pokemon, feel fear. It seems that this Master Ball is indeed not a fake product. Masaki already has a clear idea in her heart. Masaki, what is that thing? It's so powerful. Beside Masaki, Bettini opened his eyes wide and asked curiously. It turned out that it thought it was just a better looking ball, but it didn't expect that it would have such a background, which shocked Lokia. Master Ball, in theory you can capture any Pokemon's super elf ball. How about it? Awesome, right? Maki said, pretending to be mysterious. Is it so powerful? Is even Arceus okay? Asked Bettini. Hey, if you want to capture the creator god you can't say such things. I guess you can't even do the Master Ball. Maki quickly stopped Bettini's dangerous speech. Yes, I'll just pretend that I didn't hear it. Bettini, it's better not to say such such words. Lokia also reminded, Arceus is the highest level E-instance in the entire Pokemon world. Maybe it is hidden in some corner and listen to everyone's conversation. Okay, I won't say it. Bettini consciously covered his mouth, obviously a little scared. But speaking of this, with this ball I seem to be able to do that. A solution suddenly surged into Maki's heart. Since capturing Arceus is not good, then capture other awesome Pokemon. The closest to Maki and the most realistic thing is probably the Rocket's Super Dream. Nowadays Masaka can play many cards in his hand and he has the advantage of poor information. If you make good use of this, maybe there is a possibility of capturing Super Dream. How to do it? Real tree? Bettini asked curiously. It is very familiar with the idea that the true tree has a flash of spirit. Every time the true tree shows such a look, I just have a good idea and it works every time. This made Bettini wonder how his brain grew many times and how he always had so many novel ideas. Well, maybe we can capture Super Dream. Capture Super Dreams through the power of the Master Ball, Maki said slowly. Shymn, are you talking about the super powerful guy developed by the Rocket? Hasn't it been captured by Sakage? Other people's Pokemon should not be caught directly with the Pokemon, Bettini asked in confusion. After being around Maki for so long, it has learned a lot of things through influencing it. It is like someone else's Pokemon cannot be captured, so it still knows such things. No, strictly speaking it is actually a wild Pokemon, but it is driven by the Rocket. Its mental power is too strong. Ordinary Pokemon balls cannot carry it. I'm afraid only the Master Ball of the True Tree is the only one. Can only be done. Lokia also sent a voice transmission. Chapter 145 Plan. It just fought with Chow Meng last time and still has some understanding of the situation of Chow Meng. Moreover, Lokia felt that if Super Dream could be captured by the real tree, it might be a good thing to become the real tree's Pokemon. Driven by the Rockets, Chow Meng is like a combat machine without self-thinking, used as a weapon. In the eyes of the Rockets, it is not even a creature but a powerful weapon. In this case it may be a bit unfair to it. Born in the cold laboratory, the Rockets asked the Rockets to fight again and again before they could figure out the situation. Perhaps it is also confused, wanting to find the meaning of its E-instance. However, under the Rockets it should never have this opportunity. Rosha, what do you think about Super Dream? Maki asked tentatively. Lokia is the thigh of their operation. If it does not agree, this plan may be difficult to implement. I support you, Maki. I hope that Mameng can be with you and you can find the meaning of life and live like a normal Pokemon again. Lokia responded. Although I haven't known the Maki for a long time, it has already felt the strong bond between the Maki and Pokemon. Can be good friends with so many pure-minded Pokemon. Maki must not be a person with bad intentions. If he can successfully capture the Super Dream, it might be a good thing for both parties. If it weren't for the responsibilities assigned by its position, it might have chosen to be a partner of the True Tree. Thank you for your approval, Lokia. I will work hard, Maki said gratefully. After receiving the support of Lokia, his plan may be able to proceed more smoothly. More than an hour later, Lokia landed on an uninhabited beach on the edge of Kanto. In order not to attract attention and alert the enemy, Lokia stayed in the sky for a long time before finally choosing this place. My Chu, I'm here. Shortly after the real tree sent the coordinates to the bamboo orchid, she saw the bamboo orchid riding on the shark of the fiery road. As a champion level strongman, Lijalu shark is extremely fast. After a while, Lijalu shark let out a wave of uneasy roars and looked behind Maki. There is the place where Lokia is. Now it is trying curiously in the real tree's cloak of a hidden cloak. Unexpectedly, the transformed hidden cloak could not block its powerful sense of oppression and was felt by the fierce shark. My tree is this? Feeling the uneasiness of Lijalusha, Zulan asked in confusion. As a quasi-god at the championship level, there are not many things in this world that can make Lijalu shark uneasy. What kind of monster is hidden behind the tree? This is the surprise I mentioned, Maki said with a smile. Lokia behind her also cooperated to lift the cloak on her body, waved her wings and greet Zulan. Hello, I am Rokia. It felt the power of orange blossom on Zulan's body and couldn't help but feel a lot of affection for her. Even her fierce bite of the land shark made Lokia, who is a legendary Pokemon, feel some pressure. If you can train Pokemon to this level, the beautiful girl in front of you must be an excellent trainer. Faced with such kind and excellent trainer, Lokia has always been friendly. Luo. It's actually Lokia. Seeing the real Rokia appear in front of him, even Zulan, who is the champion of the god of ancestral, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Zulan is a person who is very knowledgeable about myth and legends. Although she usually studies more legends from the Shenao area, she still knows some of the legends like Lokia, which is the same level as the Fini King. She didn't expect that the surprise Maki said was to move a living Rokia to her, which she had never expected. Masaki, what did you do without hiding me? You don't call me such a big thing. Zulan suddenly realized that Masaki must have done something big thing on her back, and this incident involving Lokia, I wasn't able to participate. Zulan's hands grabbed the soft flesh on Masha's waist and began to rotate, causing Masha to feel pain. Didn't you have something to do at that time? The situation was quite urgent, so I didn't have time to call you. But this time Zulan, you are the absolute protagonist of our side, Maki hurriedly said. It seems that the surprise he prepared was a bit too much. Lokia looked at the interaction between the two with interest and a smile appeared in her eyes. Your relationship looks good, it's really good, Dachu. Lokia teased. Of course, I'm very happy to know you, Lokia. I'm Zulan, it's my honor to see you. Hearing Lokia's voice, Zulan temporarily let go of the real tree and she turned to after Lokia. He gave a graceful salute. Well, I am Lokia and a friend of Masake. Let's cooperate well in this action. Lokia responded. Okay, everyone is here, let's introduce the tactics this time. Maki pulled Mazishi Net to him and said, this is an important figure for us this time. He used to be an elite cadre of the Rockets and now he is a person from our side. Genshu introduced Mazishi to Zulan. The Zulan champion, we meet again. Mazishi saluted Zulan and greeted him. He actually knew Zulan because he had always held the position of the head of the Gwandu area's gym and he was also an undercover agent for the Rockets in the league. He had met Zulan in some previous alliance rallies. I didn't expect you to be a member of the Rocket. Zulan sighed. Although she instinctively felt that Mazishi was not easy to get along with, she didn't expect that he was really not a good person. Tell me about the strategy one just thought of and you can also make up for the gaps together. Then Maki began to state his plan for the action. First, Mazishi informed the Rockets that he had successfully captured Rakia. Then let Mazishi take Lokia and Masha, who pretends to be a rocket soldier, enter the Rocket's base where the Rocket or Super Dream. In this way Maki will have the opportunity to capture the Super Dream. Good idea. After hearing Maki's tactics, Rokia nodded. In this way she should be able to get close to Super Dream smoothly. Masaki, we'd better contact Wanda's alliance in advance so that they can launch attacks on the Rocket's bases while we are operating so that our operations will go smoother. Zulan also added. Chapter 146. The Cotter is back with the Divine Beast. At the Super Dream base in Gwandu area, a Rocket's team member is discussing with colleagues around him. Hey, have you heard that Lord Mazishi has just completed a special task and is about to arrive at our base? Of course I know. There shouldn't be many people who don't know about this now. Lord Mazishi is so amazing. He is worthy of being an elite cadre. In this case with Rockets we have two super battles. I'm very strong. Because of this good news just now, the morale in the entire base was much more exciting. Originally, due to the Pokemon riot at the Golden Underground base, the Rockets were shrouded in a low atmosphere. It is estimated that there are also considerations to boost morale. The Rockets command has promoted the news several times through radio. Now the entire Super Dream base is full of busy running Rocket. In order to welcome the arrival of Raka, they are making many preparations in advance. Have you remembered all the precautions clearly? When Lord Mazishi comes back later, you must take out our Ma-Imam volume. Do you know? In Base Square, Rocket's management is arranging the NET arrangement. I heard that because Mazishi completed this secret mission, even Sakage boss was very happy and would come to the Super Dream base NET. In the laboratory there are also many researchers wearing white coats discussing. The spiritual magnitude of Super Dream is getting more and more terrifying. I wonder what will happen to Lokia. A researcher who was typing on the keyboard quickly said. He and Chao Meng were separated by a specially made tempered glass. Chao Meng wore a helmet to suppress mental power on his head. There were dense channels for transmitting data on the helmet and many shackles were also installed on it. These equipment on Chao Meng were changed for the lives of many researchers before. A creature like Chao Meng is really too dangerous. When it was first born, the dispersed mental power almost completely destroyed the entire laboratory, causing many researchers to lose their lives. The Rocket's current research principle is that it is not too careful to treat Super Dream research. It should be very scary. After all, Lokia is also a Pokemon with super-powered attribute. I am looking forward to what kind of reaction will happen if the spiritual power of Lokia and the spiritual power of Super Dream are met. A researcher NET to him with curly hair like a chicken coop said. All the research that can do research in this laboratory has top-level research level and often put forward many interesting ideas. I would rather study the evolution direction of Lokia. Since Super Dreams can have two unique super evolution routes, maybe Lokia can also have a brand new evolution. The researcher at the beginning said again. Speaking of recent research in their laboratory, it is still a fossil of Super Dream. They are analyzing the genetic structure of the Super Dream and analyzing the composition of the evolutionary energy required for its evolution. Then extract the same energy from other Pokemon evolution fossils to obtain an evolution fossil exclusively to Super Dream. The entire experiment process can be said to be very clever in research. Now the first edition of the experiment has appeared. Just this afternoon they were going to let Super Dream make their first super evolution attempt against produced the first version of the fossil. Unfortunately, Masashi captured the news of Lokia's success, which disrupted the itinerary. The laboratory also temporarily adjusted the days of super evolution experiment of Super Dream a little later. Now welcoming Lokia is the most important job. After Lokia came, they had a brand new research object, and I believe they would definitely achieve many new results. The energy between Rakia and Super Dream is a topic that excites all researchers. How long will that guy Masashi arrive? I can't wait to study Rakia. The researcher of the chicken coop head suddenly sat down and complained often he only comes to our laboratory to get things, but now he can finally bring some useful things back. It seems that he is not that wasteful. Like the metal column lightning array arranged by Masashi's team on Midway Island, it is the work of this chicken pot head researcher. I'll say it first. After Lokia arrives, I'll let me use it for a few hours. I'll experiment with my irregular evolutionary light. Another glasses researcher suddenly said. His research direction is irregular evolution. By irradiating Pokemon with special beta rays, some of its genetic structures are recombined so as to achieve the effect of allowing Pokemon to obtain new characteristic. With this research he created many Pokemons for the rockets that are fearless. However, such Pokemons have become extremely unstable due to their genes being destroyed and often lose their lives directly after fighting. You save money. If you are shining by your evolutionary light, Lokia will not be used. You know Lokia is not the little Lotta in the laboratory. You can grab it and grab it. Chicken Pothead Thisper, the legendary Pokemon of the level of Rakia, is probably not afraid to treat Sakage too roughly. He actually wanted to shine it with that disgusting light, which was a bit ignorant. Don't talk anymore. The above has sent a notice. Masashi has already arrived at the entrance of our base with Lokia. Let's go and have a simple welcome ceremony to boost morale. The top level in the laboratory, the hook-nose researcher said. Also, Sakake boss is coming later. Give me some energy and don't make jokes in front of the boss. He is the person in charge of this Super Dream Super Evolution experiment. It's so troublesome. Boss, can you help me make a clone? I'll help me with the meeting, otherwise I'll do it tonight. Anyway, there was a little etra cell proliferation solution left in the last experiment. The chicken coop was slumped on the chair looking like it was scattered. Stop talking useless nonsense. Go to the square of the base immediately to gather. If you are late, your research funds will be deducted. The researcher of the hook nose showed the momentum of the boss of the laboratory and said, "Okay, I understand," Chiwata said lazily and stood up from the chair. Research funds are indeed his weakness. If the funds are deducted, he will be no different from a useless person. After a while, all the Rockets members in the Super Dream base gathered in the square. The elite cotters of Masashi who were looking forward to came in from the entrance. Behind him there were two Rockets team members wearing Rakia cages. Chapter 147. Sorry, the cotters are actually undercover. This is Lokia. It's so terrifying, this kind of oppression. After all, it's the legendary Pokemon. It's normal. But even the strongest Pokemon will fall into the hands of our Rocket. As long as you find a suitable solution, there is nothing that cannot be captured. Looking at Masashi, who returned with the honor of Rocket, the Rocket's team members below were discussing enthusiastically. At this moment, the Rocket's invincible momentum seemed to be back. Congratulations to the elite cotters of Masashi for their victory. The small team that had just been training for a long time shouted loudly, and the small team members around also sounded small salutes to celebrate Masashi's victory. "Tisk, clearly what we studied that trapped Rokia, but the last thing was revealed by that guy Masashi." The researcher of the chicken coop in the crowd below complained. He was very unhappy with this feeling. He obviously used his own props, but when commending the research department did not make much contribution. After all, he is a frontline staff who risked his life to compete with the legendary Pokemon. The only thing we have behind the scenes is the fate of silently paying. The researcher wearing glasses net to the chicken coop head side. After this time we must ask the boss to increase the funds for us. Chiwata continued. In the center of the square, Masashi stopped and a special cage car equipped with Lokia was also parked behind him. He took the microphone handed over by the team members, cleared his throat and said, "Dear colleagues, as you have seen behind me is the legendary Pokemon Raka. In our rockets in front of the team, even Raka will be caught by us. Our rockets are omnipotent. Net everyone has another good opportunity to observe Rokia from a close distance. This is also a benefit that only our base has," Masashi said with a smile. "Okay, long live the Rocket." Hearing Masashi's words, there were bursts of cheers in the audience. The team members responsible for maintaining order have readaloud restrictions and allowed everyone to watch Rokia from close range. And at this stage, when everyone is most happy and readaloud Lokia moved, it broke free from the shackles of its body that were useless, and the vast spiritual power spread out like the ocean, attacking all the Rocket's members in the square. Bang! The Rocket fainted on the ground like dominoes being pushed down. Under the striking of Lokia's mental hammer, they still had an extremely excited presence in the last second second and they gained a baby-like sleep the net second. Sir Snake Vine Whip. Ma Shu, who pretended to be a member of the Rockets, also released the Monarch Snake and directed. The Monarch Snake was like a giant tree and a large number of vines spread out from its body tied all the Rockets members in the square who were hit hard with their mentally slams into mummies with their heads posed completely blocking them. Stay in their action. Drop. An alarm inside the base suddenly sounded, which was sounded by the Rockets members in charge of monitoring by the security department of the Super Dream base. They have discovered Mazishi's rebellion. All surviving Rockets members, please note that Kader Mazishi has rebelled and Lokia is not fully controlled. Please stay away from the Central Plaza area. At this moment all the Rockets in the Super Dream base who did not go to the square to attend the welcome ceremony due to work reasons have received emergency information from the security department on their terminals. This explosive news made them all curse. What? Kader Mazishi is an undercover agent. Rokia was not captured but was brought to attack the base. It was originally a scene where a combat hero returned after winning victory, but now you tell me that the combat hero is the enemy and even the original spoils became nuclear weapons that were fired at you. I'm afraid it's hard for individuals to accept such a change. At this moment the remaining security personnel in the Super Dream base were already busy. A team leader level rocket administrator is constantly directing. First team, block all the connecting doors leading to the central square as soon as possible. If the connection door is closed it can moderately delay the momentum of Mazishi and his team's further invasion of the base, but the effect is also very limited. Team 2, report the situation to the headquarters as soon as possible and seek assistance. However, what they didn't know was that the headquarters was already very busy now, because a large number of League official personnel also operated simultaneously with Maki and others attacking most of the Rockets bases in the Gwandu area. At this moment the contact number of the Rockets headquarters may have been blown up and the Super Dream base can only ask for more blessings. On the other side Sakagi answered the phone on a moving black sedan. What's the matter? Sakagi whispered. Boss, something big is wrong. Mazishi rebelled. Under the guise of capturing Lokia he led Lokia to attack the Super Dream base and the other bases were also attacked by the Alliance at the same time. The secretary's and ES voice came from the other side of the phone. Huh? Mazishi rebelled? Hearing this news, even as calm as Sakagi, he couldn't help frowning. Mazishi is an elite cadre of the Rocket. He has helped the Rocket complete many difficult tasks before. It can be said that his status in the Rockets was entirely due to his contribution to the Rocket. Sakagi used to value Mazishi very much and just said that this secret operation to capture Rokia was also left to him for full responsibility. Unpectedly, such a person who was deeply trusted by Sakagi before betrayed him. I think the locations of other bases in those Gwandu were also told by Mazishi. Is Mazishi? It's very good. Sakagi was silent for a long time and showed a sinister smile. Let the person in charge of each base reduce confrontation, evacuate as soon as possible and minimize losses while ensuring the safety of personnel. On the other side of the Super Dream base I will go there in person. When other bases are captured they will only lose some property at most, and the Super Dream base has a Super Dream that has been cultivated by housing the Rocket's efforts. Super Dreams cannot be lost. Received, boss. After receiving the secretary's reply Sakagi hung up the phone. He sat upright and said to the driver, hurry. Sakagi knew that the other side was obviously prepared. If they didn't go there quickly it was very likely that others would finish work. Fortunately Sakagi was planning to go to the Super Dream base so it was not very far away. Chapter 148. It's about to break out. The Super Dream base, Maki and the others have completely suppressed the entire base. All the remaining members of the Rockets in the base have become members of the mummy wrapped in vines by the Monarch Snake. How is it? Have you found it? In the square of the base Maki was looking at Lucario and asked. Lucario is using its waveguide power to search for traces of the Super Dream that is on this base. At the bottom there is a very terrifying mental power which should be a Super Dream. Lucario opened his eyes and said, when it was just detected the terrifying spiritual power like abyss and prison made its whole body tremble unconsciously. This is the power of Super Dream. Maki, Sakagi seems to be coming. Please note that the radar shows that there is a car parked near the base. Be careful, Sakagi may have entered the base. In Maki's headphones Nazi's prompt suddenly came. She had been observing the situation on the battlefield and worked with Who Did to analyze the situation. Now she found the traces of Sakaki and issued an early warning to Maki. Balan, Sakagi is coming soon, we have to speed up the progress. Maki's face darkened and she said to Zulan net to her. Because they had long set Sakagi as an imaginary enemy they were not very scared, but they just had to speed up the progress. Okay, I understand. Zulan nodded and said, I'm just going down now. Is it too late? A cold voice suddenly came from the front. Sakagi, wearing a black suit, walked over from the passage opposite with a sneer. It was Sakagi who entered the base through the secret passage of the Super Dream Base. The God's Olympic champion and the young boss of Evergreen Company are interesting. Sakage smiled and said, you planned the last incident, it was really amazing. He looked at the Maki and bamboo orchid, and the momentum of a superior person naturally emanated. Actually, I've always been curious about one thing. How did you instigate Mazushi? Bamboo, don't talk to him, Maki said coldly. He had already used the championship Eparian's card in his hand and his amazing momentum burst out naturally. Zulan said in a deep voice. Liji Lu Sha came to her and glared at Sakage in front of her. It seems that you will only tell me the answer after a fight, Sakage said lightly. A seemingly ordinary elf ball suddenly appeared in his hand and threw it into the sky. Buzz! A high-frequency vibration sound suddenly came from around. A golden needle bee had appeared in front of Sakage. Its red compound eyes were flashing with a strange red light and the wings behind it were vibrating constantly. Two long spears on their arms emitted a faint cold light. Just by using the naked eye you can see the extraordinariness of this big needle bee. This is Sakage's first Pokemon, the big needle bee. Big needle bee male. Qualification level golden. Attributes insects poison. Features sniper. Strength level 90. Champion level 80-90. Introduction: while flying at high speed, attack with huge poison needles on the front feet and tail. Have you actually reached the championship level limit? Maki secretly smacked her tongue. Sakage's big needle bee had the opportunity to reach the ultimate level. Makara, be careful, it's very fast. Lokia also sent a voice to Makara. It has competed with Sakage's big needle bee and knows its advantages. The elusive speed and tricky to-ins are the biggest weapon of the big needle bee. Well, I'll be careful. Maki nodded and said, after using the championship Eparian's card, his Pokemon's strength also reached the championship level, which is the level of being able to compete with Sakage's Pokemon. Duodai seems a bit unfair, let me make this battle fairer, Sakage said with a sneer, and a remote control suddenly appeared on his hand and pressed it down. After pressing the switch, the entire Super Dream base suddenly began to shake violently. The entire base slowly rose and rose to the ground. All the metal walls were all lowered, making the originally sealed base an open air against the battlefield. What's even more terrifying is that the floor in front of Sakage slowly opened to both sides and a purple humanoid Pokemon was transported up. It was wearing a hideous helmet and the terrifying mental power almost condensed into substance. If Rokia hadn't used his mental power to protect Maki and the others, they would probably not have felt very good now. Super Dream, come out, Maki whispered. Finally driven by Sakage, the goal of their operation, the absolute protagonist was also the protagonist of the game. Do you know what the ultimate power is? Let you see it today. Sakage stretched out his hand forward and said lightly, attack. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After Sakage gave the order, a bright red light appeared on Kaimeng's helmet. It turned to the Maki and their direction seemed to be locking the target. The big needle bee flapped its wings and disappeared from the spot, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Mental interference. After Chao Meng locked in the target, a terrifying sense of oppression suddenly spread and rushed towards the side of the Maki. The violent spiritual power like a tsunami became its weapon, squeezing from all directions. Stay. Lokia spread her wings like a big hand and a transparent thick barrier appeared, completely blocking Kaimeng's attack. Under the protection of guarding, even the big needle bee that was eyeing her covetously did not dare to act rashly. Sir Monarch, Maki said in a deep voice, looking at the monarch snake beside him. The monarch snake and Maki looked at each other and understood what he meant at once. They quickly entered a state of unity of thoughts and the ultimate energy was rapidly generated. Because I used the championship Eparian's card this time, the ultimate energy this time is stronger than the previous task, and it is dozens of times stronger than before. The monarch snake's whole body was wrapped in violent ultimate energy and it looked majestic, just like the legendary Pokemon Crazy Plant. When the ultimate energy condensed to its limit, the monarch snake moved and the surging and violent energy was exhausted in an instant, turning into the power that constituted the ultimate move. The ground was trembling as if a huge earthquake suddenly occurred. The ground in front of the monarch snake began to collapse quickly and countless giant vines emerged from the ground and kept whipping towards the Chao Meng. Chapter 149. Indifferent. What move is this? In the sky, in order to avoid Maki's attack, Sakage had already flew into the sky with his flying Pokemon. Looking at the aggregated scenes on the ground like natural disasters, even Sakage, who was knowledgeable, couldn't help but exclaim in secret, this level of destructive power is nothing more than a legendary Pokemon. How did the boss of this Evergreen Company do it? He could have such power at this age. Sakage's eyes gathered on the Maki and the monarch snake on the ground. He always felt that there was a unique power between them. On the ground, the attack of the crazy plant gradually came to an end and a burst of smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the Super Dream inside. Scars of all sizes appeared on its body, looking dense and terrifying. Faced with the ultimate move, even though Chao Meng had used the mental shield to greatly weaken the attack, he still inevitably suffered some damage. damage. Although these wounds were small, they were shocking enough. This shows that when facing a legendary Pokemon of the Super Dream level, ordinary Pokemon does not have no chance at all. Isn't Maki hurting it? Self-regeneration. Sakagi immediately directed. A rich purple light emerged from Kaimeng's body and the mental power stimulated its cells, constantly splitting and regenerating and recovering from injuries. Its tiny and dense scars are quickly disappearing. Don't give him a chance to recover. Zulan Lokia, let's attack together. Lucario, use wave guides to detect the surroundings at any time. If the big needle bee attacks, it will be warned in time. Maki quickly commanded. He knew the horror of Super Meng. If their attacks cannot be defeated by Super Meng with one blow, it will continue to recover and fight. This is something that the Master Tree doesn't want to see. He must gather strength and strive to knock down Super Dream at one time. I see. Zulan nodded quickly and responded. Right, bite the road shark. Meteor Cluster. Meteor Group is a super upper level move of the dragon system. Only the powerful dragon attribute Pokemon can learn it. Lijaloo Shark raised his head and a dark blue light appeared on his body. Then it let out a huge roar and a roar came from the sky. The blue meteor cluster with flames quickly fell from the sky and pointed directly at the Super Dream opposite. Cyclone attack. Lukia also flapped her wings and the erratic wind stopped at this moment, turning into a giant tornado that tore up everything, sweeping towards Super Dream. Let come to Monarch Snake, please. Maki also touched her fist and said loudly. In his hand the pure crystal on the Z bracelet bloomed with a strong green light and a vibrant energy quickly gathered. Maki and the Monarch Snake began to do the same set of movement. They clasped their hands together and their bodies slowly twisted like falling flowers. After the unique movements, all the power of Z pure crystal poured into the Monarch Snake's. A huge aura began to burst out in his body. The fallen flowers are blooming. Following the ultimate move, Maki and the Monarch made another powerful Z move. After the increase in Z pure crystal, the grass type energy ed in the air into beautiful petals in the sky. The petals move quickly. When they arrived net to Chao Meng, they plotted like fireworks, creating an extremely gorgeous scene. Boom boom boom. After the grassy of the real tree, the attacks of Lokia and the Liji Road Shark also followed one after another, causing a huge explosion. The steel plates under the base were all deformed by blowing and the fine iron sheets splashed everywhere and were all blocked by the protective covers set up by Lokia. A very strong attack, but it's useless. Sakagi in the air said. No, even if it's a Super Dream, it's impossible to stop such an attack. Maki said. Even a divine beast of the level of Chao Meng has its own limit. Although its mental shield is strong, it cannot block high-intensity attack that exceed the limit. In addition, Super Meng is not a shield-shape Pokemon with thick skin but a glass cannon with high attack and low defense. In the joint attack of Maki and others just now, it should have started with serious injuries. However, when the aftermath of the explosion ended, the smoke caused by the explosion gradually dissipated. The following scene made Maki and the others open their eyes wide. I saw that Chao Meng looked intact and there was almost no injury except for a little skin trauma that was being regenerated and recovered. And beside him there was an Etra super armored rhinoceros and Nidoking who fell to the ground. Judging from the body shape of Super Armor and Nidoking and their skin color, they are not ordinary Pokemon, at least they are at the level of champion level. From this point of view, these two Pokemons used their bodies to block the attack for Super Meng. Did you actually use other Pokemon as shield? When was this arranged? Maki said in surprise. He recalled the scene just now and didn't remember when the Nidoking and the Super Armored Rhino appeared in the fiasco. Sakagi, if you treat your partner like this, your Pokemon will cry. Zulan said angrily. At this moment she realized that perhaps for Sakagi all Pokemon were just tools that could be discarded at will. Because the value of Super Armor Crazy Rhino and Nidoking is not as valuable as Super Meng, he decisively gave up and was used as a meat shield to help Super Meng block skills. They knew their destiny when they followed me. They were all voluntary. People like us have long lost the right to cry. Sakagi silently took his hand out of his pocket and took out a round stone. Net, let me end this farce. You are very lucky to have the opportunity to see my new power, but it still seems thank you. If it weren't for your paper, I wouldn't have touched the ultimate power so quickly. Sakagi said, and the stone on his hand suddenly burst into violent 7 colors. The light at the same time, the big needle bee that emerged from the shadow also emitted the same bright light. This is super evolution. What Sakagi is doing is a super evolution that both Maki and Zulan are very skilled. His goal of evolution is the big needle bee. The big needle bee was originally a Pokemon that reached the championship level limit. What kind of strength will it achieve after this evolution? This is not known to the Masaru and the others. They stared at the purple cocoon wrapped in the big needle bee with a solemn presence. Chapter 150, Taking the Advantage. The violent super evolutionary energy continued to surge, and after a moment the purple cocoon wrapped in the big needle bee plotted. The big needle bee also appeared in front of the eyes of the real tree and the others in a brand new form. Its Its body is longer than before, like a yellow-black fighter. Its feet have also changed into poison needles. The 4 poison needles on their hands and feet plus the large poison needles on their tails are emitting a faint cold light. After evolution, its poisonous needles were greatly strengthened. Whether it is the sharpness of the poison needle or the amount of toxins in it, there is a huge gap between it and before the super evolution. How about it? Let me defeat you with the super evolution. You are best at. Sakage smiled and reached out and directed Super Big Needle B. Use a fatal needle. Buzz. After the super evolution, the speed of the Big Needle B has also been significantly improved by the naked eye. It flew in the air, pulling out countless after images, approaching the Maki and the others at a rapid speed. The poison needle at the tail had already emitted a purple light and a terrifying toxin had been injected into it. Is this the Super Big Needle B? It looks so strong. Zulan whispered at the evolutionary Big Needle B. Now Sakake's Big Needle B has completed its super evolution and Chao Meng is also launching a mental attack on them. The winning Libra seems to have tilted towards Sakake at once. Zulan, you and Lokia block the Super Dream together. The Super Needle B is left to me to deal with it, Mashu said immediately. Before officially implementing the plan, they considered the super evolution of Sakage's Big Needle B, so Maki is still very confident. Faced with the terrifying speed of the Super Needle B, even the Zulan's fierce road shark could not find its location at all. Fortunately, Maki and the others have a Pokemon with waveguide power, Lucario. Lucario closed his eyes and did not look at the afterimage of the sky created by the Super Big Needle B. The power of the waveguide completely locked it. Even if the Super Big Needle B has a ghostly speed, it will have nowhere to hide in front of it. Sakage, maybe you're too happy too early, Maki said lightly. Lucario wave missile. Lucario had been accumulating strength for a long time. As soon as the Shiki finished speaking, it fired a blue wave missile and rushed into the empty air. However, it must have been empty, but when it went up it was like a random wave missile, but it actually hit the flying Super Needle B directly after it flew out. Looking at it like this, it was like a Super Big Needle B actively hitting the wave missile attack. Boom! This wave missile that predicted the future plotted directly on the Super Big Needle B, shaking it, almost unable to stabilize its body. This is one of the shortcomings of the Super Big Needle B. Although it has ghostly speed and extreme attack power, its body is also very fragile. Although Lucario's wave missile is not very powerful, it is enough to cause great damage to it. Super Big Needle B, hold on and use continuous lash. Faced with the frustration of the Super Big Needle B, Sakage directed in time. The Super Big Needle B also stabilized its body again, and the needles with their arms like spears shone with a light green light stabbing towards Lucario. Lucario, Comet Fist. Maki immediately directed Lucario to fight back. Its fist covered with a layer of steel energy and became extremely hard. Lucario quickly punched and collided with the Super Big Needle B's sting. Bang! After super evolution, the power of the Super Needle B is still too strong. Although Lucario has used all his strength, he is still beaten backwards for several meters. However, Lucario was not fighting alone. After it flew backwards, Jirula and the Kanjian Blade Ghost, who were waiting for the opportunity, immediately met and took over his position. Plasma Lightning Fist. Repent to the sword. The Super Big Needle B had just made a blow when she saw two powerful attacks hit it. After getting the increase in the championship Eparians card of the real tree, they are now qualified to compete with the Super Big Needle B. The flames on the Kanjian Blade Ghost helmet suddenly jumped up and red and purple flames appeared on the two flame blades on both arms. The two sword blade crossed and cut out a gorgeous cross in the air. It landed accurately on the head of the Super Big Needle B. Jirula also burst out with a powerful electric energy field around her body, and her fist shining with lightning hit the Super Big Needle B at the same time. Boom! At that moment, thunder and fire overlapped, and even the Super Big Needle B was wrapped in red and purple flames that suddenly ignited. The lightning fell, making its wings charred. Good ample Jirula, Kanjian Blade Ghost. Maki shouted excitedly, encouraging the two Pokemon. They have been practicing fighting before, but they didn't expect to be able to face it now, showing the ultimate tacit understanding when facing a strong enemy. After eating the combined attack of two Pokemons, the Super Big Needle B was obviously seriously injured. Its body was charred and even the insect wings used to fly were damaged. Come back, Super Big Needle B. Amid Sakake's command, it flapped its broken wings with all its strength and suddenly burst out with extremely fast speed, avoiding the pursuit of Jirula and the Kanjian Blade Ghost and returning to Sakake. Sakage also took out a can of special effectful reagent from his hand and gave it to the Super Big Needle B. Under the powerful medicinal power of the special effectful reagent, its injuries were also recovering quickly. I won't give you a chance, let's attack together, Maki commanded. Yeah, Zulan responded with Lokia's attack. Lokia, please stop Chao Meng first, she said, and the keystone bracelet on her wrist had already burst into a strong light. Speaking of super evolution, she and Maki can do it too. At the same time, Maki also raised her hand and touched the keystone in her her hand. 2 super evolving light fell at the same time and the purple cocoon appeared again, but this time it wrapped the bamboo orchid fierce biting road shark and the real trees Lucario at the same time. Super evolved Sakage frowned slightly and threw out 4 more elf balls. The elf ball emitted 2 white lights and released 4 powerful Pokemon. The Super Needle Bee is in poor condition now and the Super Dream is also in a tough battle. Faced with the opponent's super evolution, Sakage wants to use other Pokemon first. Meng tries to block Maki and the others offensive. Boom! The super evolutionary energy on the side of the Maki was surging. The Regilo shark which covered Lucario also appeared from the purple cocoon showing a brand new posture. Chapter 151. If you have stronger power. The gorgeous super evolutionary energy dyed the surrounding sky with beautiful colors. The Libella shark and Lucario in the purple cocoon also successfully completed their evolution. The body of the Ligilo shark has undergone a drastic change. Its original wing-shaped arm has turned into a red sickle-shaped arm which is a bit like the previous lying mantis. However, compared with the previous lying mantis, its blood-red sickle, it's obviously a little more violent. After evolution, its temper also became extremely violent. His eyes were full of violence. Its cold vertical pupils stared at the Pokemon opposite the opposite side, guarding Sakage, trying to wield its newly evolved sickle, chop the earth into powder and cut the enemy into pieces. This is the super evolution of the fierce Bits road shark. The price of significantly reduced appearance has been changed for a huge increase in attack power. Of course, it has another very embarrassing point, which is that the super fierce Bits road shark after evolution, but instead it's not as flexible as before and the speed will be slightly reduced. But Lucario didn't have this trouble. After super evolution, it has achieved a comprehensive improvement in appearance and even strength. The power of the azure blue wave guide surrounds it, making it look majestic. Super bite the land shark attack. Vent your anger and bring destruction to the enemy. Zulan's face turned cold and reached out to point at the Pokemon that Sakage had just released. Reverse Scale. Reverse Scale, a top-level dragon attribute physical move, can cause devastating damage to the enemy through full-scale close attack. The super fierce shark rushed out quickly and the red sickle raised high, drawing a half-moon-shaped trajectory in the sky. All the violent dragon attribute energy poured out and the super fierce bite of the land shark mobilized the power in every inch of the muscles and quickly slashed forward. Super Lucario, we can't fall behind, use wave missiles. Maki also directed. After the super evolution, the power of the wave guide was greatly enhanced. With a wave of its hand, dozens of wave guide missiles suddenly emerged from the air and attacked Sakage's Pokemon from all directions. Faced with the attacks of Super Bit Shark and Super Lucario, Sakage's Pokemons chose to use defenders to defend themselves. The protective cover was broken many layers before it barely blocked this wave of attacks. It doesn't seem like this will last for long. Looking at the Pokemon that was struggling to support her, Sakage said in a low voice, Xiao Meng is now entangled by Lokia and cannot escape. The Super Needle Bee is seriously injured and recovering. The other Pokemon are also facing the opponent's group attack and struggle to support it. If this continues, Sakage will collapse completely. This situation made Sakage, who had been through many battles, feel a lot of pressure. In the past, with his Pokemon's strength, he was always able to crush his opponent like a tank, but now facing the strong offensive of Maki and the others, he felt a little at a loss. Retreat. After thinking for a while, Sakage ordered heavily. He took out the elf ball, put away several Pokemons on the ground that had lost their combat ability and fell to the ground. He also raised his bio a little higher, flapping his wings quickly, ready to run away at any time. Sakage's Pokemons also obeyed the instructions and fought and retreated, looking for opportunities to escape. They have been trained to become Pokemons brought by Sakage, and even if they are running away, they can still do it without any leakage. Sakage's side gradually withdrew, but in the venue, Xiao Meng seemed to have no intention of retreating. Its helmet trembled unstable and its violent mental power was like a tsunami. It was pouring out, confronting Lokia. Even though Sakage urged him several times, it still became a ball with Lokia in front of him. Tear it apart. Totally tore it apart. At this moment, only these two thoughts remained in its mind. Since the beginning of the match with Lokia, the feeling of frustration has been plaguing it. It was obvious that he had tried his best, but he couldn't break through the white giant bird in front of him. It was obvious that it was seriously injured at that time. Xiao Meng has always been rampant with an invincible attitude, but has fought such a frustrating battle. However, what it didn't know was that there was more than one Pokemon in Lokia fighting. Near it, Bettini, Kiriki and the three little rabbi were always giving Lokia sub-assisted. Bettini's victory power has improved the attributes of Rokia, while Kiriki and Shirabi became a nurse. Once Rokia is in poor condition, he will immediately help it recover. A divine beast must fight the opponent's divine beast of the same level and 3 phantom beasts at the same time. Only in such an unfair battle can it have ghost if it can fight. It's not enough, I need more strength. But Xiao Meng doesn't doesn't know how luxurious the opponent's lineup is, it just thinks it is not strong enough. Under its will, all the cells in its body are active, frantically creating spiritual energy for combat. Under such an overload explosion, the spiritual suppression helmet on its head finally couldn't bear it and was shattered into powder by the violent mental power. At this moment, the suppression helmet, made of a variety of high-strength metals, left the scene sadly, and the self-consciousness of Chow Meng was truly active. In order to facilitate the control of super dreams, the rockets have always worn a helmet to suppress consciousness and power, making it a killing machine that only knows how to fight. I remember I can still become stronger. Chow Meng's thinking was running at high speed and a different light lit up in his eyes. Although its thinking was in chaos when wearing a helmet, it still remembers that in this laboratory there were objects that made its genes boil. Chow Meng closed his eyes, and while fighting against Lokia, he searched around him what caused its genes to boil. After a few dozen seconds, it suddenly opened its eyes and a hot light flashed in its indifferent eyes. It began to move quickly and flew towards the direction detected by his mental power. In this super dream base that has almost become a ruin, an item is asleep that can break its genetic shackles, and Chow Meng found it. Just as Maki and the others caught up with the escaped Chow Meng, it also flipped open some messy debris and took out a colorful stone from the ruin. In the middle of the stone there was a splendor like a DNA spiral pattern. No, that's it, fossil super dream, it wants to super evolution, Maki said in a panic. Even Sakagi, who was evacuating, turned around in surprise. In the surprised eyes of everyone, a purple light like a dream fell, completely covering the super dream. Chapter 152, The Meaning of Life. Super Meng used his own power to touch the evolutionary fossil. Evolutionary energy continued to gush out of the evolutionary fossil, and the genes in its body boiled up and moved towards a new life form. Strength a little more, Chow Meng murmured. At that moment, strong spiritual energy spread out from it, destroying the surrounding ground to crack. Chow Meng clenched his fist, and at the same time its body was also undergoing drastic changes. Its body gradually shrinks, and the E-trace corporeal nerve bundle tends straight from the back of the head to the heel, just like a woman's long tail braid. The super dream after super evolution has shrunk a lot from the outside, but its spiritual power has been enhanced geometrically, which makes Lokia feel a lot of pressure. This is super dream, why everyone prepare to defend, Maki reacted and directed. It was also mentioned at the last Rockets meeting that super dream was discovered to have two unique genetic evolution directions like the flamingo dragon, and what it shows now is the evolution of the Y form. The evolutionary energy of this form greatly stimulates the spread of its spiritual power and brain domain, breaking its spiritual power to the E-Dream. The current super dream Y is a real terrifying weapon with extremely strong destructive power. Destruction. After evolution, super dream Y's gaze directly locked on Lokia, who had just put it in a tough battle. The mighty purple mental power hit Lokia like a tsunami, trying to submerge Lokia, Masaki and others together. Everyone back up. Lokia's voice was rapid. It spread its huge wings and directly blocked the real trees and the others, mobilizing energy to turn into a shield blocking the attack of Super Meng. However, facing the attack of super dream Y after super evolution, even the legendary Pokemon of the level of Lokia feels a little difficult. The energy in its body was constantly consumed fighting against the spiritual power of Super Meng Y. However, the spiritual power of Super Dream Y after the evolution was too strong. Lokia's energy was consumed very quickly and its body began to tremble, and it was almost impossible to support it. Super Dream, don't you want to find the meaning of life? You are really willing to do this, driven by others and always act as are you alive with tools? At such an absolute disadvantage, Maki shouted. Now the Super Dream has taken off the helmet of suppression and revived its self-consciousness and can communicate. There is no direct meaning to fighting Super Meng. Their real enemy is actually the Rockets, and Super Meng is just a pitiful pawn of Team Rocket. Is the meaning of life? Chow Meng heard the words of Maki, and its developed brain ran quickly to find the answer to this question. My life has no meaning. The mental power around Chow Meng began to shake. It covered its head in pain, and the powerful spiritual power roared sadly. It found that its short life seemed to have nothing meaningful. Since birth I have been in the cold laboratory carrying a variety of experimental equipment. Self-awareness is suppressed and cannot communicate with other organisms. It often accepts various experiments, is shock, blood drawn, tracks mental strength, and is illuminated with various dangerous light. Its only entertainment activity is combat. Under the command of the Rockets, it uses its inherently terrifying combat power to destroy all the Rockets' enemies. At the beginning, Chow Meng occasionally thought about some issues about life, but later it became insensitive and became the combat machine the Rockets expected. There is no need to think so much, just fight so that you can be without pain. The more you think, the more painful it is. Super Meng, who cannot be relieved in endless pain, firmly believed this. No Super Dream, you are also a normal Pokemon. You can also be free to bathe in the sun, do nothing leisurely, open open a book you are interested in and think about the questions you want to know. Maki continued to shout, the only source of your pain is the rockets who treat you as a tool. Now they have been beaten away by us and you can regain your freedom and do what you want to do. After hearing Maki's word, Kaomeng's pupils trembled violently and even the mental power on her body seemed to soften. It is very smart. After super evolution there may be no Pokemon in the whole world that thinks faster than its thinking speed. After thinking about its current situation, Xiao Meng discovered that what Maki said might be right. There is no conflict between him and them that he could never resolve. The escaped Sakaki and the rockets behind him are his real enemies. Another very important point is that what Maki said really touched it. Other Pokemons probably envy the powerful power of Super Meng, but Super Meng itself also envies the freedom of other Pokemon. It also wants to live freely in this world. Can I really like another Pokemon? Xiao Meng dispersed his mental power and stopped attacking. It landed quietly on the ground and murmured in a low voice, yes, look, now there are no shackles that can bind you. You breathe freely like all other Pokemons, no longer have to fight for others and can live by your own will. Super Dream, you are free. Maki quietly came to Kaomeng's body, leaned down and said softly, I am free. Xiao Meng stared at his hand blankly and waved it gently. It turned around and looked at the setting sun in the distance, stunned. At this moment it realized that it was indeed free. It completely left the cold laboratory and was bathed in this same sunshine like other Pokemon. And this warm sunshine is a treasure that it was beyond reach before. May I have your name? Xiao Meng suddenly turned around and his eyes that had evolved red after his evolution looked at Maki with an inapplicable light flashing in his eyes. Real tree. Maki smiled lowly, stretched out her fist toward Xiao Meng and stopped in mid-air. Super Dream. Xiao Meng also understood what he meant at once. It also reported its name, stretched out its fist and touched Maki's fist. Gensha, please give me some advice in the future. Xiao Meng said suddenly. This is the first time it has become interested in a human being. It wants to follow this person and find the meaning of life. Chapter 153 Freedom. You want to follow me? Net to the ruins of the Super Dream base. Maki confirmed with Super Dream again. He didn't expect this to be so smooth and Xiao Meng actually agreed to follow him. Well, I have feeling only by following you can you find the meaning of life. Super Meng has recovered from the super evolved form. It looked into the eyes of Maki and said seriously, okay, please give me more advice in the future. Super Dream. Maki nodded to him and said, Maki is also very happy for it because Super Dream can get rid of the rocket control. Net at the initiative of Xiao Meng, Maki installed it with a master ball. Xiao Meng said that she wanted to experience the same life as other Pokemon and she did this, which made Maki feel a little too sudden. It's still a bit unbelievable. Xiao Meng, I've actually been convinced. Maki looked at the master ball that had stopped vibrating in her hand, but she still couldn't do it for a long time. Although he came for this purpose at the beginning when the goal was successfully completed, he still felt a little unreal. Did he? It was detected that the host successfully conquered the legendary Pokemon Super Dream. Unlock the achievement, conquer the legendary man. At this time the system prompt sound also appeared. Maki felt that there was an evolutionary fossil in her backpack, which was an evolutionary fossil that could guide the Super Dream to evolve into the X form. Xiao Meng just used an evolutionary fossil in the Y form, which greatly strengthened his spiritual strength. The X form evolution fossil will explore the talent of Super Dream's body and evolve it into a form with powerful fighting ability. The two evolutionary branches have their own characteristics, mainly relying on the situation of the battle to evolve. That's great, Masaki, we succeeded. This battle was completed perfectly. Zulin rushed over and hugged Masaki excitedly. Even though she is the champion of the God AO region, she has never experienced such a level of battle. Both sides have legendary Pokemon and are engaged in championship level battle. Fortunately, although Sakagi and Xiao Meng were very strong, they still won the final victory. Even Maki conquered his opponent just now, Xiao Meng. Masaki, you must treat Xiao Meng well in the future. Lokia also flew over and said in a soothing tone. After learning about Super Meng's experience, it has no hostility towards Super Meng but is more of a worry. Now Super Meng has officially become a partner of the Shiki and Rokia can also feel relieved. The Shiki is the person it recognizes. It believes that Super Meng can definitely find the meaning of her life by the Shiki's side. Masaki, let me release the Super Dream quickly. We want to be friends with it. Bettini also flew to Masaki and said with a voice it was very curious about Xiao Meng and couldn't wait to communicate with it. Shirubi and Kirikai were also looking very excited. It seems that everyone wants to play with Xiao Meng. As soon as Bettini finished speaking, a purple light automatically lit up in the master ball in Maki's hand and Xiao Meng himself came out of the master ball. It was originally planned to come out soon, but it was unexpectedly comfortable in the master ball, so it stayed inside for a while before it came out. The space inside the top elf ball like master ball is also extremely luxurious, which is equivalent to a luxurious villa in the Elf Ball. If you can live in the Master Ball, you should be envious of many other Pokemon. Hello. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by his friends from the tree. Everyone had smiles on their faces. The kindness that came to his face drowned out the Chow Meng, making it a little overwhelmed. If it is allowed to fight against the enemy, no matter what kind of opponent Chow Meng faces, it will not feel anything, but with so many kind-hearted eyes, it is a little nervous for the first time. Hello Super Dream, I'm Bigtanai, welcome to join us, we will be partners from now on. Let me take you to meet everyone. This person with a big star on his head is Kira. I prayed it was so powerful that I could make many wishes. Bettini flew directly to Chow Meng, acted like a senior, and took Chow Meng to meet other partners one by one. Such a scene also made Maki and the others laugh. It seems that life in Chow Meng will be very interesting. Lokia smiled. It could see that although the Super Dream which was pulled by Bettini looked a little confused, its mental power was relieved from the inside out, no longer like the beginning so irritable at the time. After becoming the friend of the true tree, it gained peace that it had not before. This tranquility is rare for Super Dream. Super Meng, let's play. Bettini met all his friends with Chow Meng and said excitedly, what is it to play? Although Chow Meng passively followed a whole process, she was still very happy. At this moment when he heard Bettini's words, he suddenly asked, in its short life there has never been any entertainment activities, so it is naturally unfamiliar with the word playing. Playing is for happiness and doing interesting activities. Kirakai plain. After so many days of awakening, its knowledge reserves have been quite sufficient. Okay, let's have fun. Chow Meng nodded, already understanding this brand new word. At the same time, it also has some expectations for the NET activities. Okay then, let's start quickly, Bettini said excitedly. NET Kirakai transformed into a set of mahjong and see through the ability to make a wish. The three little ones actually sat down NET to them with Chow Meng. After introducing the rules to Chow Meng, they began to rub them. Mahjong. Chow Meng's understanding ability is very strong and he immediately understood the rules of the game. Seeing his smile on his lips, he seemed to have discovered the fun of mahjong. Mao Shu, what kind of game is that? Zulin asked curiously. She had never seen this kind of game between four people before. Seeing the four of them having fun playing, even Zulin wanted to play it. This is a new game that Evergreen Company is about to launch. I didn't expect it to be learned by Bettini and others, Maki said with his forehead. He didn't expect that Bettini they actually learned mahjong and started playing with the Super Dream. It was really outrageous. Okay, I want to play too, Zulin said with a smile. Chapter 154 Contrast. There was a happy scene on Maki's side. At the same time, Sakagi rushed back in the rocket secret base because I was afraid that Chow Meng would first attack himself after he evolved. Sakagi just took a look and ran away immediately. As the boss of the rocket, he has always been involved in the research of Super Dream. Sakagi knows the violence of Super Dream very well, especially when it loses the helmet. It is almost unrecognizable to his relative. If Sakagi hadn't run fast enough, he might have really been unable to leave. Boss Sakagi, you are back. An excited voice came from the secret base and a blue-haired woman came out. She was the new secretary promoted by Sakagi after Mato was imprisoned. Report the losses. Sakagi sighed and said, now most of the rocket's bases have been hit by the League. This sudden action will not completely destroy the rockets, but they are also seriously injured. After this operation, the rockets are expected to rest for a long time. Old boss, 80% of our secret bases in various regions have been destroyed and only 40% of our team members have successfully withdrawn from the base. The specific losses are still under statistic, the secretary said guiltily, fearing that this report would anger Sakagi. Where is there anything wrong with Silver's company? Sakagi asked again. Although the economic losses this time are huge, as long as the rockets can still control the Guandu giant company Silver by sucking Silver's blood, the rockets will not have a chance to make a comeback. Boss Sakagi, the team members responsible for monitoring and controlling Silver's senior management have all lost contact, and I heard that just now Silver's company had a drastic change. Silver's son took Mazishi to threaten other shareholders, became the actual controller of Silver Company. The little secretary continued to say with a bitter face. She also knows the importance of Silver to the current rockets, but the rockets' enemies naturally know this. As a former senior rocket coder, Mazishi really has too much confidential information about the rocket. Now even Silver's company, which is a life-saving straw, has been ruthlessly pulled away by Mazishi. It's Mazishi again. I will definitely make him look good. Sakagi slapped the armrest of the chair with a punch and said in a low voice, the anger towards Mazishi continued to surge in my heart. If it weren't for his rebellion, the rockets wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses this time. Boss Sakagi, there is another news, the little secretary said weakly, not even daring to show off his energy. She didn't want to touch Sakagi's bad head at this time. However, this information is also very important and must be reported. Say, Sakagi curled his anger and said coldly, the team led by by Athena to Feng Yuan to carry out the intelligence-stealing mission was also lost contact. According to the last news they sent back, it was the hands of the Hunter Guild people. After obtaining Sakage's permission, the young secretary immediately reported, "I understand you go down." Sakage nodded, waved his hand and said, "Yes boss." The young secretary nodded, not daring to stay in the room for too long. The current boss Sakage is so terrible that she is under a lot of pressure and wishes she can fly away immediately. After the little secretary left, Sakage was the only one left in the dark room. He held his chin, his face was gloomy and his eyes showed a complicated look. "Evergreen Masashi, please wait for me. Not everyone can bear the revenge of Sakake." Gwandu Golden City, top floor of Silver Company building, president's office. Mashu and Zulan were curiously visiting the luxurious decorations in the room, and net to them was Xiao Ai, the young master of silver who had just seized power in Masashi. Under Masashi's threat and some methods from Xiao Ai, other shareholders cooperated to transfer the equity to Xiao Ai. After all, it would be safer to transfer it to Xiao Ai, who would be better than handing over the hard-working company to someone else first. However, what they did not expect was that Xiao Ai was the biggest dangerous person. "Boss, otherwise you can stay here to work in the future," Xiao Ai said sincerely. "No, the main base of Evergreen Company is still in Feng Yuan area now, but I will come to Gwandu often from now on. After all, I still need your Silver's help," Maki said with a smile. Just now Xiao Ai had already agreed to Shizu to use Silver's mature automated production technology to help Evergreens build a production factory in Gwandu. With Silver's technical assistance, Chang had troubled him before. Kingshu Company's production problem was solved at once. This is the foundation of Silver Company. Such technology cannot be possessed without some years of accumulation. However, Maki can now enjoy Silver's convenience at will. He knows now, no wonder the Rockets had to spend so many people secretly controlling Silver's company, which was really cool. "And what I asked you to do, have you done it all?" Maki turned his head again and asked Xiao Ai. Just a few dozen minutes ago he just told Xiao Ai that he would ask Xiao Ai to hire some grey organizations to help deal with the Rocket. This way you can drive the tiger and swallow the wolf and let them bite the dog. Originally these organizations did not dare to attack the Rocket. After all, the Rockets are the #1 player in the Dark organization, but after knowing that the Rockets are now seriously injured, these Dark Hyenas are also willing to take on missions related to the Rocket. The Rockets are now like some injured lions, and these other small organizations are hyenas that smell bloody, and they all want to get from the Rocket. "I bite a piece of meat from my body." Of course their asking price is also very expensive. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse and it takes a lot of effort to deal with the Rocket. But for Silver this is not a problem at all. What they are most lacking in is money. "Boss, it done. We have reached cooperation with more than 10 underground organizations, so we'll be in trouble with the Rocket," Xiao Ai said immediately. He is more active than Maki's instructions. After all, he was bullied by the Rockets before and now he has the chance, so he naturally has to take revenge. "Masaki, why do I think you are becoming more and more powerful now? When will you win Fenji Yuan's championship?" Zulan suddenly said. Both of them were going to win the championship, which was their agreement at that time. Chapter 155 Final. "Are you a champion?" "Okay, I'll give it a try." Maki thought for a while and said, "Now that I have a super dream, it seems that it is not impossible." "That's good, you have to do it quickly," Zulan said with a smile. "If both sides are champions, it can be considered a match." Thinking of the operations she can do after Maki won the championship, she couldn't help but blush. "Well, when we go back to Zijin City to continue the Gymnasium Master Challenge, we can do it," Maki said. In the final of the subsequent Gymnastic Master Challenge, the entire Gymnastic Master of Feng Yuan will come, and then Maki can challenge it directly. One day later, Zijin City. In the gymnasium, Maki had just played a game and had successfully entered the finals, and his opponent was his secretary Nazi. Nazi successfully defeated other opponents through her superpowers and Pokemon's cooperation and entered the finals with Maki. Now the entire Feng Yuan gymnasium owner is sitting in the VIP seats at Zijin City Stadium waiting for the birth of the final winner. Tai Xianzhang laughed and said to the several owners net to him, "How is that? That kid is participating in the competition on my behalf. I have a good vision. If he wins the championship, it will be equivalent to me winning the championship." "You are so shameless, old man. If my opponent was you at that time, he would have won a long time ago." "You said right, Naki," Yasha said mercilessly. Naki is her good friend, the owner of the Inu Town Gymnasium, and uses a flying Pokemon. "Well, it should be," Naki replied perfunctorily. Her attention was all on Maki on the stage, looking curious. She is still very curious about this most popular famous person in Feng Yuan. "Brother Maki look very handsome, right?" Zionan said, a little boy in blue sitting net to Naki. "His name is Xiao Feng, and he and his sister Zionan serve as the owner of the gym in Luling City. Because they are twins with Xiao Feng and Zionan, they have had the ability to communicate with each other since since childhood and have a natural affinity with Pokemon with super-powered attribute. Therefore at a young age he can become the owner of a gym. Although he looks like a child on the outside, he is very strong. Well brother, Zionan net to Xiao Feng nodded and said, she and Xiao Feng look close but they have cute long hair. Yes, this kid is indeed a bit elegant and look like he can become a very strong coordination trainer. Tai Yuan, you have a good vision. I heard that he has made great contributions to Zijin City now. Net to Tai Yuan, there is a gentleman with a delicate beard. He is well dressed and has a very elegant personality. He is the owner of the Liulai Gymnasium and the master of the current league champion Mike Lee. At the same time, like Mikali, he has an excellent traditional trainer but also an excellent coordination trainer. I heard that Mikali's coordination trainer's skills were taught by Yasha. How is it? I have a good vision. When he was a little trainer I was very optimistic about him, Tai Xian said proudly. After Maki made his mark recently, Tai Xian was very popular and bragged about his own vision to everyone. Before he was very envious of his old friend Adam, who had an apprentice of the league champion, and now he also has some proud capital. Yes, it's really a pity for you to be with such a good seedling. Otherwise I would definitely be able to train him into an excellent coordination trainer. Adam suddenly said seriously, that won't work. I can't let you train him to look like that. Thinking of Mikali's overly feminine temperament and overly avant-garde outfit, he felt that he still couldn't accept it. It would be great if Maki still keeps it like this now, but she can't be a kid. Adam, it's a disaster. That's a pity. He is a star of tomorrow who coordinates with a trainer. Adam said with a little regret. Don't worry, he can do more. Tai Xian laughed and said mysteriously, after the game is over Maki will do a feat, which surprised Tai Xian when he heard it. During the chat of the owner of the gymnasium below the stage, Maki and Nazi on the stage also officially started the war. The rules of this final are different from those in the previous stage. Both sides can only use one Pokemon and decide the winner in a one-on-one way, and the excitement is played. Masaki, I will use all my strength this time, Nazi said seriously on the battlefield. After losing to Maki, she has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Even if Maki is his boss, she will not keep her back this time. Besides, she has not grown up these days and has also possessed a brand new power. Okay, use all your strength and present you with a wonderful game, Maki said with a smile. The competition began. The referee waved the flag and Maki and Nazi also released their respective Pokemon. Maki uses Lucario and Nazi releases her ace Hoodoo. Let me see the power I just mastered. As soon as the battle began, Nazi showed a mysterious smile. In her hand a gorgeous keystone ring burst out with a brilliant light. The Hoodoo is also completely wrapped in the evolutionary cocoon formed by super evolutionary energy. It's super evolution. Oh my god, players, Nazi can actually use super evolution, the commentators said in surprise in the commentary seat. This is the first time in the official competition that a player other than Maki has made a super evolution, and the object of super evolution is Hoodoo, who has never shown super evolution before. Super evolution? Not bad, then let's do it too. Maki and Lucario looked at each other and began to evolve super. On the battlefield both sides were wrapped in strong light at the same time and they were undergoing miraculous super evolution. The two players made super evolution at the beginning of the finals. This was simply a visual feast, the commentators said loudly. They stared at the situation on the battlefield and did not dare to miss any detail. The audience also burst into violent shouts and the atmosphere in the entire venue was brought to a climber from the beginning. It's so exciting. Even I feel a little ignited iron roller. Adam below the stage also said excitedly. This is the first time that there has been a collision between super evolutions in a formal competition. Chapter 156. Sorry, I will predict. The first to complete the evolution was Nazi's Hoodoo. The purple cocoon on its body plotted suddenly and Hoodoo also appeared in front of everyone in a new posture. After super evolution, Hoodoo's armor turned into a purple robe. A red crystal appeared in the middle of his forehead. Sharp horns grew on the top of his head and a long yellow beard turned into a huge pale beard. It puts its 2 feet together and uses its superpower to float itself in the air. The number of spoons increased to 5 and it is no longer held in its hands but is held in the air by its superpower. Hoodoo's super evolution is extremely special. In the process of super evolution it has obtained a true spiritual release at the cost of muscles and achieved the ultimate increase in mental power. From this point of view it has similar effect to the evolution of the Y-shape form of Super Dream. Oh my god, have you seen it? This is the super evolution of Hoodoo. From such a distance I feel that extremely powerful mental pressure. I believe that the feeling of the Maki player on the court will be deeper than mine, the commentator on the stage said excitedly. It turns out that player Nazi has never used all his strength before. Oh no, now player Maki is in danger. Although Lucario can also evolve super, his attribute disadvantage is still too great. The fighting attribute treasure is it is difficult to fight against Pokemon with super powered attributes. attribute. Another senior commentator gave his own opinion. The commentary made the audience sweat for the Maki. They turned their eyes to the Maki on the other side of the battlefield and the cocoon of evolution, including Lucario plotted. Lucario also made his debut with a new attitude. After super evolution, Lucario's figure became even more upright and its whole body was covered with black traces formed by the meeting of super evolution energy and the power of wave guide. The power of wave guide dwelled around it and the super terror of the water. The powerful spiritual power of the wave guide is even better than that of the super evolutionary increase. On the energy level, the power of the wave guide does not seem to have any disadvantages against spiritual power. Wave missile. Yumaki took the lead in launching the attack. The power of Azure Blue wave guide gathered around Super Lucario, forming a wave guide bombarding Nazi's Super Hudi. Shadow Ball. Facing the shadow ball of Super Lucario, Nazi directly chose to confront her head, and Super Hudi quickly fired several dark and deep shadow balls hitting the wave missile. The wave missile collided with the shadow ball, causing a violent explosion on the battlefield, and the Super Lucario also began to move quickly, sprinting forward trying to approach the Super Hudi. Although Super Hudi has extremely strong ranged attack capabilities after evolution, this is at the expense of losing melee ability. Although the original Hudi looks like a traditional mage, it is actually wearing armor and is very strong. It can even learn the classic farmer's 3 punches such as the Thunder Fist, Flame Fist and Frozen Fist, but it is super evolved. After that, its melee ability becomes worse than before evolution. As long as Lucario complete close, he can easily suppress the Super Hudi. As expected, Lucario wants to pull the battle to a more suitable area for it. If he can successfully get close, even such a terrifying Super Hudi should be powerless. But players Nazi won't let their opponents get close so easily. After all, control the distance between the battle, but it's a compulsory course for every Super Pokemon trainer. The commentator is constantly analyzing the situation. Indeed, since most of the Pokemon with super-powered attributes are long-range thugs with high attack and low defense, their trainers will also pay special attention to the distance between them and their opponent. Move instantly. Sure enough, when Super Lucario was about to approach Super Lucario used instant movement and its figure quickly disappeared from its original position and appeared behind Super Lucario. Mental interference. After getting a distance from Super Lucario, who demobilized his mental power to attack his opponent. With a beautiful response, Nazi played the opponent's sprint and successfully made the correct judgment, allowing Super Hudi to widen the distance and counter-attack. Oh no, if you are hit by Super Hudi's attack, Super Lucario might lose his combat ability directly. The commentators began to worry about Maki. Since the Pokemon on both sides is not a high-durance type, whether each attack works or not can directly determine the direction of the battle situation. This is equivalent to an exciting cowboy showdown. As long as you successfully hit the opponent with one shot, you can get a thrilling victory. Defend. Maki briefly directed. A strong blue light appeared beside Super Lucario, and the power of the wave guide formed a solid protective cover, completely isolated Super Hudi's mental interference attack. At the same time, Super Lucario read the wave guide of Hudi and moved quickly toward Hudi again. With a beautiful response, Super Lucario successfully blocked the mental interference of Super Hudi, and at the same time he once again gained the initiative in the battle. However, this time the player Maki doesn't know how to deal with Hudi's instant movement. If Super Hudi keeps using instant movement to avoid it, Super Lucario should be difficult for Super Lucario to defeat his opponent. The commentator's concerns are not unreasonable. The instant movement of Super Hudi can change its position at any time is indeed a bit unreasonable. If you cannot find a strategy to deal with it, Super Lucario may be pulled until you lose it. Combat ability. Move instantly. On the battlefield facing the charge of Super Lucario, Nazi once again directed Super Lucario to use instant movement. Super Hudi's figure disappeared from the spot, and Super Lucario also came down, standing there, his eyes closed as if trying to sense something. Just when the audience was curious about Super Lucario's approach, the answer was quickly revealed on the venue. Several wave missiles were condensed around Super Lucario and they were empty. Try the left front. According to common sense, these wave missiles must be empty because there is nothing in front of the left side of Super Lucario. But then something surprising happened. Super Hudi happened to appear on the road of the wave missile and was hit by the wave missile. Boom! As the explosion sounded from the wave missile, the commentators became excited. Oh my god! Super Lucario actually predicted the instantaneous movement of Super Hudi, causing all the wave missiles to hit. Chapter 157 Special Gym Challenge. Comet Fist. Taking advantage of the fact that Super Hudi was knocked away by the wave missile, Maki seized the opportunity and directed Super Lucario to launch an attack. Super Lucario's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then it appeared in front of Super Hudi with a strong white light directly hitting Super Hudi. This attack, which was final, directly made Super Hudi lose his combat combat ability and fall into a coma and fall to the ground. Hubi lost his combat ability. Lucario won. The referee immediately ruled the result of the game, which means that Maki successfully won the game. Congratulations to the player Maki for winning this victory. After these rounds of competition, he has continuously defeated his opponents with his outstanding cultivation level and unique combat qualities and successfully won the challenge of this Masters Challenge. The final victory. Let's give the applause to the player Maki together. Thank him for giving us so many wonderful games and congratulations to him for winning this gym challenge. The entire venue suddenly became boiling and Maki also stood on the podium amid everyone's cheers. Congratulations to the player Maki for winning the final championship. We invite our Liulai City Gymnasium owner Mr. Adam to come on stage to present the award. The host announced excitedly. Then Adam walked onto the stage gracefully and put a medal on Maki. Thank you, Mr. Adam. Maki nodded and greeted Adam. No thanks, I have seen your battle, it is very elegant. Are you interested in learning from me as a coordination trainer? I am very optimistic about your talent, Adam said with a smile at Maki. After watching Maki's game just now, he became more and more interested in Maki. This is simply the candidate for his new ideal disciple. Just because Lucario's handsome prediction of the wave missile just now Adam made, I made up my mind to learn with the real tree. It would be a pity for such a good seedling to be a coordination trainer. Thanks to the current generation of Ya for their kindness. I am also very interested in coordination with trainers. I have participated in gorgeous competitions before, but I just recently made an appointment with a very important friend to make a breakthrough in traditional trainers, so I will go back to the future. Can you learn from you? Maki replied politely. Adam, you kid, you actually poached while I wasn't paying attention. But Shizu has more important things to do, so he doesn't have time to learn how to coordinate with you. Taiyuan suddenly rushed over, hugged Adam's shoulder and said he had long felt that Adam had no good intentions and he was indeed here to poach. Also, wait until you have a gym battle with Mashu, or you can just give the badge to Mashu anyway. The strength of the Mashu is completely enough. Tai Xian continued to add. This is what Maki just asked him to fight with the remaining few gym owners and took all the badges at once so that he would not run away one by one. This is also impossible. If Maki wants to become a league champion, she must first get 8 badges to challenge the league. In order to become the champion as soon as possible, he came up with this bad strategy. It is not possible to issue badges directly, but it is not impossible to challenge them directly here. Adam nodded and confirmed to Maki. But Maki, are you sure you will challenge the owners of 3 gyms in a row? We won't let the water go. Don't worry, if you are in the mood to worry about Maki, why don't you let yourself lose so ugly? I'll tell you in advance that Maki is as strong as a monster. Tai Xian's words directly dispelled Adam's concerns and even made Adam unable to help but get angry slightly. Okay, then I want to see how powerful your good junior is. Adam left a sentence and left gracefully to prepare to fight Maki. He has always been a serious person, and this time he will use all his strength and will not hold back. This old guy is actually quite strong. You won't be really serious later. Zhenshu, you should have confidence, Tai Xian breathed out and said guiltily. After Adam left, Tai Xian suddenly became unconfident. He always felt that he seemed to have cheated the real tree. You should know that although Adam looks like a good man, his strength is indeed absolutely great. You should know that the current league champion Mikalik is his apprentice. Don't worry, I will win. Maki smiled confidently. An hour later, the gym challenge had completely come to the gymnasium challenge, and Maki and the owners of the 3 gymnasium came to the gymnasium preparing to carry out 3 consecutive gymnasium challenges here. At this time, several museum owners were discussing the details of this special challenge. Owner of Taiyuan Pavilion, Master Adam Pavilion, do you really want this? You always feel that this is a bit unfair, Naki, the owner of Yunyu Town, said softly. The result of Adam and Taiyuan's discussion was that Maki and the owners of the 3 gyms had a Pokemon one-on-one battle. If you win, you can get the owner's badge, which is convenient and fast enough and more saving Maki's physical strength. But Naki felt that this kind of wheel battle similar to Maki was not fair. Don't worry, Xiao Naki, this is a decision made by Maki. There is no need to worry about him. Tai Xian said. Yes, after all, that's like a monster in the iron spiral mouth. So Naki, just use all your strength, and Xiao Feng and Zionan, you must also take all your strength. Adam also echoed. Okay, Uncle Adam, we will work hard. Xiao Feng and Zionan responded at the same time, their voices almost completely overlapping. Then okay. Since the 2 respected museum owners said this, she had no choice but to agree. After deciding the rules, this special 3-game gallery challenge officially began. Maki once again stepped onto the battlefield, and his first opponent was Naki, the owner of Yunyu Gymnasium. Hello Maki, I'm Naki. I often hear Yasha mention you, and now I can finally get to know you. Naki greeted Maki softly. Well, I'm very happy to know you. Maki nodded politely and responded. I am the owner of the Yunyu Gymnasium. gymnasium. I soar in the sky with bird Pokemon. No matter how hard the battle is, we will win gracefully. Witness me and bird Pokemon KYMPH's beautiful dance steps. After saying hello, Naki also entered work. After reading the opening remarks, she also released her ace Pokemon, the Chinese Valentine's blue bird, and Maki also took out his Master Ball. Chapter 158. This is the difference between legend and ordinary. The mysterious lilac light automatically lit up and Xiao Meng took the initiative to come out of the Master Ball. Xiao Meng, I'm going to ask you this time. Maki and Xiao Meng communicated with their thought. Do you want to completely destroy your opponent? Super dreamy purple tail is supported on the ground with his eyes fixed on the Chi blue bird in front of him. He emitted a faint light. In terms of destruction and combat, this is what Xiao Meng is best at. Masaki has helped it a lot. These days when he is a partner with Masaki, Masaki is also very happy. It is very happy to help Masaki clear all obstacles. No, this time we are having a fight. Just control the other party's Pokemon and you can't hurt them. Masaki immediately explained to Xiao Meng. If Xiao Meng understands the wrong way and exerts too much force and directly destroys the Chi blue bird, then he will have no way to explain it to everyone. I understand, there is no need to destroy it, just capture it alive. Xiao Meng nodded to show her understanding. When the rockets sent it on missions, they often asked to capture it alive, so Xiao Meng is still very skilled in this kind of business. No, it can't be called a capture alive, it must be called a trial, Maki said helplessly. Xiao Meng has been with the rocket for a long time and is simply a ruthless combat machine. Regarding this, Maki still needs to be slowly corrected and guided. Okay, I understand. Just capture the other party alive when competing. A purple light flashed in Xiao Meng's eyes and a spiritual power as vast as the sea spread out, and he had already entered a state of combat. Taiyuan, good guy, then what is that Pokemon? NET to the battlefield. Adam pointed at Super Meng and said in surprise that Pokemon looks a bit like the legendary Pokemon Dreamy. The appearance that was similar to Dream as well as the terrifying sense of oppression and spiritual energy made Adam sweat in a cold sweat. Even as a senior library owner, he doesn't have the confidence to deal with Pokemon of this level. He now knows why Taiyuan is so confident about Maki. This kid is simply outrageous. He just started a super big company at a young age, but he even took out a Pokemon of this level. I don't know each other very well, but the boy said that the magical Pokemon was rescued from the rocket's base and it should be the product of the rocket's experiment. Tai Xian said, because Xiao Meng itself has great strength, those who have seen it take action generally do not exist in this world, so the Alliance has a very limited understanding of Xiao Meng. Even senior gym owners like Taiyuan and Adam don't understand. It's really amazing that I can actually save Pokemon of this level from the rocket's. Adam sighed. Yes, I've said it a long time ago. My vision is not something I can see. I took a look at his potential at first sight, allowing Zasumi to reach a cooperation with him. Tai Xian laughed loudly. This matter has become a topic of conversation after dinner and I have to take it out from time to time. People who are familiar with him have said it many times. Okay, I'm so bad, so I'd better watch the battle seriously, Adam said angrily, interrupting Taiyuan's self-proclaimed behavior. He also stared at the battlefield, focusing on Xiao Meng in front of Maki. Owner Naki, we are going to take action, Maki whispered to the battlefield. Ah, okay. Naki kept focusing on Xiao Meng and was startled by the sudden prompt from Genshu. Super dreams, use your spirit to force your thought. Maki's voice was also very excited. This was the first time to direct a Pokemon battle of the level of Super Dream. When fighting side by side with Lokia before, it was Lokia who judged the situation by herself, and this time Maki will directly command Xiao Meng's action. This is also what Xiao Meng requires. It wants to cultivate a tacit understanding with Shizu. Through this opportunity, the purple light lit up from Xiao Meng's eyes. It stretched out its hand forward and its spiritual power was like a tide wrapping Naki's Chi blue bird, launching heavy blows on its spirit again and again. The Chi blue bird was suppressed by the spiritual power and could not move. The consciousness was hit hard by the spiritual power of the Super Dream and he couldn't help but let out a few wails. Blue birds on the Chi festival keep them. Listening to the wailing sound of her most important partner, Naki's heart seemed to suddenly tugged and she immediately directed. Facing the powerful offensive of Xiao Meng, it is a safer choice to defend first. Qian'ai Festival. The blue bird of Qi Festival endured the pain, yelled for a long time and tried its best to build a transparent protective cover around it to resist the strong spiritual thoughts of Super Dream. Broken. Facing the opponent's defense as hard as possible, Xiao Meng snorted light and the purple light on her body became even stronger. The spiritual power around the Qi blue bird instantly turned into countless blades, constantly cutting the protective cover it supported. The Chinese blue bird kept making a sharp sound of energy, tug of warming sound. The sound was like a cat claws grabbing the glass, sharp and harsh. After a moment it could no longer support it and the protective cover it tried to build was completely shattered by the spiritual blade of Qiao Meng. The Chinese Valentine's blue bird also lost its combat ability and fell directly into the field. The battle has ended and Qiao Meng just used one move. This is the suppression power of the legendary Pokemon. Maki's Super Dream has almost the same gene as Dream and it was born specifically for combat. Its racial talent has completely crushed the Chi blue bird and coupled with its absolute leading strength this battle is almost without any suspense. Super Dream Rella ed with one move although the Chi blue bird tried his best to use defending and resist. This is not a battle simulator game of Evergreen Company. The first level Pokemon can block the attack of the full level beast using defending. In the real world even if Pokemon is not strong enough even if it tries its best to defend it will be ruthlessly defeated by the strong. Did you actually defeat Naki's Chinese New Year's blue bird with one blow? That Pokemon called Super Dream is a little outrageous. Net to the venue even Tai Yuan who knew about Maki's strength opened his mouth wide and murmured, its name is Super Meng. This is what does it mean to transcend dreams? Adam also analyzed silently. Super Meng and Fantasy have basically the same appearance and they are also super powerful Pokemon. Adding this name Adam can already judge that the Pokemon in front of him that is too over the counter is likely to be related to dreams and it is even a Pokemon developed by the Rockets using the Dream Gene. Chapter 159 Since we have said we should use all our strength. Sorry it's not very familiar with the process of the battle so it's a little too hard. Maki touched her head and said using the power of orange flower to help Naki's Chi blue bird recover from her injuries. These museum owners came to help themselves and it would be bad if they hurt their Pokemon. Thank you the real tree. Naki touched the head of the Chi blue bird and said gratefully. After being treated by the real tree it has recovered its health. This is the white feather badge of Unia Gymnasium. Congratulations you have successfully completed the gym challenge. Naki took out a small and exquisite badge from her backpack and handed it to Maki's hand. The mission was completed and the capture was successful. Qiao Meng said lightly. This was the first time he helped Maki win which gave it a sense of accomplishment that he had never had before. Xiaonan the mental fluctuations of that Pokemon looked terrible. After Naki left the court Xiaofeng and Xionan the owners of the Luling City Gymnasium looked a little scared. Xiaonan do you feel it? The spiritual fluctuations of that Pokemon are so terrible. Xiaofeng whispered to Xiaonan beside him. Yes Xiaofeng otherwise we'd better give him the badge directly. Xionan also gave up a little. Just looking at Qiao Meng she felt a little like crying not to mention that she wanted to start with it. Fighted. They are all superpowers similar to Nazi and are naturally very sensitive to the spiritual fluctuations of Pokemon with super-powered attribute and the extremely unstable mental fluctuations of Qiao Meng were something they had never seen before. No Xionan accept the challenge from the trainers. This is what we should do as the owner of the gym. Although Xiaofeng was also very scared he still mustered up his courage. Okay Xiaofeng. Xionan nodded gently and said softly. After some psychological construction this pair of two young museum owners finally made it to the battlefield. Mao Shu we are twins with spiritual connection. We will definitely work hard to defeat you in the form of a combination. Xiaofeng took out his elf ball and said seriously. One of the major features of the Green Ridge Gym is where he and Xionan are the 2-on-2 doubles form of fighting because he and Xionan have had the ability to communicate with each other since childhood. So their cooperation is first class and they can often defeat the trainers who come to challenge. Although they look very young their record is quite good. However after listening to Xiaofeng's words Maki always has the illusion that he is the owner of the museum who accept the challenge. It seems that they were indeed scared by Qiao Meng. Well let's have a great Pokemon battle together. Maki also replied with a smile. I hope you can use all your strength. We also want to see how big the gap is with you right Xionan? Yes you must use all your strength. Xiaofeng and Xionan said relatedly. After making up their minds to play against each other they also had the idea of seeing the true strength of Super Meng. They are also users of superpower Pokemon. They want to see if the top superpower Pokemon like Super Meng can do it. What degree? Okay I will. Maki looked at the two children in front of her with firm eyes slightly surprised but nodded. Since they want to see it let them see it just in time to experiment with the new abilities of Super Dream. After both sides were ready the battle between Maki Xiaofeng and Xionan officially began. Xiaofeng and Xionan threw out the elf ball at the same time and released their respective Pokemon. Xiaofeng's Pokemon is a rock-like Pokemon Sun Rock with a shape similar to the sun while Xiaonan's Pokemon is a Moonstone with a shape similar to the moon. These two Pokemon are said to be new varieties falling from the universe. They are also combinations of rock and superpower attributes with hard rock bodies and incredible superpowers. Since this battle is a doubles rule both sides can release two Pokemon combinations to engage in a 2-on-2 battle. However the tree had no intention of releasing another Pokemon Pokemon. This is also what Super Dream means. It is absolutely confident in its own strength and is unwilling to accept the help of other Pokemon. Does Xiao Meng have to fight one or two? Maybe Xiao Feng and Xionan still have some chance. Naki, who had just finished the show, pondered. She is very clear about the cooperation between Xiao Feng and Xiaonan, and the combination of Sun Rock and Moonstone can also produce a chemical reaction of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Yes, although Xiao Meng is very powerful, it is not absolutely without weaknesses. As long as you find the strategy to deal with it, you should be able to fight against Xiao Meng. Adam, who was standing net to Naki, also echoed. During this period he had been thinking about his strategy to deal with Super Dreams because he was going to play net and he didn't want to lose too easily. In that case Tai Xian will definitely laugh out loud. After some thought he really thought of some strategies. For example, the easiest way should be to use evil Pokemon to fight Super Dream. Pokemon with evil attributes is born with the ability to be immune to most super powered attack, and the attacks with evil attributes are also quite deadly for Pokemon with super powered attribute. If there is a Pokemon with a strong enough evil attribute, it may not be impossible to defeat Super Dream. However, it should be difficult for Xiao Feng and Xionan to win. After all, their Pokemon is not an evil attribute. Adam sighed and said. While the two talked, the battle officially began in the battlefield. Sun Rock, Gravity, Moonstone, Hypnosis. At the beginning of the battle, Xiao Feng and Xionan issued orders at the same time. The gravity field is released from the Sun Rock to the surroundings, while the Moonstone uses Hypnosis to try to control the Super Dream. Beautiful. Use gravity to slow down the movement of Super Dream so that the hit rate of the Hypnosis technique can be improved. Naki said excitedly. This kind of gravity plus Hypnosis is a very famous tactic even in the game. Through the effect of gravity, the Hypnosis technique with a very low hit rate can be a must-have. As long as you control Xiao Meng, Xiao Feng and Xionan may not be unable to win. However, in the face of Yueshi's Hypnosis technique, Xiao Meng had no intention of dodging at all. It would be too simple to think about hypnotizing it with such a low mental power attack. How could it be? Hypnosis has completely failed. Xiao Feng and Xionan said at the same time. The unfavorable tactics in the past actually completely lost their effect when facing Super Dream. The huge gap between the spiritual power of the two sides has caused some skills to lose their due effect. Moreover, Maki has plans to make this gap bigger. He took out the keystone and reacted with the X-shaped fossil obtained by Xiao Meng in. The brilliant and dazzling light lit up, making Xiao Feng and Xionan unconsciously cover their eyes. Chapter 160. The ultimate move that exceeds the standard. Oh my god, Super Dream, you can actually undergo super evolution. Adam and Tai Xian, who were outside the venue, had already widened their eyes, stared at the Xiao Meng and the Masaru shrouded in brilliant light, and opened their mouths wide. They are already very familiar with this super evolving light, and Maki has used it many times in battle. However, a powerful Pokemon like Super Dream can actually use super evolution to go further, which is far beyond their imagination. In ordinary cases, Super Dreams are such terrifying monster level instances. After another super evolution, they can't even imagine how strong the Super Dream will be after evolution. He actually used all his strength to do this. Guy, is this going to leave a shadow for Xiao Feng and the others for the rest of their lives? Tai Xian complained. With such all efforts, I'm afraid it's a bit over the standard. Finally, under the nervous gaze of everyone, Super Meng completed the super evolution with the increase in evolutionary energy and made a new appearance. Unlike the super evolution of Form Y, the super evolution of Form X has become stronger due to the increase in mental strength. Its body suddenly grew taller and its muscles continued to bulge, looking full of strength. The E-traceorporeal nerve bundle tends from the center of the back to the back neck, forming a hood-like shape. The tail that was originally hanging underground has now become high and look full of desire to fight. Is this the evolution of another form? Super Dream Ek, who had evolved, held his fingers made of 3 spherical bodies and felt an unprecedented physical strength surge out from the depths of his body. If the evolution of the Y form is a full increase in the power of spiritual power, the evolution of the Ek form is more similar to the comprehensive development of ordinary evolution. Now Super Dream X has mastered the energy of fighting attributes and has become a super tough man who practices both matter and magic. Super Dream tried to feel the power of the waveguide. The tree released the power of the waveguide hidden in its body and condensed into a waveguide, demonstrating it for Super Dream. He knew that in fact Super Meng also had the potential to learn wave missiles, but it had been on the rockets before and no one taught it at all. Now the true tree had to take advantage of Super Meng to evolve into X form and teach it carefully. Waveguides are the power of the mind. Try to calm down in your heart, call out the power of the waveguide hidden deepest in your heart, and then release the power of the waveguide. Maki further taught that this step is also the most important step to master the power of waveguide. Whether you can feel the waveguide buried deep in your heart can only rely on Meng's own effort. However, Maki believes that with Meng's talent he can definitely master it. Good. Xiao Meng listened to the words of Shiza, closed her eyes and her consciousness sank into the world of mind. After a while, azure blue wave guide gradually began to emerge around it, which complemented its lilac spiritual energy, looking mysterious and gorgeous. I have fully mastered the power of the wave guide. Xiao Meng felt the azure blue energy coming out from her palm and a happy mood surged into her heart. It floated into the sky with its mind power, raised its hands high, and the wave guide power in its body continued to gush out, meeting with the powerful spiritual power around it, turning into a huge blue-purple energy ball in its hands. This hybrid wave missile is constantly epondaying, and its diameter has epondayed to several times the size of Super Dream, and dangerous fluctuations continue to spread out. Sun Rock and Yueshi opposite Xiao Meng unconsciously retreated outside the field and came to Xiao Feng and Xionan. Whether it is the Super Dream after evolution or the huge energy ball it holds that exceeds the standard, they all feel a fear from the inside out and completely lose their fighting spirit. If you were hit by such an energy ball, you might die on the spot. This idea emerged at the same time from Sun Rock and Moonstone. Oh Masaka, let Xiao Meng stop. If this continues, the entire Zijin Gymnasium may be destroyed by it. Tai Xian shouted. His proud Zion just now had already passed from his face. It disappeared, turning into a look of extreme horror. The fluctuations on the energy ball made his heart beat quickly. If the Super Dream was allowed to detonate it here, I'm afraid all of them would suffer. Yes, Maki, let Xiao Meng stop. Adam also echoed. He and Tai Xian had already released their Pokemon, locked in Meng's every move, ready to release and resist the explosion at any time. Super Dream, it's a bit too much. Stop it first. This is not how the wave missile is launched. Maki was also a little uneasy and quickly communicated with the Super Dream consciousness. He didn't expect that if he just taught Xiao Meng a small skill, Xiao Meng could give him the entire ultimate move. The power of the wave guide and spiritual energy of the Super Dream produced a subtle chemical reaction, and its power showed an exponential multiple increase. If Super Dream lets this Med bomb be released here, it would probably leave a big one in Zijin City. It's a pitfall. The destructive power of the legendary Pokemon is already very terrifying, not to mention the Super Dream X, which is the legendary Pokemon. I understand, Maki, but I can't seem to stop. Xiao Meng had discovered something wrong just now. It had promised the true tree to capture the opponent alive, but the energy of this energy ball had far exceeded the predetermined limit. Because it was the first time to use this move, it couldn't stop it yet. If it stopped forcibly, the Med bomb might explode directly. So even if he is as powerful as Xiao Meng, he is in an embarrassing situation at this time. It doesn't matter, just get it to a safe place and detonate it. Maki quick and Super Dream interchanged channel. He led Xiao Meng and quickly rushed out of the gymnasium, and Xiao Meng just held up the Med bomb in his hand and flew to the high altitude of Zijin City, throwing the Med bomb out vigorously and detonated it in the air. Boom! The huge sounds of the explosion swept across Zijin City. All the buildings in Zijin City continued to tremble due to this huge sound, and some buildings with fragile structures even had cracked. Good, if this force explodes directly in Zijin City. Outside the Zijin Gymnasium, Tai Xian looked up at the huge mushroom cloud generated by the terrifying explosion in the air and murmured, a normal Pokemon cannot reach this level. Naki also murmured in a low voice, her voice trembling. Chapter 161, The Trainer's Romance. Adam, are we going to continue the gym challenge? After the aftermath of the explosion ended, Maki asked a little embarrassedly in the Zijin Gymnasium with Super Dream. After Xiao Meng came back from the air, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Maki, and their expressions were filled with a hint of respect and fear. Xiao Feng and Xionan even took out the soul badge of the Green Ridge Gymnasium and gave it to the Genshu on the spot. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be scared by Xiao Meng. My tree, don't need to hit it. This is the raindrop badge from the Liulai Gymnasium, you can take it. Adam took out a raindrop-shaped exquisite badge from his pocket with a complicated look and handed it to the Maitri. He was originally an old antique who treated the rules meticulously, but after seeing the shocking performance of Maki and Xiao Meng, he felt that there was nothing wrong with breaking the rules. After watching the previous two challenges, he really didn't want to fight Xiao Meng anymore. This was really too embarrassing to his old trainer at his age. Senior, yeah, isn't this a breaking rule? If you make an exception like this, it should bring you a lot of trouble. Otherwise, let's fight again. Don't worry, Senior, don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. Both me and Xiao Meng are still very physically. Maki politely took the badge handed over by Adam and said with a little concern, No, Maki, you have to know that you may be the only person in the world who is qualified to make an exception. You are completely worthy of this badge. Don't worry, just accept it. Listen, if Masaka said that Adam felt that his body was soaked by the cold wet that suddenly appeared. Too dangerous, this guy from Maki. I really don't know how vigorous I am. He didn't avoid avoid the battle because he was worried that Gensha would consume too much energy, but he simply didn't want to fight this pair of monsters. Okay, senior Asians, I'll accept the badge. If there are any other questions in the future, I can go to Liuli Gymnasium to challenge it again at any time. After hearing Adam's words, Maki then put the badge in her hand into the badge bow and showed a satisfied smile. All 8 badges were collected, and from then on he became a small rookie trainer and an elite trainer certified by the league. After collecting all 8 badges from Feng Yuan area, Maki has the qualifications to challenge Feng Yuan League and can officially challenge the position of the champion. At this time not only Maki smiled, but Adam Net to him also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled relieved. This difficult boy finally accepted the raindrop badge. As for challenging him or something in Liuli City Gymnasium, let's forget it. A young genius trainer like Maki should leave it to his apprentice Mikali to worry about it. Adam heard Tai Yuan say that Maki had plans to challenge the league. He is now looking forward to the E-Press Zion when Mikali and Maki's Super Dream meet, which will definitely be very interesting. Okay, that's great Maki, congratulations on collecting all the badges. Tai Xian suddenly appeared and hugged Maki's shoulder enthusiastically. I remembered that when I met Maki in a bicycle competition, it seemed to be yesterday. In just a few months Mashu has become a famous emerging trainer in Feng Yuan. Now he has successfully collected 8 badges, which makes the careless Tai Xian sigh. After all, he is a person who has witnessed Masaka's growth all the way, and now he is also beginning to look forward to how great Masaki will achieve in the future. Thank you, thanks to your help. Maki bowed seriously to the owners and thanked them for their help. You're welcome Maki, these are all obtained through your own effort. However, after getting 8 badges you can register at the league headquarters in Ku City and you can embark on the road to championships at that time. There is the ultimate dream of many trainers in Feng Yuan area. Tai Xian smiled with relief. After the league headquarters in Ku City there is a natural cave with comple terrain which was named the Champion Road by the league. Every year in the first week of December, Champions Road is open to all elite trainers who have collected 8 badges, and these most powerful trainers in Quanfenjiayuan will concentrate on the championship path this week to compete for the final competition to challenge the league's qualification. The competition on the road to the championship is very cruel. Every year only a few trainers can successfully complete the test of the road to the championship and gain the right to challenge the 4 heavenly kings and the championship. Generally speaking, as long as a trainer who has entered the championship path, he can brag about it with his companions for a long time. Since you can only participate in the championship road at most once in your life, your experience in the championship road will also become a valuable memory that trainers deserve to remember for a lifetime. If you want to climb to the highest championship throne, you must stand out from other training homes through the championship path. The champions of all generations have been invincible all the way. They fought from the championship path and defeated the 4 heavenly kings in a row with a momentum, and then defeated the final champion in the final peak showdown. In the face of the champion there are almost countless difficulties waiting for trainers, but even so every year there are still countless trainers of appropriate age who have dreams embark on a journey from different towns, grow with their partners and challenge them. Jim, get the badge. They may not be able to become the final champion, but they can also gain a lot on the journey. This is the romance of a trainer alone. Well, I understand. I will participate in the championship road by then. After all, I will challenge the league. Maki nodded and said he has learned a little about some of the processes of challenging the alliance. If Maki is the one who can easily pass the challenge of the championship road, Naki said confidently. Xiao Feng thinks so too. Xiao Nan thinks so too. Naki's judgment was unanimously recognized by Xiao Feng and Zionan. As Fenjiayuan's owners, they have also seen the Pokemon of the league champion Mikali, but it seems that in terms of oppression and actual combat power they were completely destroyed by Maki's Super Dream. They didn't dare to imagine how desperate the trainers who were the same group as Maki would be. It's extremely unlucky to be with this pervert. Xiao Meng, it seems that everyone appreciates you very much. Maki turned her gaze to Xiao Meng and said softly, that's right, after all I'm too strong. Xiao Meng's voice was still indifferent, but the corners of its mouth could no longer be suppressed. Even its tail was shaking leisurely. This guy seems to like others to praise him, Maki thought silently and had a new view of the human-shaped big cat in front of him. Chapter 162 Burning Flame relieves heat. A few days later in Bayan Town, Bayan Gym. I'll go, what the hell is this? A trainer was pushed up by the mechanism that suddenly bounced up and hit the ceiling of the gym. Not only him but several other trainers who came to challenge also enjoyed the same. The treatment was miserable by various institutions. This is what Yasha has achieved after returning from studying in Zijin City. Nowadays a new government district has been added to the Bayan Gym. All trainers who come to challenge must pass the government district before challenging the owner. In the government area several apprentices in the gym were set up as road blockers, which made made the trainers suffer. Once this government area was built, more than 70% of the trainers were filtered out immediately, making Yasha much easier now than before. In the owner's lounge deep in the Buletinyan gymnasium, Yasha was sitting in a ball with her Pokemon companions around a square table with a popsicle in her mouth, which looked very comfortable. Look, Yasha held a popsicle in one hand and played a card with the other and said lazily, Beitong Duckbill Fire Dragon, it's your turn to play cards. Net. Yes, they are playing the entertainment product that Evergreen Company just launched, Mahjong. Although Mahjong has just been launched for a few days, it was still popular in the entire Fengyuan area as soon as possible under the overwhelming advertising of Evergreen Company. In Bayan Town, which has a relatively high aging population, playing Mahjong has replaced hot spring bathing and has become the most fashionable entertainment activity among the elderly. Now in Bayan Town, if you don't know Mahjong, you will be ruthlessly ridiculed by other elderly people. Why do you always feel that it's so hot today? Can the coal turtle reduce the firepower a little? Yasura pulled the neckline of the short-sleeved shirt, but she still felt a sense of unstoppable heat coming to her heart. Even though I was eating popsicles and shaking the fan, the heat could not be suppressed. The moisture in the air disappeared and the whole room was like a big stove. You know it's December soon and such weather is too outrageous. Yasha turned her head and stared at the coal turtle net to her suspiciously. She felt that it might be the coal turtle's pot. Woo! The coal turtle opened its eyes wide and looked at Yasha innocently, making a grievance. Although the furnace on its back is always emitting heat, it will still control it when it is by Yasha. This hot weather has nothing to do with it. Isn't it, Ya? What the hell is wrong? Yasha stood up and whispered. Since she returned from Zijin City, the weather in Bayan Town has been so abnormal. It is hot every day, which makes everyone reluctant to go out. It seems that when I was in Zijin City the weather was quite normal. Yasha recalled, and some bad guesses suddenly appeared in her heart. Can't it be something happened in Chimney Mountain? The weather in other cities is quite normal, but there are abnormal drought weather in Bayan Town. The biggest difference between Bayan Town and other towns in Fengyuan is that Net to Bayan Town is the largest volcano, Chimney Mountain, in the entire Fengyuan area. Boom! Yasha was thinking, but the whole room began to vibrate. The mahjong on the table was shaken and fell to the ground. The screams of the challengers from the government area also came from the government area. The earthquake is coming. Go quickly! Yasha came back to her senses from her thoughts and immediately rushed out of the door with the Pokemon. Since Bayan Town is located near the volcanic earthquake zone, there are several earthquakes of all sizes every year. Earthquakes are already common for residents here. Yasha quickly rushed out of the gym with her Pokemon companion. At this time the earthquake was almost over, but because Yasha ran too fast, she accidentally hit a person in front of the door and fell to the ground. It hurt so much, Yasha muttered as she touched her head. She ran away just now and didn't observe the situation around her. Who knew that someone was standing motionless at the entrance of the gym during an earthquake? If you bump into someone, you should apologize first. A familiar voice came from his ears, and Yasha slowly raised her head and saw the Maki stretching out her hand. Mao Triwi, are you here? Yasar took Maki's hand, stood up from the ground and asked embarrassedly. This kind of embarrassing thing was seen by a familiar friend when she was making a fool of herself. I just wanted to come and soak in a hot spring, but I didn't expect that I would encounter an earthquake as soon as I came. I was really unlucky, Maki said, touching her head. Recently he has been playing with everyone in Fengyuan, with Chao Meng who just joined. He originally planned to come and so on to see how the government office of Yasha Gymnasium is being decorated, but he didn't expect it to be just now. The earthquake began. Then you came here. Really isn't the time. The hot weather in the past few days is so hot it's not suitable for traveling and taking hot springs. In the whole Fengyuan it's probably the most inhabitable now. My gym is open here and cannot move. I want to move to Zijin City. Yasha sighed and said, Zijin City has recently been the fastest growing city in Fengyuan area. The development of Evergreen Tree Company has also driven the development of Zijin City, turning Zijin City into a livable city with sound facilities. You said, is it because of that, because of the hottest recent days in Bayan Town? After hearing Yasha's words, Maki suddenly turned her head and pointed to the top of Chimney Mountain not far away. She looked towards Maki's finger, surprised. I found that smoke was actually coming out of the crater of Chimney Mountain. Oh no, Chimney Mountain seems to be alive. Yasha stared at the mountain pass in the distance. You should know that although Chimney Mountain is a volcano, it has been a dormant cycle in recent decades. At this time Chimney Mountain suddenly became active, which is a very strange thing. Have you ever had this situation before? Maki confirmed to Asha. Looking at Yasha's sudden gloomy face, he also understood that the smoke from the Chimney Mountain was definitely not a trivial matter. Yes, logically speaking it will take another 50 years before Chimney Mountain will be active again. Now this is an abnormal situation. The smoky Chimney Mountain may implode at any time. We must notify the Alliance as soon as possible patrol and evacuate resident. That fine, and there should be some problems inside Chimney Mountain, Yasha said in a deep voice and became serious, abnormally serious. Chapter 163 Eplosion. Maki and Asha were discussing the matter of Chimney Mountain, but Maki's navigator suddenly rang out. When Maki saw that it was actually a spiral of iron. Masaki, are you in Bayan town now? Taiyuan's voice sounded very uneasy. Yes, is there anything? Masaki had probably guessed what Taiyuan was looking for him, which was probably related to the abnormality of Chimney Mountain. Just now the Weather Research Institute at Fengyuan headquarters reported to the Alliance that the weather abnormality in Bayan City. According to the Energy Survey, this weather abnormality is related to Chimney Mountain. If you have time you can go to Chimney Mountain to investigate. Have a moment. I understand. I'm going to go over and take a look. Maki nodded and responded. This time the abnormal movement of Chimney Mountain was really too abnormal, and the initial judgment of the real tree was artificial. I heard that in this largest volcanic Chimney Mountain in Fengyuan there is a Pokemon that is in the legend, and the abnormal movement of Chimney Mountain this time is likely to be related to it. Okay, then I'll ask you, Mashu, if you encounter any problems please contact me in time. The Alliance will arrange reinforcements as soon as possible, Taishien said again and hung up the phone. Okay. Maki nodded and hung up the call. A few hours later the activity in Chimney Mountain became more and more intense, and the scent of charred sulfur could be smelled throughout the entire Buletinyan town. It seemed like a ground dragon was awakened at the foot of Chimney Mountain, and earthquake continued one after another. Under such circumstances the Alliance organized an emergency evacuation and prepared to temporarily transfer all the villagers of Bayan town to the nearest Ijan city for resettlement. Thanks to the relatively small population of Bayan town, the evacuation task is not as difficult as imagined. The town of Bayan was evacuating in an orderly manner while Masha came to Chimney Mountain to investigate the cause of the incident. Tisk, it smells so smelly here. Are the volcano farting? Real trees. Bettini covered her nose and built an energy shield to wrap herself up round. Honesty, this is a normal phenomenon before the volcano erupt. Maki, wearing a gas mask, turned to look at Lucario and asked, how is it? Have you noticed anything? Real tree, the magnetic field nearby has been disturbed and even the waveguide has become disordered. In this case it is difficult for me to feel the waveguide. Lucario shook his head. The adverse effects of this geological abnormality were too many, which was very unfavorable for Lucario's performance. At this time a sudden burst of explosion occurred from the crater on the top of Chimney Mountain, and then thick black smoke emerged from the crater. Kirikai pointed to the top of the mountain and said in surprise, oh no. Real tree, look, it seems that magma is spewing out there. The volcanic ash made the whole sky dark and the crater of Chimney Mountain seemed to boil in an instant and hot magma flowed out. Oh no, it won't work if it breaks out now. Maki changed her face. There are still a large number of people in Bayan town who have not evacuated. If they explode now they may hurt them. The master ball on Masaki's body lit up a dazzling purple light and Super Meng appeared beside Masaki. Masaki, I can help you. Mao Meng actively communicates with Genshu. Well, Super Dream, protect the town of Kazuya, Maki said quickly. Now he has two things to do. One is to temporarily protect Bayan town and the second is to try to end the outbreak of Chimney Mountain, and he had already thought of some countermeasures. If you want to Buletin Yanzan you will leave it to Chao Meng for protection. If you want to prevent the volcano from erupting you will have to find another helper. I see. Chao Meng nodded and turned around and flew towards the direction of Buletin Yanzan. During the flight a super evolutionary light had already lit up on its body and it evolved into a super dream Y form. This is the first time that Chao Meng has performed a task of protecting others, so it also wants to use all its strength to deal with this matter. Oh my god, the volcano erupt, let's run. I can't run away anymore, the volcanic ash has come. At this time the evacuation meeting point of the residents of Bayan town was in panic. Everyone looked at the volcanic ash that was spreading outward from the crater in despair, their eyes full of despair. Don't worry, wear a gas mask and evacuate in an orderly manner, the official Alliance officer in charge of maintaining order shouted uneasily. No one expected that Chimney Mountain would wake up so quickly. There is just a sign, but it plods directly now. The League's official actions were already very fast, but it was still a bit too late. At this moment the evolutionary Super Dream Y appeared. It flew over the town of Bayan. The vast spiritual power of the ocean turned into a protective cover blocking various harmful substances spewing from the volcano on Bayan. Outside the town, what is that? Is Pokemon? Some residents of Bayan town shouted excitedly. Thank you, the residents of Bayan town shouted. Super Dream Y looked back at the residents who were thanking it loudly, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart which he had never experienced before. Is this what Maki said about the sense of accomplishment? It thought silently. These days around Maki it has already thought about the meaning of life. Now it has found that helping others and getting thanks from others may be a very very meaningful thing. At least it is much better than simple destruction. No need to thank you, no need to hurry. You evacuate in an orderly manner. With me here you will be fine. Chao Meng directly activated his spiritual thoughts and conveyed his words to everyone in Bayan town. The people who were originally a little panicked have now settled down and began to evacuate under the command of Alliance staff as they did just now. Chao Meng's words are inapplicably convincing, and its unquestionable tone also gives other people confidence. People from Bayan town are evacuating in an orderly manner under the protection of Chao Meng, and the true trees are flying at high speed by Rabbi. He is going to find his old friend the flame bird. Maki just thought about it, and the flame bird should play a great role in stopping the volcanic eruption. After all, the flame bird likes to live in the craters very much and should be able to absorb the overly irritating energy of Chimney Mountain. Flame bird, I'm here to find you. Maki was taken by Bettini and flew into the hot trail quickly and shouted, I have been here a few times and am already very familiar with it. From Xiao Zhe Group 98020 feet 5 inches 856 11 greater than 111 every day updated new from small e plane Group 98020 5 asterisk 85 si 111111 from novel Group 98020 feet 5 inches 856 Mao Tree. Long time no see. Two beautiful flaming birds flew out of the magma pond and landed in front of the real tree.